Hello there everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will continue our journey of What If Dragonborn Came to Orario Part 3. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe and comment in the comment section. Chapter 17. Chapter Summary. Take Struggles and the 59th Floor. Chapter Notes. AON, I know this is being released much sooner than my other recent ones were. What can I say? I was inspired and had some time, so I wrote. Okay, so warning. A lot of this chapter conforms to Oratoria canon. The reason being, I haven't done enough to change that canon much. I've set up showing these scenes, though, so I wanted to show them despite how close they are to canon. There are some differences, but not enough that I would consider it a deviation from the story. They will be important later on though, which is why I want them here. We do get to see more of my plan for Take and his people in this chapter though, so it's a bit of a mix between overly canon and me changing things. I hope that's okay with you. I promise not to get this close to canon again if I can help it. On to a question. I will be having Mayak recruit members soon, but they won't be very prominent. Likely just in the background and occasionally mentioned. They are extremely unlikely to get any story bits told through their point of view. Do you have any suggestions for characters to join them? Maybe even OC suggestions. This is just for Mayak right now, but if you do, please leave a review. Thank you so much for the comments and reviews. Please leave some on this chapter if you have any questions or comments. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 17. Torhen. So, there are potions that can amplify the enchanting skill. Torhen's new apprentice, Welf, asked, staring at the bottle in his hand. Yes, Naza replied. And there are enchantments that can strengthen alchemy. Theoretically, you can do this in an infinite loop. It's been attempted several times, Torhen cut in, but it is extremely difficult, time-consuming, and highly impractical. You get good returns the first 2 or 3 times, but after that it just isn't worth the minuscule difference. All you are doing is wasting resources. Besides, the enchanted gear I gave you is already the best that we can make. Relying on potions will not increase your skill with enchanting, just as relying on an enchantment won't make you a better alchemist. You need to hone your skills before you start trying to enhance them magically. Naza and Welf both nodded in understanding. After Welf's first successful attempt at enchanting, Torhen had brought him to Hestia to have his status updated. Sure enough, Welf was now the proud owner of the apprentice enchanter skill. The skill was similar to Torhen's own master enchanter and essentially made it easier for Welf to recall, create, and recreate enchantments. So, you sold a bunch of these new potions to the Loki Familia, right? Welf asked. Torhen had been showing him how a few armor enchantments worked when Naza had arrived, hoping to ask for Torhen's advice about a new recipe. The two had hit it off as only two dedicated craftsmen could. Yes, Naza replied. I had to use up pretty much all of the ingredients I had on hand, but thankfully what they paid was more than enough to replenish our stocks. Now that we have some money, Lord Mayak and I have been discussing the possibility of moving to a nicer house, maybe even starting to recruit new members. Since your goal is to compete with Dien Sect, you should probably start recruiting soon. If the Loki Familia comes back singing your praises, the orders will start flooding in. You won't be able to keep up without help. Torhen said. I don't think they'll be raving about them, but I hope that they at least get the word out about how effective they are. Naza smiled. If nothing else, it would be nice if they became regular customers. That alone would bring in others. Finn. Fire potions. Finn called as the group barreled through the 57th floor. The last round of fire resist potions hadn't quite worn off yet, but they were about to hit the 58th floor. They couldn't risk the effect running out while surrounded by Valgang dragons. The group quickly popped the corks on their vials and downed the potions, never slowing their pace. After Lefia had been knocked into one of the shafts created by the dragons, the group had been running as fast as they could, hoping to reach her in time. The Amazon twins had jumped in after her, but it was safer for the rest to make their way through the levels, outright ignoring every monster that wasn't directly blocking their path. To Finn's right, he could hear Reveria chanting under her breath as they began to descend the stairs. Once we reach the bottom, Reveria will release her spell. He called to the group. Our job is to mop up any of the monsters that aren't caught in the blast. Sabaki, Raoul, get to Lefia and the twins as fast as you can. They may need medical attention, and you have most of the healing potions. Right, boss. You got it, Finn. Everybody get ready. Finn shouted as they neared the opening at the bottom of the stairs. Passing through the entry arch at a full sprint, the group skidded to a halt just on the other side. Now, Reveria. Win Fimbolvita. Reveria's voice rose up over the noise of the monsters. A massive burst of icy wind swirled into life and barreled across the open volcanic area that made up the 58th floor. Valgang dragons, Virga, and wyverns were caught up in the blast, frozen solid despite the heat of the floor. Taj. The group sprinted forward with Finn himself, Beat, and Reveria smashing the frozen monsters in their way. Finn could see Lefia and the twins a small distance away, still fighting the monsters that had avoided the blast. AIS, Gareth, Tsubaki, and Raoul dashed around the frozen monsters and made a beeline for the other group. Upon reaching them, AIS, Tsubaki, and Gareth began to engage the monsters while Lefia and the twins fell back, receiving potions and aid from Raoul. Making quick work of the frozen monsters, Finn's group joined up with Gareth's. In short order, they had finished off all the monsters in their vicinity, making things temporarily quiet. Peace in the dungeon never lasted for long. Take a few, everyone, Finn said. We'll get some rest and then continue on. Raoul, Tsubaki, do you mind picking up the drops and magic stones? No problem, Raoul responded. Ooh, dragon scales. Tsubaki wasn't even listening. She was already sifting through the drop items. While the two of them gathered the drops and stones, the rest collapsed to the floor trying to catch their breath. Are you all right, Lefia? Reveria asked. The girl was covered in soot, and her clothes were burned in several places. The twins weren't much better off. I'm fine, Ms. Reveria, Lefia answered. It was a bit overwhelming, but we managed to hold them off. Lefia really held her own, Tiona added, which drew a smile from the elven girl. That shield spell of hers really helped us avoid the worst of the blasts. Too bad our fire potions didn't last the whole time, Tyon spoke up. Their effect stopped working partway through the fight, and we didn't have any opportunities to drink more. We got pretty burned up. The healing potions that Raoul gave us fixed that though, Tiona said. We should have drunk our potions during the fall, we just didn't think about it. True. Well, I'm glad you're all doing all right, despite what happened. Finn told them. I'm proud of you for holding your own like that, especially in a bad situation. You did well. The three girls offered him smiles at that, with Tyon practically glowing. Since everyone is healed, we should prep for the next floor, Gareth cut in. We don't want to linger here for long. Agreed, Finn said. They were heading into uncharted territory. What lay below them hadn't been explored since the Zeus and Hera familiars had been wiped out. According to what records we have, the 59th floor is supposed to be a winter area. Extreme cold and covered in ice, with monsters to match it, so we'll need frost-resist potions easily on hand. I've got them, Raoul said as he came over, having finished collecting the magic stones and drops he could find. Setting his bag down, the young human started pulling out potions and distributing them amongst the others, replenishing their healing and stamina potions as he went. Finn saw both Reveria and Lefia grab a few extra replenish Magicka potions, which they immediately drank. Raoul spoke up as he worked. I'm running out of space in here. Captain, he said. I've got a ton of stones and drops, but even these adventurer packs have a limit. Same here, Finn. Tsubaki said, sitting down. The drops and stones on these floors are a lot bigger than the higher floors. They take up a lot of space. Mine still has a decent amount of room, Lefia said. I should be able to get most of what we pick up on the next floor in it, but I don't know if the empty space will last beyond that. The sheer fact that we made it this far without worrying about storage space or carrying capacity is a miracle unto itself, Finn said. But I don't think we will continue much beyond floor 59. Just exploring it will take us some time, and I'm not comfortable leaving the others alone up on the 50th for much longer. Take Mikazuchi. Take sighed as he wandered down the street. The letter he had received from Susanoo was weighing heavily on his mind. He hadn't told the members of his familia about the letter yet. although he had told them that they would be having an important meeting soon. He wasn't sure how to break the news to them and wanted to at least have some idea of a solution before telling them anything. Take had no choice but to leave Orario if he wanted to save his shrine and the orphans who lived there, but if he and his familia left the city, then the shrine would be bankrupt in a month and closed down anyway. The best-case scenario was for some of Take's members to stay in Orario, but without him there they would have no support. They would be unable to update their status and eventually would be denied entry to the dungeon, because they didn't have a god in the city. His pondering of the situation was interrupted by an arm being thrown around his shoulder. Take, why the long face? Turning his head to look at the person who was manhandling him, Take suppressed a groan. What do you want, Hermes? He asked. Hermes was a trickster and Take hadn't had many pleasant experiences with the god. Why do I have to want something? Can't a god just catch up with an old friend who's looking glum? Friend, Hermes, I can't remember the last time we spoke without you teasing or insulting. Meh. Those were just jokes. Come on, Take, I know you love me. I'll even apologize if that's what you want. Hermes. Take growled. He was in no mood to deal with the man or his antics today. Fine, fine. Hermes backed off, removing his arm from Take's shoulder. I've been out of the city for a while. I just got back a couple days ago and have been hearing all kinds of rumors. I was hoping you'd be able to clarify some things for me. Me. Take was confused. Why would I be able to help you with rumors? Because they all center around Hestia and her Familia, and I know you two are close. Hermes gave him a winning smile. Come on, Take. Help me out. Take glared at the god. No, he said with finality. If you want information on Hestia's children, you should ask her yourself. I'm not telling you anything. Pushing past Hermes, Take continued down the street. As he rounded the corner, he quickly changed direction and headed for Hestia's manor. If Hermes was back and asking about her Familia, Hestia needed to know. Finn. They had rested for perhaps 15 minutes before the group rallied at the entrance to the stairs, leading down to floor 59. Those with less physical stamina like Raoul, Lefia, and Riveria quickly downed stamina potions to compensate for the short amount of rest. They gathered in formation, with Finn and AIS in the front. Riveria, Lefia, and Raoul were in the center of the column with Beat and Tsubaki on one side and the twins on the other. Gareth took up the rear. As they descended into the depths, the stairs were not particularly deep, and they reached the bottom quickly. What they encountered, however, was not the wintry landscape that had been described in the journals of the Zeus Familia. Stretching before them was a massive forest, covered in vines and thick foliage. Instead of Arctic blasts, the air was stagnant and oppressively hot. This is not what I was expecting, Tsubaki said. Nor I, Finn muttered. Stay in formation, keep an eye out. We're going exploring. The team wandered through the forest following a rough path that seemed to wind its way forward, hacking away at vines and vegetation that occasionally hung in their way. The floor seemed strangely calm, but in an almost eerie kind of way. Why haven't we seen any monsters yet? Beat asked. Maybe this floor has become a safe zone. Tiona said. No, Riveria cut in. There would not be a safe zone here. Not so close to the one on the 50th. There's something else going on here. The group continued on their trek through the dense forest until they emerged into a desolate, ash-covered clearing. Towering above them was a strange plant-like creature. Surrounding it were the caterpillar-like Virga and the plant-like Viola monsters, all offering up magic stones. To the creature, they watched as part of the monster seemed to move away, revealing a roughly female shape, extending from a bulbous, plant-like lower half which seized the magic stones being offered, feasting on them in a gluttonous frenzy. Since when do monsters eat other monsters? Tiona whispered. They usually don't. Gareth said at the back. This ash must be the remains of all the monsters that thing has eaten. It looks like that monster we saw on the 18th floor. Lefia gasped. The one that came out of that weird crystal orb. Except this one appears to have absorbed a titan orb and evolved, Riveria said. AIS was standing, transfixed and staring at the creature. Before anything else could be said, a wailing moan echoed through the clearing. The moan was so loud that the team was forced to put their hands over their ears to block out the sound. What's it doing? Tyon tried to shout over the moan. They watched as the outer shell of the creature shattered, revealing an exquisitely beautiful, female, humanoid form that extended from a base that was covered in gorgeous, blooming flower petals. Aria. The monster spoke. It was staring intensely at AIS. Wait, Aria. That was Ari's mother's name. A spirit, AIS whispered, her voice trembling. That thing is a spirit. Beat exclaimed. Are they usually that creepy? Tiona added. Ah, Aria. I've missed you. The thing stared silent for a moment, its mouth widening into a sickening grin. Let me devour you. The spirit picked up one of the Virga and shoved its hand into the monster's back, ripping out its magic stone and swallowing it. The ground began to rumble, the plants beginning to writhe all around them. The path is gone. Raoul cried out. Prepare for combat. Finn called to the others. He was not about to lose his people to any damn spirit. Finn, I'm taking the front. Gareth said, moving forward. This bitch is going down. Beat agreed. AIS simply nodded to Finn and stepped up to join them alongside the twins. The spirit laughed, its vines whipping forward and the monsters at its feet charging. With a wild battle cry, the members of Finn's party charged forward to meet them. Lefia, aim for the woman. Raoul, back up the others with your magic sword. Finn assumed his command position, treating the encounter as he would a campaign against a floor boss. It was their best chance at survival. Lefia's chant began as the magic sword Raoul had brought sent volleys of magic into the mass of monsters. Sabaki too charged into the fray, drawing her sword. As the combatants clashed, Finn raised a hand to Reveria, stopping her from beginning her own chant. Wait, he called to her. His thumb was throbbing. Whenever Finn's thumb throbbed like that, it meant something was wrong. Something dangerous. Something's wrong. Arise, flames. The spirit said. A chant. It's casting a spell. Fire potions. Finn cried out. Reveria, cast a barrier. Everyone else, stop that chant. Hit her. With everything you got. The members of the team quickly downed their resistance potions and let loose against the spirit and the surrounding monsters. Take this. Orario. Fusillade Philarica. Lefia's spell mixed with the attacks of the others, bathing the world in a golden light. Sadly, when it cleared, the spirit monster still stood, chanting. Rage, rage, rage. Vortex of fire. Dance, spirits of the air, keepers of the light. Reveria was chanting as fast as she could, trying to beat the spirit to the finish. If Finn was right, judging by the length of the chant, the spirit was trying to cast a greater incantation, a powerful spell that would require Reveria's full might to block it, if she even could. Retreat. Pull back to Reveria's barrier. Finn called to the others. They ran as fast as they could, covering each other from the attacks of the surrounding monsters as they went. As the members of their party gathered around her, Reveria finished her ultimate protection spell. Materialize, mighty barrier of the forest's light, and lend us your protection. My name is Alf. Via Shilheim. A massive jade magic circle spread from Reveria's feet and a golden dome formed itself around the party. Almost at the same instant the dome was formed, the spirit finished its chant. Firestorm. The world turned red as a massive wall of flames erupted into being. An inferno from hell rose from the deep red magic circle that surrounded the spirit. The flames incinerated everything nearby, monster and plant alike, and slammed into Reveria's barrier. Ua! Reveria grunted, almost losing her balance as she tried to hold the shield. It was to no avail. Cracks began to run throughout the golden barrier, the red light of the flames flickering through them. Gareth, protect the others. Right. Gareth stepped forward, grabbing a pair of great shields off of his back, and stood before the rest of the group. You're not getting through me. Lefia rushed forward. She stood just behind the dwarf and, placing her hands on either side of Gareth's head, summoned her shield spell, the magic overlapping the great shields. With a sound like breaking glass and rushing wind, Reveria's barrier shattered, her body engulfed by the flames. The fire surged forward, battering into Lefia and Gareth's shields. Finn could see Lefia hold for a second, before her shield too shattered, sending her flying back. Gareth stood alone, the fire wrapping around his shields and moving to either side of the group. But it was not to last. The great shields quickly began to melt in the dwarf's hands, so he flung them away, using his own body to block the fire even as his armor began to melt. Grah! At last, the force of the inferno threw Gareth aside and crashed into the other members of the team. Finn was sent flying, the flames singing his clothes and overwhelming the fire resistance potion he had consumed. Finn could feel the skin on his chest, arms, and face burning as he tumbled through the air. The world turned black as he crashed into the ground. Take Mikazuchi. Take weaved his way through Orario's crowded streets, headed towards Hearthfire Hall, the home of the Hestia Familia. He'd been stopped earlier by Hermes and needed to warn Hestia about the tricky god's interest in her familia. Perhaps he should speak with her about the letter he'd received as well. Hestia could be quite wise when she put her mind to it, and he could really use some advice right now. Take, once again, was pulled from his thoughts by a voice in the street. At least this one hadn't grabbed him. Turning towards the voice, Take grinned when he saw who was speaking. Hestia, I was just on my way to see you. You were? She asked, confused. Why? Perhaps we should speak at your home. I have some news, and I need your advice. Sure, Take. I was just about finished anyway. Hestia turned and led him in the direction of her home. What were you doing out here, Hestia? Take asked. There has been a bit of a supply shortage with one of my food stalls, so I was speaking with the manager, trying to figure out what to do until the supplies come in. We came up with a few good ideas, so I don't think it will be a huge problem. The two walked swiftly, exchanging small talk and bits of news until they reached the gates of Hearthfire Hall. According to Hestia, the impressive manor house was almost finished, with only the completion of the outer wall, gate, and a few interior details to go. The hall should be finished in a week or two, Hestia said as they walked through the front doors and up the stairs. I'll be inviting a few people over for a party once it is. She led him into a circular room lined with bookshelves. A drinks cabinet sat in one corner and the room was filled with couches, tables, and chairs. 4 doors led off the room, though what they were for, Take couldn't guess. Lounging on one of the couches, book in hand, was an older human man with long, graying black hair, a close-cropped beard, and piercing silver eyes. Take, this is Torhen. His in charge of training for members of my familia. Torhen, this is Take Mikazuchi, Shinto god of thunder and swords. The man stood, placing his book on one of the low tables and stood. He was slightly taller than Take and possessed a warrior's build. Lord Take Mikazuchi, he said, extending his hand. No need for formalities, Take said, shaking the man's hand. Hestia had mentioned this man and Bell Cranel to him several times, although this was the first time they had met. Hestia sat in one of the nearby armchairs, gesturing for Take to take a seat opposite her while Torhen returned to his place on the couch. What did you want to talk about, Take? Hestia asked as they settled in. In truth, I actually came here with a warning. I do need advice, but perhaps I should get to that in a minute. A warning? Torhen and Hestia both asked. Yes. Take nodded. In fact, it's probably good that you're here, Torhen. Considering your role in Hestia's familia, you'll need to know about this as well. You see, I had a rather unpleasant encounter in the streets a little less than an hour ago, and I thought I should give you a heads up. Who did you run into? Hestia asked. Hermes, Take said with a grimace. He's back in the city and wanted me to talk to him about several rumors he'd heard on his return. Rumors surrounding your familia. Hestia's gaze was thoughtful, while Torhen's turned hard. Who is Hermes? He asked, his already deep voice even lower. My nephew. Hestia said, still thoughtful. He's the Olympian god of travelers and messages. And thieves. Take added. And thieves, Hestia nodded. But why would he be asking you? He should have known. You wouldn't tell him anything and that you'd come straight to me. I don't know, Take said. But even if this is what he was expecting, you needed to know. Could this, Hermes person, be dangerous? Torhen asked. No, Hestia shook her head. He's very mischievous, but I don't think he's a danger to us. He might prove to be annoying, but I wouldn't consider him an enemy. Torhen hummed at that, looking skeptical. Well, whatever Hermes wants, I'm sure I'll find out soon enough, Hestia sighed. But, enough about him. You said you needed advice. Take. What's wrong? Take also sighed and handed over Susanu's letter. A few weeks ago, the Far East was attacked by the one-eyed black dragon. Torhen sat up straight, staring at Take. The area where my shrine is located was one of the ones hit, and sadly Tsukuimi, my partner, was killed and sent back to Tenkai. Lady Amaterasu is demanding my return or my shrine will be shut down and the orphans it houses made homeless. Does the dragon often attack like this? Torhen asked, his intensity confusing for Take. I suppose, he said. In the past, it would show up in a random location every decade or so and destroy something, but this is the first time it has appeared since Zeus and Hera went after it. My guess is that it's returning to its old pattern, and we won't see it again for another 10 to 15 years. Torhen sat back, his expression thoughtful. So, what advice do you need from me? Hestia cut in. The destruction has orphaned dozens of children who are all looking to my shrine for shelter. Take started. I was barely making enough money to support the shrine and the few orphans we housed before the attack, which is why I came to Orario in the first place. My Familia members are all orphans who resided there. We send half of our total income back to the Far East to support the shrine. If I leave, and my Familia stays, they will not be able to advance and will eventually be denied entry to the dungeon. I also need experienced hands to help run the shrine, but if they go with me, then there is still the problem of money. We just don't have the means to support the shrine without remaining in Orario. Hestia hummed in thought as she read the letter again. Any advice you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Hestia. Take looked down at his hands. Have you spoken with your members about this? Take shook his head. No. I have called a meeting with them tonight, but I was hoping to come up with a solution before I said anything. Hestia sighed and set the letter aside. I do have one idea, she said. Take looked up at her, a small beacon of hope springing to life in his chest. But I'm not sure you'll like it. Even if I don't, it's still better than not having any clue what to do. Take meant it. A bad idea was always better than no idea. Hestia sighed again. You could divide the Familia. Have some of your members stay here, in Orario, and join another Familia. That would allow them to continue working in the dungeon without penalty and keep sending money back to the shrine. The other members would return with you to help you run the shrine. Take was stumped. Theoretically, it could work, but there were all kinds of issues. What Familia would take them under those conditions? He asked. I don't know many gods that would accept their members sending money to another god for nothing in return, especially if it was money that could be contributed to the Familia. That's not even mentioning the issue of divided loyalty. Who would accept that? Hestia looked uncomfortable for a moment before saying, I would. Take stared at her, dumbfounded. What? He asked, softly. Take, Hestia shifted, leaning against the arm of her chair. Nobody understands family like I do. It's part of my sphere. Those orphans consider you and everybody who lives at that shrine family, right? Take nodded. Then how could I blame them for wanting to help their family? Hestia continued. My members contribute 10% of their earnings in the dungeon to the Familia Fund. I'm willing to cut that in half, maybe even waive it entirely if I can get my treasurer to agree. Instead, they can send that money and whatever else they wish to add back to you in the Far East. You could even send others from the shrine here if they wish to come. So long as you give them a letter of introduction, I'll accept them. Hestia shifted in her seat again. My only conditions are that they don't bankrupt themselves trying to help you, and that they be loyal to my Familia while in the city. I have no problem with them being loyal to you as well. You're their family, so long as they don't allow that division to put my other members in danger. I can't imagine that happening if he's not even in the city. Torhen added from the couch. I would add an addendum though. Take gulped. Our current members need to agree, as do Take Mikazuchis. We can't force this on them. They need to agree to it. We also need to meet. If your members are to join the Hestia Familia, then they should meet its members, especially our captain and Hestia herself. Take nodded. I can agree to all of that, but are you sure you're okay with all of this? He smiled as the two nodded. Their offer was the answer Take had been searching for. Now he just needed to convince his members that this would be a good idea. Finn, groaning in agony, Finn desperately struggled to his feet, his body screaming in pain, searching for his companions. They lay on the ground, scattered around him, burned and battered. What was once a forest was now a barren wasteland of ash and smoldering flames, with only the spirit at its center, laughing. Potions. Finn tried to shout, his voice hoarse. Get up. It's not over. A few of the scattered bodies began to move, trying to pick themselves up off of the ground. The front of Finn's armor was singed beyond recognition and his skin was blackened, but his weapon, the indestructible spear made by Tsubaki, was fine, as was his satchel, which was slung on his back. Reaching into his satchel, Finn pulled out one of only a small number of ultimate healing potions that he had bought from the Mayak Familia. One had been given to each member of the deep dive party, just in case. Popping the cork, Finn raised the vial to his lips and guzzled the potion. A cool feeling spread through his body as the burns healed themselves, leaving only fresh, slightly red skin behind. Unbidden, a sigh of relief escaped Finn's mouth. Looking around again, Finn could see the other members of the party doing the same, their wounds healing as they struggled to their feet. All except for two. Riveria's body lay where she had stood, burned beyond recognition. Her clothes, made from holy fabrics, lay in charred tatters around her. The silvery white staff, Manga Elf, still rested in her hands. One of the gems at the top cracked. Gareth lay a small distance from Riveria's body, his armor blackened and melted, his features unrecognizable. The unbreakable axe Tsubaki had forged for him lay just out of the reach of his burned, lifeless hands. Riveria. Gareth. Ari's hoarse voice whispered over the silence. Finn closed his eyes. They were gone. He could hear footsteps as a few of the others rushed towards the downed pair, desperately calling their names. Lie. Finn opened his eyes as the spirit moaned, breathing in as it drew the magic particles that remained in the air towards itself. The monster was absorbing magic. No, Finn thought. He would not allow that creature to live. We're going to destroy that thing. The others stared at him, some in disbelief, others in despair or hopelessness. What do you see before you? Despair. Ruin. Our inevitable end. He asked them. I see only an enemy that must be destroyed. Finn stabbed his spear into the ground, standing as tall as his body would allow and staring down the monster, moaning in the distance. Think of our friends, waiting for us on the 50th floor. Think of Loki, our annoyingly lovable goddess. Think of Torhen, the man who showed us all that it is truly possible to reach the pinnacle of strength. Think of Belcranel, the young boy, desperate to be a hero, who stood against insurmountable odds and won. Think of them. Finn raised his spear and pointed at the monster before them. The others continued to stare at him, their bodies trembling. Is following in their footsteps too much for you? Is returning to our friends more than you can handle? Not for me. I swear by the Loki Familia. I swear by the name of the Palum goddess Fianna. We will have victory. Like hell I'd lose to this piece of shit. Beat cried. Around him, the others voiced their affirmation as well, grabbing their weapons and turning to face their foe. Hell yeah. This is what being adventurer is supposed to be all about. The group stood together, facing the spirit, weapons drawn and bodies taut, waiting for the signal. Riveria. Gareth. If this is truly the end for you, then rest, my friends. I will ensure that your stories are heard, and that those of the living continue to be written. Finn stared down the spirit and flung his spear out to the side. Taj. With a battle cry and a burst of speed, the party charged the spirit with Finn in the lead. As they rushed forward, Finn called out commands to his team. AIS, gather your strength. You're going to be the one to finish this. The rest of us will create an opening for you. Affirmative cry sounded from his team. I'll be hitting it with everything I have. Finn shouted before beginning his chant. Demonic spear, pierce my brow and take this blood. Offering. Hellfine gas. Finn's trump card, a spell that would fully awaken the Palum's savage warrior spirit. A power boost that would draw out a savage, bloodthirsty passion in the normally calm and calculating leader. Finn's eyes glowed an angry red as the spell activated. With a savage roar, he charged forward, his sole focus being the enemy before him. Let's do this. Follow the boss. Arise, flames. The spirit began to chant again. Gra-ra. Finn let out another savage roar, hurling his spear towards the towering spirit. Despite its own speed, the monster was not able to block the attack in time. The spear slammed into the spirit's jaw, interrupting its chant. Despite the injury, the plant quickly regenerated and began another chant. Through his savage rage, Finn was aware of Lefia dashing to the front, throwing a potion vial away and summoning a massive version of her shield spell. The ward was erected none too soon as the spirit's much shorter chant unleashed a thunder ray spell which crashed into the shield. Lefia screamed with effort and pain, digging her feet and began held up by the twins who stood behind her. The lighting and ward spells cancelled each other out, causing a massive shockwave that threw the three girls back. The others prepared to charge again when a voice cut through the air. Scorch them, Sword of Searcher. My name is Alf. Rhea Levitine. Reveria's voice rang out from behind them. Her ultimate fire spell surged forward, engulfing the spirit which cried out in pain. Before it could even begin to recover, another voice was heard ringing out. Don't you go finishing this without me. Gareth soared through the air above them, his armor still melted but his skin fresh and clear. A shattered bottle lay on the behind them, where Gareth had lain. Reveria stood there, her body healed, surrounded by a magic circle and another bottle at her feet. Gareth slammed into the spirit, knocking it back, his axe leaving a huge gash in its bulbous body, before coming to land next to Beat. Vines surged from the base of the spirit, trying to swat and crush the party, but that was exactly what they wanted. The spirit's attention was completely on the team on the ground, not noticing the figure high above it, riding on a bed of wind as it plunged to the earth. The spirit suddenly looked up, seeing AIS plummeting towards it. Lil Rafaga. AIS roared as her sword came down onto the spirit. A massive explosion of dust covered the area, obstructing their view before a sudden wind picked up, blowing the cover away. AIS stood alone, in the center of what had once been the clearing. The spirit was gone. They had won. Loki hummed to herself as she wandered through the halls of the Hephaestus Familia store. Stopping next to one of the doors, she hip-checked it open and strode into the room. Fi-fi, she called as she entered the office of Forge. Hephaestus, the red-headed, eye-patch-wearing goddess of the Forge, looked up from her work as Loki sauntered in. Loki, she asked, what brings you here? I'm bored. Loki replied, honestly, as she flopped into a chair. So, I was hoping to catch up, since our kiddies are working together right now. We can't exactly talk about the expedition, Hephaestus said. They aren't back yet, and have no idea how it's going. True, I had a weird feeling earlier, but it passes, so I guess everything's all right. Still, there are some things we can talk about. Loki grinned. I know Finn lent Sabaki one of those neat little magic bags, and I'm certain you tried examining it. What did you think? What was there to think about? Hephaestus asked, nonchalantly. At this point, it was just a classic example of Torhen's work. You've seen his work before. Loki sat up, surprised. Hephaestus nodded. A few times. He's a damn good smith, probably the best I've ever seen. Actually, I just let one of my favorites go, so that he could apprentice under Torhen. Whoa, seriously. A god or goddess letting one of their favorites leave the familia was an extremely rare thing, especially if it was to join another familia. Hephaestus nodded. Welf, the one I let go, was floundering in my familia. His fairly new, only at an apprentice level, but he refuses to use his gifts. Welf, you mean the Crozo boy? Loki knew about him. Finn had initially hoped to buy magic swords from him for the expedition, but Sabaki had shut them down, saying that the kid refused to make them. Hephaestus nodded and sighed. Welf despises magic swords because of how easily they break. On the other hand, Torhen's enchanted weapons never break just because the magic is depleted. They are rechargeable. So long as the metal itself doesn't break, you can keep recharging the weapon forever. He can even enchant armor and things like those bags, which is something our method can't do. His enchanted armor doesn't even need to be recharged, like the weapons do. Welf could benefit massively from learning Torhen's style, so I let him go. Torhen's style, you mean the Tamrielic method, right? Loki asked, her eyes calculating. Maybe she could get some information out of Hephaestus. The other goddess sighed. Yes, the Tamrielic method. Didn't you promise Hestia you'd wait 2 months until you started prying? That time limit is over in 2 weeks. I've been good. Loki protested. Besides, they let that one slip. Torhen worked with several of my members and gave Lil Lefier a Tamrielic grimoire. It was kinda obvious after that. He did. I wasn't aware that he had any grimoires. According to Reveria, the guy knows how to make them. Considering how damn good the spell he gave Lefier is, despite it being for novices, I'm really hoping he'll be willing to make a few for my other members. Not to mention his strength and his enchanting skills. He's not likely to give you any more, especially not cheaply, unless you're in an alliance. Hephaestus remarked. You might be able to hire him to smith or enchant some gear though, even if you aren't allied. Finn and the others were pushing for an alliance with Hestia before they left, Loki admitted. They'd had the conversation several times in the evenings during the lead-up to the expedition. Considering how much he and Hestia have done for the expedition, not to mention the potential benefits of working together, I'm leaning towards pushing for an alliance as well. I get the feeling that's one of the things Hestia wants to talk to me about. Anyway, Hephaestus nodded. It wouldn't surprise me. I know she has a small alliance with Mayak, and you know I'd help her, even without a formal alliance. I doubt she'd seek a formal, public, political alliance with you right off the bat, though. Nor would I agree to one. Loki said, seriously. My Familia is one of the best in Orario. I can't make alliances with a Familia as small and politically weak as Hestia's, even if Torhen is likely a Dragonborn who's more powerful than any adventurer in history. She doesn't have the political clout or reputation to merit an open alliance. Torhen is Dragonborn? Hephaestus asked, intrigued. I'm almost certain of it. Loki nodded. She'd given it a fair bit of thought, and nothing else made sense. Political power will come as Hestia's Familia grows, Hephaestus said, getting back on topic. She will likely want passive protection from you while they do just that. In return, they help your Familia with first pick on enchantments, potions, and other things. Loki nodded. That's what I was thinking as well. That's part of why I defended her and her kid at Donatus. Having a record holder is a big boost to her reputation. As interesting as this is though, you won't know anything until Hestia asks to meet. Ugh. Loki groaned and leaned her head back. I know. I just hate waiting. Chapter end notes. AON, I mention events from Sword Oratoria in this chapter that haven't been shown in this series. Specifically, AIS and the others encountering a spirit on the 18th floor. 4. Anybody who doesn't understand or hasn't read or watched it, I will be recapping those events later on. Hopefully they will make sense then. For those curious, I have not introduced Filvis yet, and I'm not certain that I will in any important capacity for a bit, so I did not include an encounter from the Sword Oratoria books during the 59th floor arc. I also haven't mentioned Revis yet. I'm not saying I won't, just that it didn't fit with how I want to do things with the parts of Sword Oratoria I want to include. It would have made things way too long and would have required a lot of explaining, so it will wait for later. On the other hand, Hummus has been introduced. He's kinda weird to write, and I'm still trying to figure things out, but hopefully he was in character. For anybody who asks, it was a Fortify Restoration potion that Lefier drank for that last shield. Answers to questions. On FFN. Christam, no worries about that first review. I was kinda confused, but I figured I'd explain in this chapter. Your reviews are always a blast to read. Visual bliss, you would be correct. I hope you kept reading and saw what happened. Did you like it? The Big Brother WTPD, Torhen's travel armor is a combination of the Black Dawn Guard chest piece, no pauldrons, with the bandolier, gauntlets, and boots from the thieves. Guild Master set with gloves on his hands and a duster thrown over the top. Toiladary, good idea. Might happen, we'll see. Chapter 18. Chapter Summary. 2 meetings and an event in the dungeon. Chapter Notes. AON, honestly, getting what is now 3 chapters in a week out is reminding me of when I started this story and I love it. It's kinda shocking that it's only been 2 months since I started this and I cannot thank you all enough for your response to it. Truth be told, I almost turned this chapter into 2 considering its length. The standard I'm trying to keep is to never publish a chapter under 4K words, and I've been consistent with that. Most chapters, except the first 3, are 4.5 to 6K words and it feels like a good length. This one is 9K. I hope it's not too long, but I honestly felt it worked better as one long chapter instead of two shorter ones. Getting to some stuff I wanted to talk to you about. One thing I want to do with this story is portray the gods in a more parental fashion than they are in canon, at least for the good ones. Loki is more like the fun or crazy aunt. Hestia and Hephaestus are going to be very mom-like with most of their members. Take is more of a father figure. That kind of thing. With that in mind, I won't be including Mikoto's crush on Take, both to keep with him being more parental and because he did raise her in canon from a very young age. It's really creepy for her to be in love with the guy who's basically her dad. Also, I've been having a weird problem. The view count and traffic graphs haven't updated at all this month. I'm seeing your reviews and changes to the follow account, but the view number hasn't gone up and the graph is empty. Have any of you experienced that problem? How do I fix it? Last thing, I'm still hoping for character suggestions to join Mayak as Familia. Minor damage characters or OCs you might want to recommend. Even references to other franchises are okay if it's just names. I don't want to include any Elder Scrolls characters, though. Torhen is the only one I want around on a permanent basis. Daedra or summoned spirits may show up on occasion, but nobody living or undead. Thank you so much for the comments and reviews. It really helps me and it's great to see. If you have any questions you want to ask or anything else, please feel free to say something in the comments. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 18. Take Mikazuchi. Take took a moment to calm himself before opening the door and stepping into his Familia's home. The building was originally meant for temporary residents, but with how much money they were sending back east, they couldn't afford to move anywhere else. Sitting around a table were the 6 members of his Familia. The group was a mixed bag of talent, with 3 of them excelling in the dungeon and 3 who were struggling. He could only hope that they liked the idea Hestia had presented and that the 3 who were doing well would choose to stay. My lord, Uka, the captain of the Familia asked, looking concerned. He was the one who'd been with Take longest. Possessing a powerful build, jet black hair, and a serious face, he was the oldest and arguably the strongest of Take's children. Is everything all right? Take sighed. He and Tsukuimi had raised these children as if they were their own. But now he bore the burden of telling them the news. To tell them that their home had been attacked, that many of their friends were dead, that the goddess most of them had seen as a mother had been killed and the Familia needed to split up. No, Uka. He sat down, heavily. I'm afraid everything is not all right. What has happened? Mikoto asked. She was easily Uka's equal in power, but where Uka thrived on pure strength, Mikoto made use of speed and precision. Her black hair, usually done up in a ponytail, was hanging down to frame her face as she watched him. With worried eyes, Take braced himself to deliver the news. I received a letter from Susanoo yesterday afternoon. He began. It would seem that a few weeks ago, the Great Black Dragon resumed its old pattern and attacked the Far East. Hundreds have been killed. Entire villages have been destroyed. The 6 children before him all gasped, some covering their mouths with their hands, others already trying to hold back tears. I'm afraid the news gets worse, Take continued. Our village was one of the ones hit. Take could hear Uka's fists clench in fury while Mikoto just stared, her eyes desperate. While the village and the shrine are mostly intact, a fair number of the villagers were killed. Not only that, but, I'm afraid, Tsukuimi was among the casualties. The world was silent for a moment as the group tried to process what they had been told. A heartbeat later, a cry of despair rose up from the children before him. Uka was grinding his teeth as he tried to hold back his tears. Chigusa, the last of Take's top 3, leaned into Uka's shoulder, weeping softly, her hands digging into his sleeves. Mikoto's own tears were streaming down her face as she pulled the wailing Asuka into her arms. Of the 6, Asuka had been closest to Tsukuimi. Having been raised in the orphanage from infancy, Tsukuimi had been the only mother the poor girl had ever known. Although Take would see her again in Tenkai, to these poor children, she might as well be dead. Take moved from his seat, trying to wrap as many of his children in his arms as he could. He wasn't sure how long they sat there holding and consoling each other in their grief. Minutes or hours, it didn't matter. Take would stay with them for as long as they needed him. When, after what seemed like hours, and the last of their tears had dried, the group separated and moved back to their seats. There would be time to grieve more later. For now, they head to talk. When are we leaving? Uka asked, resolute. I have been recalled. Take started, touched that Uka was ready to drop everything and leave with him. If I do not return, Lady Amaterasu will order the shrine to be abandoned. The problem, as I'm sure you all remember, is that we have no way to make money at home. The sole reason we came to Orario was to earn funding for the shrine. If we all leave, there will be no way for us to keep the shrine afloat, especially not with all the orphans made in the attack who have begun to seek refuge there. What are we to do then? Chigusa asked. If you have been recalled, then we must leave and risk the shrine going under. If we stay, the shrine will be abandoned. Neither can be allowed to happen. Chigusa was the smallest and quietest of Take's top three. Unlike Uka and Mikoto, who thrived in a close combat role, Chigusa specialized in ranged combat and support skills. Because she spent most of her time watching from a distance, she often served as a strategist for their team. What if only a few of us stay here? Uka spoke up. We could continue to send money back home. That won't work, Mikoto spoke up. The guild has rules forbidding adventurers from entering the dungeon if their god hasn't resided in the city for more than 6 months. Nor would you be able to update your statuses if I am not in the city, Take said. I have been pondering what to do since the moment I received the letter. I did not want to say anything until I had a workable solution. And, Uka asked, did you come up with something? Take nodded. A solution presented itself, but not until I sought advice from a dear friend. She suggested that some of you stay here, in the city, and join another familiar while the rest would accompany me home. Those who stay would be able to continue sending money back, while those who return with me can help rebuild and run the shrine. The members of Take's Familia grimaced, their brows furrowed as they considered the proposal. He could tell that none of them were thrilled with the idea. Their loyalty to him was too strong to consider serving anyone else, but it was that same loyalty that would compel them to do so. It was the only way to keep their home from being destroyed. Who would we join? Mikoto asked, reluctantly. I can't imagine many gods accepting us sending money away. Not to mention the fact that we will always be more loyal to you, my lord, than any other god. Take smiled. I said the same thing, but Hestia, my friend, had a solution to that issue as well. You see, Hestia is the Olympian goddess of hearth and home and has been a dear friend for millennia. She arrived in Orario a little under 8 months ago and has been slowly building up an exploration-type familia. She only has 4 members at the moment, one of whom is retired and serves as an instructor, but they have been doing remarkably well. Hestia is willing to accept any of you who wish to stay into her familia. Take paused for a moment, allowing that to sink in. Her members contribute 10% of their earnings to the familia, but the rest is theirs to use as they wish. She is willing to cut that in half at least, maybe even waive it entirely, for any of you who wish to join her. Instead, that money could be sent back home to the shrine. The only thing she would ask of you is that you do not bankrupt yourselves and that you be loyal to her familia while you are in the city. If an issue of divided loyalty arises, which is unlikely given my long-standing friendship with Hestia and impending absence from the city, Hestia would only ask that you not allow the issue to endanger any of her other members. Why would she make an offer like this? Uka asked. It almost seems too good to be true. It almost is, Take nodded. And if it were any other god, I would be wary of an ulterior motive. But not with Hestia. Why not, my lord? Chigusa asked, quietly. Not only is Hestia an old and dear friend, Take replied, but she is also a goddess of home and family. It goes against her very nature to deny a person the right to help their family, and that is exactly what you would be doing if you accept her offer. That shrine is our home. Its residents our family. She would never deny you the right or opportunity to help them, however you can. It isn't in her nature. The room was silent for several minutes as they considered their options. Is this the course you wish us to pursue, my lord? Asuka asked, unsure. Take sat for a moment, pondering the best way to respond. It is, he said at last, but I do not want that to cloud your judgment. Hestia was adamant that both her current members, and any of you who wish to join, accept this arrangement of their own free will. It would be a solution to our problems, Chigusa said, after a moment of silent thought. If you vouch for her, my lord, I would not object to serving her, so long as it would allow me to aid you. The only question is, Uka added, who would stay, and who would go? I'm not staying, Asuka said. I need to go home. I need to see what is left. 2. Rebuild. Take couldn't blame the girl, considering how much Tsukuimi had meant to her. I will remain here, Uka grumbled. I would not be much help running the shrine, but I have become adept at killing monsters. It is the best way for me to be of service. I'll stay as well, Chigusa added. Take smiled at the girl. He knew that she was torn. But, in the end, she would never willingly leave Uka's side. You should stay too, Mikoto. Asuka said. What? Mikoto looked at the girl, surprise. No, I should return home to help. Mikoto, Asuka smiled sadly and took Mikoto's hand. Out of all those here, I know best just how much the shrine means to you, but it's obvious that being an adventurer is your calling. It's what you were meant to be. Help us by doing what you do best. Be an adventurer. Besides, Chigusa added, if you stay, you will be able to continue your investigation. During the chaos of the Monsterphilia attacks, a Ligafang from the middle floors had chased Mikoto and Uka into the vicinity of the red light district. Mikoto was adamant that during the chaos she had seen one of their friends, Haruheim, being shoved into a building by a group of Amazons. Haruheim was a Renard, a fox person who was the daughter of a noble that lived nearby to Take's shrine. As children, Mikoto and the others would often sneak her out to play, but the poor girl had disappeared around a year before they had come to Orario. Nobody knew what happened to her, but now Mikoto was certain that she was in the city and had been trying to find out more. The others weren't so sure. Renard were rare, but it seemed unlikely that Haruheim would have wound up in the red light district so far from home. Mikoto sat silent for a moment, the inner conflict dancing across her face. Finally, she closed her eyes and nodded, squeezing Asuka's hand. Very well, she said. I will remain here in the city. The other two members, who had been silently comforting each other through most of the exchange, both decided to accompany Asuka and take back to the Far East. The Familia would be split down the middle, with 3 returning home and 3 staying in the city to earn as much money as they could. Hestia has asked to meet you all before anything permanent is done. Take said. I will take you to speak with her tomorrow. Her Familia will be diving into the dungeon for most of the day, but that will allow us to speak with Hestia and the mentor of the Familia before meeting their active team. If any of you change your minds, neither I nor Hestia will hold it against you. Soon enough, the Takamikazuchi Familia would be separated, but, for that night at least, they would eat, drink, laugh, and grieve together as they reminisced about their home and their family's fallen matriarch. Belle, they look like you, Lily said, staring at the pack of monsters crouched in their path. Hey, little Belle bunnies. Welf chuckled. They are called Almirage. Belle shouted, indignantly gesturing at the pack of small white rabbits with red eyes. So, what if they had the same coloring as him? I am not a rabbit, Belle thought to himself. His alias might be Rabbit Foot, but Belle was not a bunny. Before he could continue to berate his friends for comparing him to the little monsters, the pack of Almirage screeched and pulled out makeshift axes. Belle's team quickly fell into formation. Welf strode to the front, taking what Mr. Torhen called the tank role. Lily stayed to the rear, calling out patterns and picking off strays with her crossbow. Belle was in the middle, dashing around Welf to strike at an enemy, before using his superior agility to get back behind his defensive stance. Using this formation, the group was able to best the pack of 11 rabbit monsters, and was soon taking a break, keeping a careful watch-out for approaching enemies. We're doing a lot better than I was expecting, Welf said, happily. No kidding, Lily added. The middle floors are much harder than anything we've encountered before. It's hard to believe we're already on the 14th floor. I honestly thought we would have to turn back, like Mizana said. Belle smiled. After the team's resounding successes on the 11th, th and 12th floors, Mizana had given them permission to access the 13th and 14th with the provision that they turn back if they felt even slightly overwhelmed. The encounters were much more frequent than they had been expecting, but they had prepared in advance for them and had done extensive research on the monsters they would find there. We mostly just had to deal with hellhounds and dungeon worms on 13, and it wasn't too bad. Although the hellhound's fire breath could have been a problem if we didn't have resist potions and salamander wool. Welf commented. Ms. Aina had insisted that the team acquire the fire-resistant salamander wool and use it in conjunction with the fire-resistance potions they'd bought from Naza. She had been very serious about not wanting to see any burns on a single one of them when they'd returned to the surface. We can't afford to let our guard down, even if things have been going well. Lily said, the middle floors can be deceptive. Each floor will get progressively more difficult to navigate as we go further in. Just because we did all right on 13 doesn't mean that 14 will go nearly as well. True enough, Lily, Welf said. He'd started calling Lily by that nickname a few days ago, and Belle was almost certain that he was only doing it because he found her reaction hilarious. Sure enough, Lily was grumbling and kicking him, demanding that he never call her that again, while Welf just sat there and laughed. Belle looked around the cave-like corridors of the 14th floor. The danger sense that Mr. Torhen was helping him develop was starting to send him signals. We should get moving, he said. I don't want to linger in one place for too long. The group gathered themselves and moved along the passage, skirting around a nearby shaft. Shafts were a peculiar phenomenon Bell had come across in his Aina mandated research. They were essentially massive holes in the dungeon floor that led down to deeper levels. They were known to bypass up to 3 dungeon floors at a time on the middle levels. Incredible time savers if a group was in a hurry and had a landing strategy, but extremely dangerous to inexperienced parties like Bell's own. We should probably wrap things up soon, Lily commented after a while. We're not ready for an extended tour of the middle floors. This is just supposed to be a light excursion. We should have thought of that before we came down to 14, Welf replied. You're right, though. We need to head back up soon anyway. Hestia is meeting with those people from the Takemikazuchi Familia today, and she asked us to be there by late afternoon. What do you guys think of her offer? Bell asked. Personally, he thought that she was doing a wonderful thing for them. He really was grateful that he'd met such a kind goddess. Bell couldn't imagine being as happy serving any other god. I can totally understand her reasoning, Welf said, so I don't really have a problem with them joining us. It's not like we don't have the room. Besides, it will be safer for us if we explore in a larger group. That it gave Welf more potential clients went without saying. I don't have any objections to them joining, Lily added, but I do think they should contribute at least a little to the Familia coffers. I don't mind it being less than we do, in light of the situation, but they should at least contribute something. I'm glad nobody objects, at least. Bell said. It will be weird having so many people around, but I'm excited to see the Familia growing so quickly. During the first month it had really just been Bell and Mr. Torhen, but now, less than a month after that, their Familia had doubled in size. Now they would be adding even more members, barely a week after Welf had joined them. Nobody was sure just how many new members there would be, but even one would be a welcome addition in Bell's opinion. They continued on for several more yards before emerging into a large, cavernous area. To one side, gathered around the opening of a shaft, was a pack of hellhounds who roared and charged when they caught sight of Bell's team. Getting into formation, the group engaged the hellhounds, determined to end the fight quickly. None of them were comfortable fighting anywhere near a shaft, considering the danger. The encounter started well, with Lily picking off 2 with well-placed shots to the eye. Bell took down another with a quick slash, and Welf handled 2 more with a single blow, thanks to his sword's longer reach. Unfortunately, they were so focused on their fight that they failed to notice the team of adventurers bearing down on them. To the Hestia Familia's collective surprise, their battle was interrupted by a brown-haired Paolum, covered in blood, barreling through the area and screaming his head off. He and the team of 3 adventurers behind him were all dressed in a black uniform with orange trim and a logo that Bell didn't have time to recognize over the left breast. They all sported a variety of injuries or torn gear. The Paolum slammed into Lily, sending her sprawling, and continued to run for the passage behind them. Wait. One of the adventurers behind him shouted, slowing briefly. Leave them. The Paolum shouted over his shoulder. Let those rookies handle it and run. The other adventurer hesitated before barreling down the passage after his comrades. A cacophonous amalgamation of screeches and howls tore through the dungeon. Out of the passage the Paolum and his team had emerged from came a veritable horde of hellhounds. Almiraj and Crystal Mantis. They paraded us. Lily shouted in terror, scrambling to her feet. The team tried to get into formation, desperate to weather the oncoming storm of monsters. Bell unleashed a series of firebolts into the crowd as Welf slashed at the hellhounds nearest. To them. We should run. He shouted. We can't. Bell replied, ducking under a crystal mantis and skewering it with Ushiwa Kamaru. They've blocked the exit. They had indeed. As the horde of monsters barreled into the room, they had spread out and were now surrounding Bell and his team. Ugh! Lily's voice cried out. One of the Almiraj had caught her from behind, its axe, burying itself deeply into her right shoulder. Get off! Lily screamed, desperately trying to dislodge the monster, which was still holding onto the axe. She lost her balance, her foot skating off one of the magic stones that littered the ground. Lily teetered, trying to regain her footing, but the Almiraj yanked its axe out of her shoulder and jumped away. Lily screamed, fell, and tumbled over the edge and into the shaft. Lily! Bell cried out. Not even thinking, he bolted towards the opening and dived headfirst into the shaft. This is bullshit. Bell could hear Welf cursing as he too jumped into the shaft. Hestia. Hestia smiled as she stood in the entrance hall to Hearthfire Hall. What had once been her entire living space was now just the entrance to the gorgeous manor she called home. She was waiting patiently for Take and his familia to arrive so that they could meet and hash out any details or issues that might arise from Take leaving some of his members in her care. Bell, Lily, and Welf were in the dungeon and would be coming back later in the afternoon to meet their potential new members properly. Hestia wanted to meet them in private first, along with Torhen, so that they could get to know their new members without the chaos of trying to introduce the rest of the Familia. She wanted them to get to know her as well, since she would be their patron for the foreseeable future. Speaking of Torhen, he stood on the other side of the entrance hall, patiently, waiting for their guests to arrive. The two had spent the morning going over ideas and drafting a very important invitation that Hestia would be sending to Loki once word came that her familia had returned to the surface. She was pulled from her thoughts when the knock she was waiting for echoed through the hall. Smiling widely, she made her way to the door and opened it wide. Standing outside was Take, one of her dearest friends. Behind him stood a group of 6 young humans, whose ages seemed to range from 14 to 17. Hello, she said. Please, come in. She stepped aside as Take and his familia filed into the entryway. Welcome to Hearthfire Hall, she gestured to the space around them. Thank you for this, Hestia. Take smiled. You truly are a great help. You're my friend, Take. There was no question that I would help you. Turning to face the young humans, she said, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Hestia. I am the Olympian goddess of hearth and home. This is Torhen, she gestured to him. He is the mentor of my familia and is in charge of training for all its member. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Torhen said. I only wish it hadn't taken such grievous circumstances to make it happen. Take's children all quickly introduced themselves. Hestia was certain that they weren't in the best of spirits, but, considering what had happened, she couldn't hold it against them. She led them through the hall, explaining briefly about the renovations and the work that had been completed until they arrived at the office area. 4 offices sat in a semicircle around a central lounge which would be used primarily as a space for meetings and quiet conversations. Eventually, Hestia would need to conduct such things in her private office at the back of the room, but there were some conversations that were best had without a desk separating the participants. Hestia sat in one of the chairs as their guests made themselves comfortable. Once all was settled, she began. First, I would like to extend my sympathies for what has happened, she said. I know that nothing I can do will help you heal, but I would like to do my best to aid you going forward. Thank you, Hestia. Take said. We spent much of last night going over your offer and have come to an agreement. What have you decided? No matter what happened, whether they accepted or not, Hestia would do her best to help them. Even if it was just giving them some money to help them on their way home, she would do what she could to help her friend and his children. We have decided to accept your offer, Goddess Hestia. Mikoto, one of Take's children, said. It is extremely generous and we are very grateful for the opportunity to continue supporting out home. While there was some debate about accepting your offer, it was easy to determine who would stay and who would return to the east with me. Take said, "It has been agreed that Uka," he pointed to the largest of the children, Chigusa, a petite girl sitting very close to Uka, and Mikoto, the girl with the ponytail who had spoken a moment ago, "will be joining you. The rest will be returning east with me." "I understand," Hestia said. "I promise you all that you will be treated well while in my familia. I spoke with my members last night, and none had objections to any number of you joining our ranks." She smiled. I would like you to meet them before we perform the conversion. They should be heading out of the dungeon soon, so they'll probably be back in an hour or two. Do any of you have questions you would like to ask while we are waiting?" "I do," Uka said. "Lord Takumi Kazuchi said that you ask for a tribute from your members, a contribution to the familia's coffers out of their earnings. How much would you expect us to pay?" In debate with my current members, it was agreed that everyone would give 10% of their earnings to the familia to pay for food, toiletries, and the like. Eventually, the fund will be big enough to use to pay for expeditions. However, in light of your situation, I am happy to, at least, cut that in half. I would ask for 5% of your earnings at most. It has been difficult to convince our treasurer to agree to waiving the contribution entirely, Torhen added. She believes, not incorrectly, that members should contribute to the growth of the familia. In comparison to what we have been sending home, 5% is not much of a requirement, Mikoto said, almost speaking more to Uka than to anyone else. Our main concern is making sure the shrine stays afloat, but I cannot argue with the opinion that we should contribute while we are members. It is a more than reasonable request, Chigusa said. My primary concern is for my members to thrive, Hestia said. I am glad to hear that you wish to contribute, but I must stress that I cannot allow you to bankrupt yourselves trying to help the shrine. If you need help or extra money to send, both Torhen and I are happy to contribute when needed. Torhen nodded at her words. She turned to Take. Also, I mentioned this yesterday, but if any of the orphans wish to come to Orario, you need only give them a letter of introduction and I will welcome them under the same conditions as these three. She gestured to the three who would be joining her. Do you have any other questions? Yes, Mikoto spoke up. You said you are a mentor, Master Torhen. Does that mean you will be training us as well? Torhen nodded. I am responsible for supervising the training of every member of the Familia. Nobody goes into the dungeon until I deem them ready. I have no doubt that you are skilled, but I will be testing you to see how good you are. Then I can make a training plan that will aid in your growth. Hestia smiled as she watched the interaction. Despite the horrible events that had led to this, she was glad to be able to help Take and his kids. Like a thunderbolt, a sense of horror washed over her. The same sense she had felt when Belle had faced that Minotaur. Hestia. Torhen's voice cut through the icy dread. What's wrong? Something's happened, she said, her voice shaking. It's just like when Belle faced off with that Minotaur, but far worse. Something has gone horribly wrong. She tried to slow her breathing, desperate to remain calm through the rising panic. I'll get my gear, Torhen said, standing swiftly. They are not in imminent danger, Hestia said, trying to examine what her connection to the Falna was telling her. Something has gone very wrong and they need help, but they should hold out long enough for you to reach them. Right, Torhen said, turning to the door. Wait, Mikoto said, making him pause. I would like to accompany you. What? He asked, baffled. It has been agreed that we will join the Hestia Familia, Mikoto continued. That means that the members currently in need will be our comrades. One of them will be our captain. If they are to be our comrades, and they are in trouble, then I would help them in their time of need. Us too, Uka said, he and Chigusa standing together. I could not live with myself if I left comrades in danger, even ones I have never met. Despite the cold feeling still gripping her heart, Hestia smiled at their words. Glancing at Take, she could see him watching his children with an expression of fierce pride. Torhen stared at them for a moment, looking into their eyes before nodding. Get your gear and meet me at the entrance to the dungeon in 45 minutes. He said, we are running all the way. You will keep up, or you will return to the surface. The three nodded and rushed for the doors. Torhen was well practiced at panic packing, and so, despite his speed, he was methodical as he prepared his gear and threw together adventurer packs for the three kids, who would accompany him, although he knew it would be faster to go alone. If the team was badly wounded, he could not carry all three members out of the dungeon by himself. He could handle the weight, of course, but trying to carry three people and fight was beyond awkward. If the team was badly wounded or unconscious and the new kids could help carry them out, it would be worth bringing them. Hestia stepped into the room as he continued his preparations. They were headed for the middle floors, she said as she walked in, talking fast. They were supposed to go no further than the 14th. I'll head straight there then, Torhen said. If something was going to go badly, that's the most likely area. Can you tell me anything more about what went wrong? What do you feel? I can't tell exactly what has happened, Hestia said, but I have a feeling they may have fallen into one of the shafts. That's one of the most common dangers on the middle floors, so it's likely that they may have wound up below the 14th. Torhen nodded and was about to speak when something unfamiliar tickled his senses. With lightning speed, he drew his sword, swinging it to point at the man who was trying to hide just beyond the door. "Ah, don't kill me," he yelled. The man was blond and wearing a cowboy hat with a red scarf. His gloved hands were raised in surrender. Behind him stood a blue-haired girl, wearing glasses and a white cloak, who was staring wide-eyed at the blade. "Hermes," Hestia shouted. So, this was the god of thieves who had been asking about them. No wonder Torhen almost missed him. If he was anything like nocturnal, this god was very sneaky. "What are you doing here?" Hestia demanded. "I'm sorry. I was on my way over to say hi when I saw three kids running out of your house. It looked like something was wrong, so I thought I'd check in. Did I hear right? Your kids have fallen into a shaft." "Yes," Hestia said while Torhen continued to pack. "Torhen and three of Take's kids are heading into the dungeon to find them. I'd like to help," Hermes said immediately, a smile on his face. "Take Asfi with you. She knows the middle floors better than anybody." "What?" the girl demanded. "We do not need extra hands, slowing us down," Torhen said. "Oh, come on. You need somebody who knows that area to help in the search. Asfi has spent years exploring those floors." "I didn't agree to this," the now-named Asfi said, but Torhen paused. He hadn't been that deep. He didn't know the area. "Consider it an order," Hermes said, smiling at Asfi. "Damn it," Torhen cursed under his breath. Why hadn't he gone exploring alone? It was a stupid move. Correcting that mistake was a priority once the team had been rescued. "Fine, a guide would be helpful. Meet me at the entrance in 30 minutes. If you're not there, I'm leaving you behind." "Perfect. We'll go round up some more help and meet you there," the god said, pulling his blue-haired companion behind him as he ran off. "Wait, more. We don't need," and he's gone. Torhen sighed. Whatever he thought. If they couldn't keep up, he'd leave them behind. Saving his students was his top priority right now, not dealing with an annoying god. Finishing the preparations as quickly as they could, Torhen and Hestia made their way to the dungeon entrance. Already standing there were Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa, but there was no sign of Hermes. "You're here," Torhen called to them. "Good. We're heading in. Ignore every monster that does not directly block your path and keep up." "Right." The group moved, falling in behind him. "Take these," he said, passing out the packs he'd prepared. "They have emergency gear and potions. We shouldn't need them until we find the others, but keep them on you, just in case. Be careful," Hestia said as she moved to the side, "and bring them back safe." "We will," Torhen said. "I promise." He moved towards the stairs to the dungeon, the kids following behind him. "Wait up," came Hermes' voice as he ran towards them. Running behind him was Asfi, his blue-haired companion, and, to Torhen's surprise, Ryu, the blonde, elven waitress from the Hostess of Fertility. She was dressed in a green and white ensemble with a wooden weapon of some kind at her hip. Torhen didn't have time to ponder it, though. "You're late," he called to them. "Keep up." With that, he began his descent into the dungeon, the rest of the rescue party hot on his heels. Daphne Loros. When Juan and his party had come stumbling into the Apollo Familia mansion, bloody and panting, Daphne sighed in exasperation. She was a level 2 executive of the Apollo Familia, with dark red hair and yellow eyes. She, like many others, had been forcibly conscripted into the Familia by Apollo, and because of that, she wasn't all that fond of him. Oh, Apollo took care of them. He wasn't a cruel god to his members by any stretch. But that just made Daphne hate him more. One of the worst things about him, though, was that Apollo was just plain creepy. With his lecherous gaze and obsessive personality, she was never very comfortable being alone in a room with him. Daphne shook off her thoughts of the god and walked towards the group of panting adventurers. Following behind her was Cassandra, another level 2 member of the Familia. She had long bluish-black hair and was extremely timid. Not only that, but she claimed to have prophetic dreams. Not that anybody believed her, of course. The poor girl was basically Daphne's shadow, but she didn't mind that much. Cassandra was her best friend, even if her shy attitude was occasionally annoying. Luan, on the other hand, was not someone Daphne liked at all. He was weak, cowardly, and was far too convinced of his own self-superiority. Even though he was just level 1 and had never been appointed to the position, the brunette Paolum considered himself to be an executive. He loved bossing around other members and tried to take control of any party he was assigned to, despite having absolutely no leadership abilities. "What the hell happened to you?" Daphne asked as she approached. "We got ambushed by a huge horde on the 14th floor. One of the group, Lane said, from his position on the floor. "It's a good thing that team of rookies was nearby." One said, "We might have been caught otherwise." "What?" Daphne demanded. She couldn't believe her ears. "We got away by parading another team," Lane said, staring at the floor in shame. "We would have died if they hadn't been there." One shouted, "We did nothing wrong." Daphne shut him up by slapping the Moran across the face. Parading was one of the cruelest things a team could do. Leading a pack of monsters to an unsuspecting party and then abandoning them was pretty much a death sentence. Not only that, but if by some miracle the victims survived, it could come back to haunt them all. Familiars with a reputation for parading were never treated well. Shops would either refuse to sell to members or jack up their prices. Daphne may despise Apollo, but she didn't want the Familiar's reputation to be tarnished because of the cowardice of a little shit like Luan. "What did you hit me for?" Luan shouted. "Parading, Luan." Daphne roared. "That's probably the stupidest thing you've ever done. If word gets out, you'll leave a black mark across our entire reputation. This is one of the most powerful Familiars in Orario." Luan retorted. "Nobody would dare accuse us of anything." "That doesn't mean jack shit, Luan." Daphne roared. "We top 10 at best. If even a rumor gets out and the stronger Familiars get word of it, there's nothing we can do. Our reputation will be shot." "That is enough, Daphne," a voice said from behind her. Coming down the stairs was a tall human with brown hair and an expression that looked like he had excrement permanently smeared under his nose. Hyacinthos Cleo, the level 3 captain of the Apollo Familia and the only person Daphne hated more than Apollo himself. He was self-righteous, jealous, power-hungry, and obsessed with Apollo. One is right. We are the glorious Apollo Familia. None would dare to say a word against us. Daphne stepped back, holding in a growl. Hyacinthos was delusional if he thought that, and one's now smug face was pissing her off. "This is an ill omen," Cassandra whispered from behind her. "Doom is coming for us. Now." For once, Cassandra Daphne whispered back, "I agree with you. Nothing good is going to come from this. They've screwed us, and all we can do is try to keep the fallout to a minimum." Bell moaned in pain as he tried to struggle to his feet. He was laying on his back in a cavernous area. A strange light seemed to fill the air, giving the stone a pale white-blue look. Above him stretched the shaft he had jumped into, trying to catch Lily. He'd managed to reach her and tried to break their fall, but they had still landed hard. He sat up, pulling one of his feet under him, pain flaring up his leg. Shifting, he tried to put weight on it, but with a cry of pain, the ankle buckled and he collapsed back to the floor. "It's definitely broken," he thought to himself. With effort, he was able to get his pack off and flip open the lid. Using the display, he pulled out a potion of vigorous healing and quickly chugged it. A soothing relief spread through his body, healing his scratches and bruises. He could feel the bones in his ankle knit themselves back together. Once he was healed, he stood and looked around for his friends. Laying just to his left was Lily, who was still unconscious. Her shoulder was bleeding badly, but she didn't appear to have any broken bones. A short distance away, Welf was leaned up against a wall groaning and clutching his knee. Below the knee, his right leg was twisted at a bad angle. "I could use some help here," he said. "Just a second," Bell replied. "I want to get Lily's bleeding under control." He kneeled next to the unconscious girl and pulled out another potion. Remembering his first aid training with Torhen, he slowly poured the liquid down Lily's throat. Although she was still covered in blood, Bell could see the skin of her shoulder slowly sealing itself. The lump on the back of her head, which she must have gotten during the fall, was shrinking rapidly. Once he was satisfied that she was all right, he moved towards Welf. "I need you to push it back into position," his friend said. Mr. Torhen had explained to them that while healing potions were miraculous, they occasionally needed help, especially with broken bones or limbs. If a bone was severely out of place or a limb was bent the wrong way, it was actually better to push it back than to leave it bare. By putting the twisted limb as close to its original position as possible, you reduce the amount of work the potion needed to do. "This is going to hurt, Welf," Bell said, seizing the ankle. "I know," he grunted. "Just do it. Quickly." With a heave, Bell pushed the leg back into a natural position. Welf let out a groan of extreme pain as the sound crackling bones filled the air. Bell pulled another vial out and handed it to him. The redhead drank it down, and Bell watched with fascination as his mangled knee shifted under the skin, the breaks healing and the bones moving back to their correct positions. "That was unpleasant," Welf said as he leaned his head back, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. "How far do you think we fell?" Bell looked around them and then back up at the shaft. "If I had to guess, we're probably on the 17th floor, he replied. "I think I saw a few openings in the tunnel as we were falling. If they led to the other floors, then that would mean we fell 3 levels. "If you're right, we are in serious trouble," Welf said, standing. "We are nowhere near ready to handle the 17th floor. We're likely to get ourselves killed trying to make our way back up." "Not if we head further in," Lily's quiet voice added. She had woken up, and from her position on the floor the girl shifted, trying to sit up. 17 isn't very big, so if we can make it to the safe zone on 18, we can meet up with some higher-level adventurers. That'll give us a much better chance at getting out alive." "What about the floor boss?" Welf asked. "All the records say that the only way to reach the 18th floor is through Goliath's boss room. We can't handle him." "Goliath has a really long respawn time," Lily said. "He usually only spawns once a week, and it's been a week since the Loki Familia went through. If we're lucky, he won't have respawned yet." "Have you lost your mind, Lily?" Welf said, incredulously. "It's our safest option," she responded. Lily stood and adjusted her pack. "Master Bell." She looked at him. "You're our captain. The final decision is yours." Bell stared at his friends for a moment. He honestly didn't think that they would survive trying to make their way out. On the other hand, the risk of encountering Goliath was ridiculously high. Still, he knew what he had to do. Bell needed to keep his friends alive, and that meant taking the safest option. "We'll head for the 18th floor," he said. Welf grimaced but nodded. "If that's what you think is best, I'll follow your lead. You haven't led us wrong yet," he said. Bell smiled at his friend. "I have a monster repellent we can use." Lily knelt on the ground and opened her bag. "It smells like a sore, but it should hopefully keep the monsters from attacking us." "Ugh," Welf groaned as she pulled out a small cloth bag on a string. Whatever was in it was staining the bottom of the cloth a sickly green. "Sore is right. That thing will really keep the monsters off us." "That's what it's for," Lily grimaced and pulled a scarf out of her bag. Wrapping it around her face, she said, "Try covering your noses. It won't do much, but it will block the worst of the smell." "Wait, if that repels monsters, couldn't we use it to get back to the surface?" Bell asked. He hadn't known she had something like that. Unfortunately, Lily shook her head at him. "I only have one and they don't last very long," she said, her expression sorrowful. "We've been so careful and I wasn't expecting to need them, so I never replenished my stocks." "Torhen is not gonna like that oversight," Welf commented. Lily glared at him, but she didn't say anything. He was right, of course. Torhen did not approve of entering the dungeon. Unprepared, the group moved through the floors, searching. The middle floors were laid out like a cave. Labyrinth with long, winding passages and huge open caverns. They moved through the tunnels as swiftly and silently as they could, searching desperately. Occasionally, despite the use of the stink bag, they would encounter a lone monster. Some, like the hellhounds, were easy to handle. Others, like the 2 minotaurs, were harder to defeat. Still, considering Bel's experience with the bull monsters and the boost in strength he gained from leveling up, he was able to take them out and avoid serious injury. They walked for what seemed like hours, desperately hoping that the repellent wouldn't run out. Until at last, they entered a massive room with a vaulted ceiling. To one side was a gorgeous, glowing crystal wall. Far on the other side was a tunnel that appeared to be heading down. That's the Wall of Grief, Lily said. This is Goliath's boss room. We've made it. Welf grinned. Not yet, Bel cut him off. Not until we actually set foot on 18. The others nodded, and together they made their way across the room. Sadly, it was at this point that what luck they had ran out. A cracking, rumbling noise filled the air, followed by a bellowing roar. The Wall of Grief shattered, and out of it emerged Goliath. The floor boss was a massive, humanoid figure whose head nearly scraped the ceiling of the cavernous room, and he was staring right at them. Run! The group sprinted across the room, dodging boulders and shards of crystal as they rained down upon them. With another roar, Goliath swung a massive hand at the group that they just narrowly avoided. They were nearing the exit, with escape in sight, when the monster Rex's foot came crashing down behind them. Their bodies were peppered with crystal shards and debris, causing cuts and bruises, with a few shards becoming embedded into their skin. The blow was so strong it created a shockwave that lifted them into the air and sent them careening through the tunnel entrance. The last thing Bel saw before he blacked out was the stairs of the tunnel coming up to meet his face as he slammed into the ground. AIS looked up. She could have sworn that she'd heard Goliath's roar coming from the tunnel entrance. She and the rest of the Loki Familia had arrived on the 18th floor only a few hours ago and had only recently finished setting up camp. After the battle with the spirit on the 59th floor, the expedition team had simply sat in the dust, trying to process all that they had experienced. Once some semblance of sanity had returned, the first thing many of them did was mob Gareth and Riveria. They had all believed the two to be dead, so it was a great relief to them all when the two had risen and rejoined the battle. After regrouping and expressing their joy over their recent victory, Finn had gotten everyone organized. They had collected every magic stone and drop they could find and stuffed everything that would fit into the adventurer packs. When those were full, what was left was shoved into satchels or pockets before they, as Gareth put it, got the hell out of there. Considering how beat up they were and how depleted their potion stores had become, getting back up to the 50th floor was a harrowing experience. They wiped out the Valgang dragons that had respawned on 58 during their ascent, but more had spawned by the time they reached 54. Thankfully, they made it back up to 50 without major incident and filled the rest of the expedition team in on what had happened. Riveria and Gareth were particularly upset about the destruction of their clothes and armor, but Tsubaki had promised to help in making them new gear. Gareth in particular had perked up when Finn suggested that they might be able to get Torhen to enchant the dwarfs' new armor. That had lit a fire in everyone, and there was a great deal of animated discussion about what kind of enchantments they might want on their armor or weapons if they could convince Torhen to do it. AIS herself had been excited by the idea, but it didn't really show thorough her usual calm demeanor. Most would think that getting back out of the dungeon would take just as long as heading in during an expedition, but they would be wrong. During the descent, they had focused on killing every monster they could find, collecting every material and drop in their path. On the way back up, though, their packs were full, their bodies were exhausted, and quite frankly, they just wanted to go home, so the team had made use of the fastest routes up the floors of the dungeon and ignored every monster not in their direct path. It had taken them 4 days to reach the 50th floor. The 5th was the day that the deep dive team had encountered the spirit. The last 2 had been dedicated to their ascent, with them having reached 18 in the late afternoon of day 7. Rather than make a push for the surface, Finn had decided that they would camp out on 18 and get some much-needed rest. They weren't in a rush now, and it wouldn't do for one of the top 2 familiars to exit the dungeon looking exhausted and beat up. No, they would be taking a rest on 18 and enjoying the safe zone. Once camp had been set up, most of the expedition team had either gotten a head start on dinner prep or started exploring Rivera, the town within the dungeon. Set up decades ago by adventurer Rivera Santillini, the town within the dungeon was a common pit stop for adventurer parties heading for the lower floors and needing to rest or restock their supplies. There were items to be found there that either weren't available or were outright banned on the surface, although the prices found within the town were astronomical compared to the ones on the surface. Instead of exploring the town, however, AIS had chosen to wander through the lush woodland that made up most of the 18th floor. It was peaceful and gave her time to think about a great many things. The spirit they had encountered had mentioned Ari's mother, Aria, several times, and she was extremely concerned about what it could mean. Still, AIS was pulled out of her thoughts by the echoing roar of Goliath. She wasn't all that far from the stairs leading up to the 18th floor, but Goliath wouldn't be roaring like that unless there was someone in his boss room. Making her way towards the stairs, AIS stopped short. Lying at the bottom of the steps were 3 people. They were battered and bruised, covered in bleeding cuts. They all had crystal shards sticking out of their backs and arms. AIS stared at the group for a moment. She knew 2 of them. Bell, she cried out. Why was he here? He was nowhere near ready to be this deep. Rushing to his side, she placed 2 fingers on his neck, feeling for a pulse. She sighed in relief when she felt his heart beating beneath her fingers. She moved to Lily and the red-headed figure, checking them for signs of life as well. They were all alive, but certainly looked worse for wear. Turning in the direction of the camp, AIS called out for the others. She knew that Lefia had been somewhere close by, as had Anakitty and Raoul. Finding out what had happened to Belle and Lily would have to wait. For now, she just needed to get the wounded back to camp so that they could treat them. Chapter end notes. AON, pass paraded by Apollo instead of take. You like it? I seem to me like something one would do. That might just be me though. I hate one. Either way, it works for my later plans. I'd love to hear your opinions on what I've done here, though. I like the idea of the gods being connected to the fauna and able to sense when their people are in real danger through it, so I wanted to have it here. Hestia and other gods, especially ones who genuinely care, can tell when their members are in real trouble. How do you feel about having all 3 of Take's best join Hestia? Do you like it? I really want the Familia to grow, and they felt like a perfect addition. The next chapter will showcase Belle and the others exploring the 18th floor and talking with the Loki Familia. Also, Torhen and his team tearing through the dungeon will be in the next one. Oh, for the semi-near future. What do you think of Aisha? I'm not sure I want her in the Hestia Familia, but what do you think? To me, she just doesn't fit with their dynamic. If you have any questions or comments, please ask them. I really like seeing your opinions or ideas and responding to them. Answers to questions. On FFN. Toladiri, I didn't kill them. Riveria and Gareth are alive. Finn just thought they were dead. They both got up and helped in the fight shortly after. I won't be killing off major characters like that. Kristam, I mostly meant that Tsukuimi and Take were more like business partners, running the shrine together, but I don't have a problem with them being romantic if it sounds better. Take will be leaving soon anyway. I'm not saying he won't show up again, but it'd probably be far in the future. As for Mikoto, I will be removing her crush. I'm trying to have the gods seem more like parents than potential lovers in most cases. In canon, Take raised Mikoto and the others, so her having a crush on him always felt kind of creepy to me. Archangel Zirian Chaos God, as interesting as that might be, I'm not intending to have any more Skyrim characters be introduced. Torhen being allowed to move worlds was a special thing, and it would be ruined by bringing anybody else over. Go team, not quite yet, but there will be level ups coming eventually. Some sooner, some later, but they are coming. On AO3. Hulk 9970, I think I'll be having Bell stick with knives, but I might give him a sword or something similar. For ranged attacks, I'll be sticking with Skyrim spells. Chapter 19. Chapter Summary. Bell wakes up and a rescue party. Chapter Notes. AON, have you all been seeing the issues the FFN site is having? It's been pretty worrying. I hope it all gets fixed soon, 'cause right now it's very busted. Just for my own peace of mind, please leave me a review so I know you all can actually see this update. For anybody who is having trouble viewing this on FFN, I am cross-posting this on AO3, under the same name. On to happier topics. Another chapter this week. Truth be told, I've had the week off, and been really inspired. I'm getting into some really fun stuff to write, so it's been exciting. This chapter has my first Mikoto POV, so please let me know if she or anybody else seems out of character. I've introduced a lot of characters very quickly, so it's been a worry. I'm still looking for minor characters, OCs or franchise references for new Mayak members. Please let me know if you have a suggestion. I've gotten a few pretty good ones so far. Thank you all for the comments and reviews. Please don't hesitate to leave more. I really appreciate reading them, and I try to answer every question you ask. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 19. Mikoto. Mikoto could hardly believe their pace. It had barely been half an hour since they entered the dungeon and the rescue team were already on the 7th floor. When Master Torhen had told them that they would be running all the way, he had meant it literally. Once they'd hit the bottom of the stairs to the 1st floor, he had taken off at a sprint that Mikoto and her compatriots were hard-pressed to keep up with. They had managed to keep time with him so far, but their stamina was beginning to fail trying to maintain the relentless pace. Unlike them, Master Torhen didn't even appear to be breaking a sweat or even breathing hard. She tried desperately to keep up with him as they began the descent to the 8th floor, but her strength was waning. Could we slow down a little? A voice said. Master Torhen came to a stop and turned to look at the source of the voice. To Mikoto's astonishment, being carried on the back of the blue-haired woman who had joined them last minute was a blonde man in a cowboy hat. You're the one who decided to come without my consent, Hermes. Master Torhen said. Why are you here, anyway? You know gods are forbidden from entering the dungeon. He's a god. Mikoto thought, startled. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I just couldn't help my curiosity. The god said with a cheeky grin. Still, I wasn't expecting you to move at such speeds. My poor Asfi here has had to carry me since the 2nd floor to keep up. He gestured to the put-upon woman who was still carrying him. By the way, since we're stopped, perhaps some introductions are in order. Master Torhen sighed. Mikoto, Uka, Chigusa, he said, pointing to each of them. Meet Asfi, Ryu, and Hermes. He gestured to the blue net, the elf, and the god. Speaking of the god, Master Torhen fixed him with a penetrating stare. I do not know the real reason you are here, Hermes, he said, seriously. But I will not tolerate you endangering either this party or the people we are rescuing. Nor will I or anyone else in this group bear any responsibility for what trouble comes of your presence. If you are caught down here and something goes wrong, you alone will bear the burden of penalty. Am I understood? Not to worry, Torhen. Lord Hermes said with a smile. I promise I won't get in your way. Besides, I'm suppressing my aura, so the dungeon shouldn't have a clue that I'm here. Master Torhen grumbled at the answer, but it looked to Mikoto like he was just in too much of a hurry to argue. Forgive me, Mikoto spoke up. She had to say something before they took off again. But could we slow down a little? She repeated Lord Hermes' question. I'm afraid I cannot keep up this pace for much longer. My stamina is failing me. Master Torhen shook his head. No, we must continue on. Her heart sank. There was no way for her to keep up this pace for another 7 floors. But he started again. I understand the stamina issue. He walked up to Uka and opened the backpack he'd given her friend, which was very similar to the ones she and Chigusa were now wearing. To Mikoto's astonishment, and that of her companions, he somehow pulled an entire crate out of the bag. Opening the crate, revealed around 24 bottles, each containing a green liquid. These are restore stamina potions, Master Torhen said. Mikoto looked at him quizzically. She'd never heard of green potions before. Each of you take a few. If you start to slow, just drink one. It should bring your energy back to full. Curious, Mikoto picked up one of the bottles and drank the liquid. It didn't really have a taste to speak of, but the effects were instant. The ache in her muscles subsided, her breathing eased, and her head felt clearer. She felt as full of energy as she had when she got out of bed that morning. "These are wonderful," she said, letting out a small gasp. Seeing the effects on Mikoto, her compatriots also picked up bottles, drinking them quickly. Their reactions mirrored her own, with obvious relief showing on their faces. Each member of the party took a few of the bottles, storing them in pockets or satchels so that they could retrieve them on the run. Master Torhen spoke up again. "If we need to stop and get more, just shout out. Each of your packs has a crate just like that one, and I have quite a few in mine." After receiving an affirmative nod from each member of the group, Master Torhen set off, again at the same breakneck pace. If nothing else, Mikoto thought as she sprinted behind him, training under him will do wonders for my stamina. Bell groaned softly as his consciousness slowly returned. He could hear a light breeze and what sounded like rustling leaves. Trying to take stock of his body, he was relieved to discover that he wasn't in any pain. He appeared to be lying down, with his head resting on something soft. A pillow, maybe. A familiar scent tickled his nostrils, though he couldn't quite make out what it was. Opening his eyes slowly, he intended to take a look around to figure out where he was, but stopped short. Directly above him, with golden hair hanging down to frame her beautiful face, was Ms. Ais. Bell wasn't laying on a pillow at all. His head was in her lap. Bell turned a bright red as his brain short-circuited. What was happening? "It's good to see you awake, Bell," Ms. Ais said, brushing his hair lightly with her hand. "You were hurt pretty badly when we found you. How are you feeling?" Bell had turned an even brighter red, and with a cry, he sat up as fast as he could. Why had he been laying on her lap? He quickly tried to turn around and face her, twisting to rest on his knees but slipped. Losing his balance, Bell pitched forward, his face accidentally becoming buried in Ms. Ari's cleavage. Steam was practically coming out of his ears at this point as he pulled away, muttering "I'm sorry," over and over. Ms. Ais just sat there and stared at him nonplussed. Bell's brain finally came back to working order when he caught a glimpse of what was behind Ms. Ais. They were in a large tent with what appeared to be camping supplies scattered around it. 3 soft bedrolls were laid on the earthen floor. Bell was sat on one, but occupying the 2 that lay behind Ms. Ais were Welf, Lily. Bell let out, moving to their sides. "They're all right," Ms. Ais said, "just sleeping. We found you at the bottom of the stairs to the 18th floor and brought you to our camp. Riveria used some of our potions to heal you." "We?" Bell asked. He had about 1,000 questions right now. "What are you doing here, Ms. Ais?" She smiled at him, causing Bell's heart to skip a beat. "My Familia is on our way, back from our expedition. We'd only just finished setting up camp here on 18 when I found you." 18, Bell said, still processing. "We're on the 18th floor. We made it." Ms. Ais nodded and stood. "Come on," she said. "Now that you're awake, I should take you to Finn. You can explain what happened there and we can answer any questions you have." Bell could only nod and follow along behind her. Exiting the tent, Bell found himself inside a large, wooded clearing. Dozens of tents similar to the one he had just exited were scattered around. Weaving their way between these tents were groups of adventurers, most of them unarmed and wearing casual clothes. Bell could only assume that they were members of the Loki Familia. High above him, giving off an early evening glow, was the crystal ceiling of floor 18. He'd read about it during his studies. The crystals produced a bright white-yellow light, not too dissimilar to true daylight, and would brighten or dim corresponding to the time of day. These features created a day-and-night cycle within the dungeon and, combined with the lack of monsters and peaceful woodlands, were part of the reason the 18th floor was called the Under Resort or the Labyrinth Paradise. Bell followed along behind Ms. Ais as she led him through the camp towards a large command tent. It had to be at least twice the size of the others and looked to be in the center of the encampment. Pushing back the flap, Ms. Ais led Bell into the tent. "Oh, good. You're awake," a male voice said as Bell stepped through the flap. The floor of the tent was covered in carpets, and sitting on a crate that had been turned into a makeshift chair was Captain Finn of the Loki Familia. Standing next to him were Ms. Riveria and Mr. Gareth, both of whom were wearing much more casual clothes than Bell had ever seen them in. "We were all pretty worried when AIS carried you into camp," Captain Finn said. "How are you feeling?" I feel fine, Sir Bell said as he moved to the center of the tent and knelt on the floor, in front of Captain Finn. Thank you for helping my party. Our pleasure, Captain Finn said. Though I am curious how you ended up on the 18th floor. Last time we saw you was during your battle with that Minotaur. Torhen said you were sticking to the first 10 floors. Yes, sir, Bell nodded. The thing is, I leveled up after that fight. That, combined with a new member joining my Familia, meant my advisor gave us permission to enter the middle floors. You leveled up? Captain Finn asked. That quickly? Bell nodded. Very impressive, he said with the others in the room nodding and adding their own. Congratulations. Your new member, that would be the red-headed boy. Ms. Riviera added. Bell nodded again. Yes, that's wealth. And you decided to come all the way down here on your first trip to the middle floors. Mr. Gareth laughed. That's pretty ballsy, kid. Reckless, but impressive. Actually, Bell said, hesitantly, we didn't mean to come here at all. We weren't supposed to go past floor 14. Then how did you end up here? Ms. Riviera asked. We were on the 14th floor and doing pretty well. The monster encounters were more frequent than we are used to, but we weren't having too much trouble. Bell started, explaining their encounter. We were about to wrap up a fight with a group of hellhounds, when another team came running through the area. By the time we were able to react, the horde of monsters that had been chasing them had surrounded us and the other team was gone. You were past-paraded? Ms. Riviera demanded, alarm written across her face. Mr. Gareth and Ms. AIS were both sporting expressions of anger while Mr. Finn looked concerned. Yes, Bell said, continuing his story. We were completely overwhelmed and trying to find a way out when one of the monsters, an Almirage, pulled Lily into a shaft. Welf and I didn't even have time to think. We just jumped into the shaft after her. Admirable, Mr. Gareth said. Jumping in after a comrade like that. How deep did the shaft go? We wound up on the 17th floor, not all that far from the boss room. Bell said. Thankfully we had healing potions, and Lily had a monster repellent in her bag. The group decided it was safer to try and find our way here to 18 than attempt to climb back up. We're hoping that Goliath's respawn time hadn't cycled and that we could make it through the boss room without issue. Unfortunately, he spawned right on top of us. And that's how you wound up at the bottom of the stairs, Captain Finn concluded. Goliath must have sent you flying. He did, sir. Bell confirmed. I hope you understand, Bell, that past parading, while sadly not uncommon, is heavily looked down upon. Captain Finn explained. Even if the law cannot punish the perpetrators, it leaves a black mark across their reputations for years. Did you recognize any of the people who past paraded you? Did they have any identifying marks? No, Bell said, racking his brain. I didn't recognize any of them, but they were wearing a uniform, black with orange trim and a logo I didn't recognize over the left breast. He gestured to the area on himself. Captain Finn sat for a moment in silence. That sounds like the Apollo. Familiar uniform. Can you describe any of them? The only one I saw clearly was their leader, Bell said. He was a Paolum. Brown hair, and I didn't get to see his eye color. He's the one who told the others to leave us. Bell was alarmed at the rage on Captain Finn's face as he described the leader of the party. Luan, the captain spat. Why am I not surprised? A coward and a disgrace to Paolum. Everywhere. He turned to Bell. I am truly sorry for what my countrymen did to you and your party. No, Bell said, waving his hands. You don't need to apologize. The only people who should apologize are the ones who did it. Captain Finn sighed. Sadly, there isn't much I can do to make that happen. We don't really have a relationship of any kind with Apollo, but we can at least make sure that everybody knows what they did. He stood, moving off his makeshift chair. What I can do, though, is invite you to join us for dinner. You and your party are our guests and are welcome to stay here in the camp. We're planning to head back up to the surface the day after, tomorrow, and you are welcome to join us for the ascent. Thank you, Captain Finn. Bell said. Ms. AIS led him out of the command tent and back towards the one where Bell had first woken. As they walked, he could see members of the Loki Familia beginning dinner preparations in the distance. The sound of hammering reached his ears as they moved past a group of blacksmiths from the Hephaestus Familia who were hammering away at a series of damaged weapons and armor. Pushing open the flap to the tent, Belle's heart leapt with joy to see Welf and Lily both awake and talking. "There you are," Welf said in greeting. "We were just wondering where you'd got to." "You're awake," Belle shouted, happily. "How are you feeling?" "I think we're doing all right, but where are we, Master Belle?" Lily asked. "Oh." She suddenly spotted Ms. Ais behind him. "Ms. Wallenstein, Sword Princess." Welf choked. "This is the Loki Familia camp," Belle explained, moving deeper into the tent and sitting down. "They found us at the bottom of the stairs and brought us here to be patched up." "Oh, Ms. Ais, this is Welf, the newest member of our Familia." He gestured to the redhead, who waved at her in greeting. "Thank you for helping us, Ms. Wallenstein," Lily said, gratefully. "No need, Lily," Ms. Ais replied. "I just wish you hadn't been injured in the first place." "Speaking of," Welf addressed Belle, "have you been able to find out anything about the party that paraded us?" Ms. Ais spoke up before Belle could. "Finn believes, based on the description of their uniforms and the appearance of their leader, that it was a group from the Apollo Familia led by an adventurer named Luan." "Apollo?" Welf grumbled. "They are supposed to be one of the higher Familia, aren't they? What are they doing parading people in the dungeon?" "Actually, Welf," Lily spoke up. "Amongst the Paolum in the city, Luan is well known for being a coward. It doesn't really surprise me that he is the one who was leading that group." "You've met him, Lily?" Belle asked. "No," she shook her head. "But I used to hang around the Paolum's hidden tavern. Lut. He's one of only a few Paolum that are part of higher Familia, so his name came up a lot, and not in a good way." "So, what are we going to do about this?" Welf asked. "I don't think I can let it go. They almost got us killed." "Nor should you," Ms. Ais cut in. "But you must be careful." Finn was furious when Belle explained what happened, "But we can't do much. The laws of the city do not extend to the dungeon, so technically they have not done anything illegal. He has recommended getting the word out about what they've done and allowing the city's residents to judge them. We shouldn't do anything until we've spoken to Mr. Torhen and Goddess Hestia." Belle added, "We need to decide how to respond as a group. That would mean getting back up to the surface." Lily said. Belle nodded. "Captain Finn has invited us to stay here in their camp for now. They are planning to head back up the day after tomorrow and said we can tag along." "That's pretty generous of them." Welf smiled. "Not at all," Ms. Ais said. "Most of us consider the Loki and Hestia families to be friends. It just makes sense that we would help you." "Thank you, Ms. Wallenstein," Lily said with a grin. "Torhen. Las Yarni." Torhen's aura whisper shout caused his vision to darken briefly. When it flared back to life, he could see red auras through the cavernous walls of the dungeon. Unlike the soul auras that Hestia or, reportedly, Freya could see, what the aura whisper shout revealed was life energy. It allowed Torhen to see living beings through walls at quite a distance. He could even see automatons, provided they were powered by a soul gem. Soul gems were just concentrated life energy that was converted to magical power once used. "Was that a spell, Master Torhen?" Ryu asked from his left. To his sight, she was glowing red while she looked at him, questioningly. "Yes," he replied. "It's called Aura Whisper. It allows me to see the life energy around me for nearly 100 meters, even through walls." He continued to scan as he spoke. Having used the shout in the dungeon before, he had discovered that the auras of monsters were different to that of a human or other sentient race. The energy of their aura was far more concentrated around where their magic stone was housed, although he had seen a few monsters whose energy was more spread out than others. During his few dives with Belle, during their initial training, these had actually proved to be the smarter, more difficult monsters to fight. Still, because their auras were more concentrated than that of an adventurer's, it was easy to tell the difference between them, even at a distance or through walls. Glancing back at Ryu, she and the others looked rather impressed. "What do you see?" Esfi asked. She was still carrying her annoying god, Hermes. Torhen did not like the fact that he was there, but there wasn't a whole lot he could do about it at the moment. He had far more important things to deal with first. "There are quite a few monsters in the passages around us," Torhen answered her, "but I do not see any signatures that would indicate an adventurer. We need to keep moving." The Rescue party wasn't all that far from the stairs that led back up to floor 13, so Torhen wasn't surprised that they needed to head further in. Despite the pace he'd set, which, he supposed, was probably a bit too fast for his younger companions, the kids from the Takamikazuchi, Familia had kept up remarkably well. They'd needed to stop and down stamina potions a few times and were looking a little worse for wear, but they'd still kept up. We should keep an eye on the edges of any shafts, Ryu said as they continued on down the corridor, their boots leaving prints behind on the dusty stone floors. If they really did fall into one, there will likely be evidence of it around the rim. Scuff marks, dusty footprints, blood or abandoned gear. Something like that. Torhen nodded, continuing to lead the way. He was about to cast Aura Whisper again when the telltale cracking sound of monsters spawning filled the air, out of the walls and floors. Ahead of them, a pack of hellhounds were forcing their way out of the stone. Torhen growled and strode forward. He did not have time for this. Fear. The first word of the frost breath shout rippled through the corridor and struck the monsters. Before the hellhounds could even consider charging, they had been vaporized by the icy wind. Torhen's companions were staring at him with wide eyes. Are all your spells like that, Master Torhen? Mikoto asked. Torhen liked what he'd seen of her so far. She'd make a wonderful addition to the Familia once this was all over. Torhen shook his head at her in answer. They are not. My most powerful spells are, yes, but I can use magic besides the shouts. Shouts? Wait a minute. You're one of the Dovahkiin, aren't you? Hummies asked, excitedly. Torhen stopped short and glared at the god. How in Taylor's name had he known that? What? Hummies said, I'm a god of thieves. You really think I haven't kept up with Nocturnal and her exploits? She told me about them, years ago. Said one had joined her. Nightingales. Was that you? Torhen glared and did not answer. What's a Dova? Dova, what was it? Chigusa asked, timidly. Dovahkiin. Torhen corrected her. It is both a race and a title, but I will say no more. You 3, he gestured to the Take kids, will learn of it after your conversion. As for the rest of you, do not bother asking. I will not answer. And you, he got in Hermes' face. The god stared at him nervously from over Esfi's shoulder. The poor girl looked very uncomfortable. You should have kept your mouth shut. That information is not yours to reveal. Breathe a word of it again, and you will not enjoy the consequences. Am I understood? Torhen turned away from the now nervously sweating god, who was nodding vigorously, over the poor girl's shoulder and continued down the corridor. They continued to search, easily dispatching monsters as Torhen recast Aura Whisper every 10 minutes or so. Finally, they came to a large, empty room with a shaft in the center. Torhen stopped and observed the area. There were dusty prints of both humanoids and monsters around the tunnel exit. Spread out, he ordered. Search for signs of a struggle and don't disturb the footprints. The group fanned out around the room, Torhen attempting to follow the path of footprints he'd found at the door. One of the sets was smaller than the others. Like Lily's. The weird thing is that they led out of the tunnel they'd just entered, rather than in. He followed them through the mess of prints that seemed to be a battle area. Near the entrance to the tunnel on the other side, he was able to get a better look at them. There were 4 sets, 3 large and 1 smaller. Not Bell's group, unless they'd picked up another adventurer in the dungeon. Judging from what prints he could find, they were running from something. I found something. Esfi's voice called over to him. She was near the edge of the shaft with Hermes, finally having gotten off her back, standing nearby. Turning away from the prince, Torhen moved to her side, quickly being joined by the others. He knelt down to examine her find. There's dried blood here. She pointed the faint dark patches on the dusty stone surface of the floor. Scuff marks near the rim that looked like someone rolled over the edge and footprints leading up to it. 2 sets. I also found this. She handed him a small cloth fragment. Taking the fragment and holding it up, Torhen examined the find. It was a small sliver of white cloth, mostly covered in dried blood. This looks like a fragment of Lily's cloak, Torhen said. They may have fallen down this shaft. This is one of the deeper pits on the middle levels, Ryu cut in. If I remember right, it leads down to the 17th floor. 17. Mikoto asked. If they are at a similar skill level to us, then that's not good. No, Torhen muttered. It's not. What else can we tell from the footprints? I found 4 sets. Heading in from the other side. 3 human-sized, 1 Paolum. Ryu moved closer, careful not to disturb the prints in the dusty floor as she examined them. There appears to have been a struggle going on. There are 2 sets of Paolum prints. One, slightly larger than the other. Torhen followed along the path she was tracing. Look here, he said, pointing. The 2 sets converge. The larger of the 2 collided with the other, then took off. It's hard to tell. What happened next? There are too many monster prints jumbling everything up, and the dust has been smeared. With the cloth and everything else, I think it's safe to assume that Mr. Cranel and his party were here and went down that shaft. Ryu concluded, pointing to the opening. Then that is what we will do as well, Torhen said, moving to the opening. He just had to hope that their bodies weren't at the bottom of the pit. Removing his pack, he pulled out a series of ropes and hooks. For those of you who cannot jump and survive, use these to rappel down. We can meet at the bottom. My boots are a magic item. They allow me limited flight, so I can carry Lord Hermes down, Esfi said. I will rappel down with the younger members. Ryu said, moving to help Mikoto with the ropes. Very well, Torhen nodded. I'll see you all at the bottom. Be careful, but don't dawdle. He helped Ryu embed the hooks into the dungeon floor and quickly showed Take's kids what to do. Let's go, he said to Esfi. She nodded and leaned down, touching her boots, the odd wings. Attach began to glow and extend. Floating into the air, she picked up Hermes and began to glide down into the shaft. Torhen too stepped up to the edge and shouted. Fame Ziigron the become ethereal. Shout enveloped him, temporarily turning him into a ghostly specter. He couldn't pass through walls or floors, but he couldn't actually interact with any people in that form either. Ignoring the stares of his comrades, Torhen jumped into the pit. He quickly passed the slowly descending Esfi and, after only a few seconds of falling, slammed into the floor below. Still ethereal, he looked around the landing site. There was blood on the floor and, lying in the shadows, a glass potion vial. As the effect of the shout faded, Torhen knelt to pick up the vial. It was definitely one of Naza's healing potions, and there were only 2 Familia in all of Orario that currently had access to them. Torhen highly doubted the Loki Familia would have left a vial here on their way down, which meant this belonged to Belle's party. Searching further, he found 2 more bottles and more blood nearby. What did you find? Esfi asked as she came to a landing, depositing Hermes on the ground. As well, above them he could see the figures of the other 4, rappelling down the shaft. More blood and potion vials. He said, handing one to her. This is just like the stamina potions you gave us earlier, Esfi muttered, examining it. They were made by the same person, Torhen said, and only 2 Familia currently have access to them, mine and Loki's. Then this belonged to your missing members. She concluded. Soon enough, the other members of the rescue party had joined them and been filled in on their discoveries. Do you think they are trying to find a way back up? Uka asked. We may have missed them by jumping down here. No, Ryu said. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't even dare. It's far too dangerous. What do you think they did, then? Chigusa spoke up. They may have headed for the 18th floor. Esfi said with Ryu nodding. We're not far from the stairs down. That's what I would have done, she confirmed. Why there? Mikoto asked, confused. The 18th floor is a safe zone, Torhen said. They might have been hoping to meet up with a stronger party and return to the surface. That's only if they were able to make it past Goliath. Ryu mentioned. Given when this may have happened, Goliath might not have spawned yet. Esfi interjected. Even if he hadn't then, he certainly will have by now. The elf retorted. Then we will just have to deal with him. Torhen cut them off. Even if they are safe on the 18th floor, I'm not stopping until we've found them. Goliath is dangerous even for a full party of level 3s. Esfi said. I don't think we are strong enough to handle him with this group. Ryu and the others were also sporting nervous looks. Torhen just stared at the blue-haired girl for a moment. Watch me, he said and turned to move down the corridor. It wasn't long before they reached the entrance to the boss room. Ignoring the hesitance of his companions, Torhen strode in without fear. Standing in the room, surrounded by boulders and crystal shards, was a massive black-haired humanoid figure. It turned to face him and let Out a bellowing roar. Glaring at the monster, Torhen let out a roar of his own. YOL to a shul. The blast of dragon flame billowed from Torhen's mouth and engulfed the giant monster. Agonized screams followed the sound of roaring flames. When at last the inferno subsided, all that was left was a single massive crystal sitting on the ground. Ignoring the dumbfounded stares of his companions, Torhen pulled his bag off his back and sucked the crystal into the storage. You killed Goliath in one blow. Asfi was staring at him, her glasses askew. The other members of the rescue team weren't much better. Yes, Torhen said, simply. I did. He could understand their bewilderment and he likely wouldn't have handled it that way if this were any other situation, but he needed to get through fast. He was sure that the kids were okay, but he still needed to lay eyes on them. Being honest with himself, he was surprised at the intensity of his worry. It had been a long time since he'd felt this parental. Shaking his head, he gestured to his dazed companions. Come on, he shouted. Let's get a move on. They followed him silently across the room. It didn't take long for the group to descend the stairs and emerge into the woods of the 18th floor. Torhen was pleasantly surprised at how peaceful the scenery was. The descriptions and paintings in the guild archive didn't capture the beauty of that crystal ceiling at all. The dim evening light cast shadows on the ground as they moved through the area. It wasn't long until, to Torhen's astonishment, he spotted a familiar face. Lefia. He called out to the elf girl. She turned, startled. Mr. Torhen. Her shocked voice shouted back. What are you doing here? Looking for Bell. He replied honestly. The girl's eyes went wide. I've seen him, she said. Ms. Ais found him and two others wounded at the bottom of the stairs. They're in our camp right now. Torhen gave the girl a smile as his nerves finally calmed. If Bell and the others were with the Loki Familia, then they should be just fine. After quickly introducing the other members of the search party, they followed along behind Lefia as she led them to the camp. How did the expedition go? He asked the girl. It went really well, thanks to you and those new potions. She replied. With the spell you taught me, I was able to do so much better during our encounters. Everyone else has been doing nothing but praising the new potions, though Ms. Tsubaki and the captain are more thrilled by the adventure packs you gave us than anything else. They helped that much. He grinned at her as Lefia began to nod emphatically. We had a really bad encounter on the 59th floor. Ms. Reveria and Mr. Gareth would have died if not for those potions. Actually, we all might have died during that fight if we didn't have them. Torhen raised an eyebrow at that. They'd almost died. As for the bags, she continued, Captain Finn says we'll be making a huge profit off this expedition thanks to them. He's been giddy about it since the last count. Torhen smiled again. It looked like his gifts had been put to good use and Naza was likely to get those glowing reviews she was hoping for. Walking into the camp, he kept his head on a swivel, keeping an eye out as they moved through the tents until he spotted Bell. The kid was standing by a tent talking with Ais. Lily was sitting on a crate. Nearby while Welf was leaned up against a rock, looking over his sword. A series of Mr. Torhens followed as the three stood and ran towards him. He took in the sight of them as they came over. They looked to be in perfect health, though their clothes had seen better days. Lily was missing her trademark cloak and Bell's bodysuit was torn to shreds. What are you doing here, Mr. Torhen? Bell asked, excitedly. Looking for you, he replied. Hestia sensed something was off and asked me to come find you. What happened, kid? She was convinced you were all gonna die. Why don't we move inside the tent and introduce everyone? Hummies cut in. Probably best not to do this in the open. For once, Torhen agreed with the god. Moving through the flap of the tent, the group sat on the floor as Torhen began to introduce people. The most important being Take's kids. This is Uka, Mikoto, and Chigusa, he said, pointing to each of them. They are the ones who will be joining us after Take Mikazuchi heads back to the Far East. When they heard that something had happened, they insisted on coming to help. Wow, really? Bell asked with a smile. Thank you. The two groups happily exchanged handshakes and smiles, trying to get to know their new comrades. Now, Torhen said once everything was calmed back down and all had been introduced. Why don't you tell me what happened? We'd just gotten into an encounter with some hellhounds, Lily said, and were about to wrap things up when another team of adventurers came running through the room. Followed by a horde of monsters, Welf added, angrily. Which they then proceeded to pass parade onto us. One of the monsters knocked Lily into a shaft. Belle picked up the story. So, Welf. And I jumped in after her. When we realized we were on the 17th floor, we knew we couldn't head back up, so we came here. Unfortunately, Goliath spawned right on top of us. Lily said. Yeah, we got pretty banged up trying to evade him. Welf continued. Thankfully, the Sword Princess found us and brought us here. He gestured at AIS, who now spoke. They were in rough shape when I found them, but Reveria pulled some healing potions out of their packs and fixed them up. It was only an hour at most before they were all awake and moving. Throughout the entire exchange, Torhen's temper had been steadily rising as he desperately tried to hold it in check. Who? He growled in a low tone, ignoring the nervous looks the others gave each other at his tone. Who paraded you? Who would dare? Based on what we saw of them, Belle said, nervously, Captain Finn thinks it was members of the Apollo Familia. AIS cut in before Torhen could get any more pissed off. You should speak with Finn, she said. He'll be able to tell you more about the Apollo Familia and what you might be able to do to punish them. Torhen stared at her for a moment before letting out an angry sigh and nodding and thinking. No good would come from getting angry at an enemy who was not present. Considering the potential political nightmare, this was not a case of quick revenge. This would harken back to his assassin days. He needed intel. He needed reckon and risk. Projections. He would likely need to restrain himself from committing murder, but he would cross that bridge when he got to it. For now, he would speak to Finn. Then, he would just enjoy his students being alive and catching up with new friends. Well, he said, his voice much calmer now. I should probably let Finn know I'm in camp anyway. The two of us can discuss it later. Where is he? Torhen stood and stared at AIS, expectantly. He's probably still in the command tent, she said with a slight smile. AIS led Torhen and his companions through the camp to the largest, central tent. Pushing open the flap, Torhen grinned at the sight of Finn, Reveria, Gareth, and Tsubaki going through a pile of monster drops. Torhen. Gareth, the first to spot him, shouted happily. The others perked up at his shout, smiling as he walked into the tent. What are you doing here? Hestia was worried and asked me to come looking for these three, he responded, with a grin, gesturing at Belle and his team who were entering the tent behind him. Thanks for patching them up. Our pleasure. Finn said. Please tell me you'll be joining us for dinner. We have quite a lot to tell you about the expedition. I'd be glad to. Torhen smiled again. I should probably introduce my companions, though. He pointed to each as he went down the line. This is Uka, Chigusa, and Mikoto. Their home was recently attacked, so Lady Amaterasu has recalled their god, Lord Taika Mikazuchi. Hestia has offered for them to join her, so that they can keep earning money to send home to support their shrine. I'm sorry to hear about your troubles, but it is a pleasure to meet you, Finn greeted. You're in good hands. Hestia is a very kind goddess, and you won't find a better trainer in the whole city than Torhen here. Torhen fought back a small smirk, a smile at the compliment. This is Ryu, he continued on down the line. Asfi, he pointed to the brunette, and finally, against my wishes and better judgment, Hermes. Finn's eyes went wide, understandably. Gods were never to enter the dungeon, and now that Torhen had found Belle, he was eager to get Hermes out as quickly as possible. He would need to try and convince Asfi to get him out of there in the morning. Still, Finn and the others admirably shook off their alarm at his presence and greeted the rest of the rescue team. You are all welcome to join us here in camp for the night, Finn said. We have extra tents that can be set up for you, so don't worry about that. For now, join us for dinner. We have quite a lot to talk about, Torhen. That we do, Torhen grinned. As they walked out of the tent, the group was accosted by a very excitable Amazon. Torhen, Mr. Argonaut. Tiona yelled happily as she bounced up and wrapped her arms around Belle's neck, causing the boy to go comically red. Glancing at AIS, Torhen was both shocked and amused to see a look of confused annoyance on her face. Looks like Belle might have a shot after all, he thought. Why are you calling me that, Ms. Tiona? Belle asked, still trying to extricate himself from her grip. To Belle's obvious relief, The girl let go as she said, "Because you'll fight with that." Minotaur reminded me of one of my favorite stories from when I was a little girl. You looked so heroic. Torhen honestly didn't think Bell could get any redder. He would probably just explode. "Come on," Finn said as he walked out of the tent. "We can all talk and catch up." Around the campfire, Torhen nodded and followed the diminutive captain, his familiar and the members of the rescue party following along behind him, chatting animatedly. Chapter end notes. AON, a bit of a glimpse into Mikoto, and we got to see Torhen's worried, parental side. What do you think? As for the Apollo Familia, Torhen won't be coming out of the dungeon spitting literal fire for vengeance. He's gonna want to plan this out. But who knows? Apollo might do something reckless and ruin his plans. He might not. His Apollo his kind of an unpredictable asshole. If I can fit everything I have outlined in, there is going to be a lot of character interactions in the next chapter. Ryu is going to get some attention in the next chapter, or the one after. We're also going to get some more detailed background info on another character. I hope you like what I've done so far and what's coming. Speaking of what's coming, there will be a fight on the 18th floor, but it will be different. It seems to me that in canon the dungeon reacted both to the presence of the gods and to the level of the adventurers there. Why did it spawn a Goliath that was one level stronger than the normal one, making it possible to defeat? Why not bring out a copy of Udius or Bela? With that in mind, things are going to go a little differently. It might take a chapter or two to get there, but I hope you enjoy it. Info for the curious. Current character levels. Bell, 2, Torhen, 10, Lily, 1, Welf, 1, Mikoto, 2, Uka, 2, Chigusa, 1, Ryu, 4, Asfi, 4, Finn, 6, Reveria, 6, Gareth, 6, AIS, 6, Tiona, 5, Tyon, 5, Lefia, 3, Beat, 5, Tsubaki, 5. For anybody who wants to know, I'm making Uka level 2 because I want him to be stronger. I know that he's level 1 right now in canon, but I wanted to change that. Translations: Lasyani, Life Seek Hunt. Aura Whisper. Fear, Frost. First word, Frost. Breath. Fame Z Gron, Fade Spirit Bind. Become Ethereal. Yol to Ashul, Fire. Inferno Sunday Fire Breath. Answers to questions. On FFN. Qua this, I honestly hadn't considered having Aisha join Loki until I read your comment. But now that I have, I kinda like it. Still not sure if I'll go that route, but thank you for the idea. Celeste, I think Apollo is probably in the top 10 for Exploration Familia because of the size. If nothing else, but you're right that he's nowhere near that if you include everybody. As for Gen Sect, he'll probably hold on longer than you think considering he's the only producer of prosthetics in the city and just how many people owe him money for healing debts. He's still not going to be having a good time though once word gets out about the Mayak Familia. It's Blue 718. Thanks for the suggestion. I honestly didn't have a clue who that was, so I had to look him up. He could be a fun addition though, judging by what the wiki says. Red Burndragon, you're right. I think the connection does weaken, the more members a Familia has. That's why Loki wasn't sure she felt anything when Reveria and Gareth almost died, but Hestia could tell the second something bad happened. On AO3. Blackhorse 8986. Thank you for the suggestions. To answer your questions, I do not consider it an expedition. The guild rules say that expeditions are only for below floor 18. Further, they are not participating in a guild-issued rescue mission, so I don't think it counts. Chapter 20. Chapter Summary. A few important conversations. Chapter Notes. AON, here we go. Chapter 20. Kind of hard to believe I made it this far. Likely one more chapter to go before things go boom on the 18th floor. Might start in the next one, but it won't finish. In this one, Ryu's backstory along with one other into this chapter and a lot of other character interactions. Please leave a review to let me know what you think of it all. The update pace might slow down again soon, after the next chapter or two, because life. I do have to go to work and do adulting things. Once it does, I promise that I will do my best to get a chapter out a week. I really appreciate any and all reviews I get. They help my thought process immensely and make me want to keep writing. Please leave a review or a comment if you have something you'd like to ask or say. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 20. Torhen. Well, everyone, Finn shouted, standing on a box near the fire. Torhen sat just to his right, followed by a sea of people stretching around a series of campfires in the center of the Loki Familia camp. Tonight, we are joined by a number of guests and friends from the Hestia, Hermes, and Takemikazuchi familiars. Please make them feel welcome as we celebrate our successful return from the deeper flaws. Finn sat back down to raucous cheers coming from the adventurers gathered around the fires. All at once the sounds of drinking, laughter, and excited chatter began to fill the air, as what could only be described as a party began. I figured you would wait to celebrate then end of the expedition until you returned to the surface. Torhen commented to Finn as he sipped his drink. Oh, we will, Gareth answered, before Finn could. He was sitting just to the left of the Paolum. We'll have a proper banquet and celebration at Twilight Manor once we return, but there's no harm in starting the celebrations a little early. Rather like our goddess, Finn smiled. We love a good party. Torhen laughed. Can't blame you there. He took a long draught of his mead before speaking again. Tell me about the expedition. Lefia said you almost died. Finn nodded, solemnly. For a moment there, I was convinced that Gareth and Reveria really had died. So was I. Gareth chuckled. I was sure I was a goner, but I guess it just wasn't my time. Still probably would have croaked if it weren't for those potions there. What the hell happened? Torhen asked. While not at his level, the three leaders of the Loki Familia were very skilled, on par with newer members of the companion circle. It was hard to imagine them coming that close to death when teamed up. The 59th floor wasn't at all what we were expecting, Finn explained. It was completely covered in plant life, and at the center we found a huge monster that was actively devouring the other monsters on the floor. We believe it was a spirit or perhaps a demispirit which had absorbed a Titan Orm. Monster, Reveria cut in from Torhen's right, adding her own explanation. It was able to speak, chant, and cast extraordinarily powerful spells. A spirit, Torhen said, bewildered. If he remembered rightly, Hestia had said that spirits were comparable in strength to the Dover of Nirn, perhaps a little weaker overall. No wonder they had such trouble fighting it. A corrupted one, Reveria continued. Perhaps not a full spirit. If it was a true spirit, it is unlikely we would have won, but it definitely wasn't a normal monster. What level would you say it was? Torhen asked, curious. HMRNM Gareth hummed. 7 or 8 at least. We might not have had such a bad go of it. If we had known it was capable of using magic from the start. It was one of those spells that nearly did us in. The fight had barely begun when it began a very long chant. It cast what I believe to be a great incantation. Finn picked up the story again with Reveria nodding along, confirming his guess. What followed next can only be described as an inferno from hell. It overwhelmed Reveria's most powerful shield. Then it easily shattered Lefia's and left Gareth alone, standing at the head of the group using his own body to direct the flames. Around us. Eventually the force of the spell threw him aside and the rest of us flying. Not the most pleasant experience, Gareth said with a grimace. It literally melted. My armor with me inside it. Torhen winced. I've had armor melt on me before. Not a pleasant experience. Indeed. I take it that's when the potions came in handy. Finn perked up. Oh, they were a massive help throughout the expedition. Nazar is going to have a large number of happy customers coming out of the dungeon soon. We made sure everybody knew where we had gotten the new potions, so she's going to be busy. That'll please her, Torhen chuckled. Back to the story, Finn continued. We were all badly burned and forced to use our ultimate healing potions to get us healthy enough to fight at all. That bad? Torhen asked with a grimace. Finn nodded. Even after most of us had gotten up, Reveria and Gareth were the worst off. We were all convinced that they were dead, so we did our best to both avenge them and try to make it home safe. Working up the strength to move and grab that vial is likely the most physically painful thing I have or will ever experience, Reveria said with a faint shudder. The blast overwhelmed my shield and our fire resistance potions, and still had enough strength to leave us on the brink of death. Still, Gareth grinned, we were able to get up and drink our own potions. Got us right back into fighting shape. Minus the melted armor, of course. Once we were both on our feet, we jumped right back into the fight. And none too soon, Finn said. They provided the perfect diversion and allowed AIS to deliver the finishing blow. Well, Torhen said, impressed by the story. That was quite the experience. I'm glad. You made it back though. I would hate to lose any friends, especially so soon. I am sorry. About your destroyed gear though. Gareth shook his head. Not to worry. He grinned. Tsubaki and I have a contract, so I'll have new armor soon enough. Although, he fixed Torhen with a calculating stare. It was mentioned that we should try and see if you'd be willing to enchant my armor once it's finished. What do you say, Torhen? Willing to do a friend a favor? Torhen chuckled at the obvious attempt at manipulation. You know what, Gareth? Why not? I'll enchant your new armor. If you'd like, he nodded to Finn and Reveria. I'll enchant or even make new gear for the both of you as well. How much would it cost us? Finn asked. We stand to make a substantial profit off this expedition, but I don't want to spend it all replacing our gear the second we get home. Torhen shook his head. For you three, no charge this time. But anybody else in your familiar who wants my services will have to pay out of their own pocket. That's very generous of you, Torhen. Reveria said, surprised. He shook his head. Not at all. Besides, you will likely need to provide some of the materials you want me to use. I don't exactly have a good supply chain for high-level materials at the moment, though I was hoping to speak with Tsubaki about that. He glanced over at the half-dwarf who was sitting a few feet away, laughing at something Tiona was saying, not to mention the fact that Hestia will soon be reaching out to Loki about a quiet alliance. If it goes through, I'll swing a discount for all your members. We were actually hoping for an alliance as well, Finn said with a grin. I won't even pretend I'm not excited at the prospect of having enchanted gear. What are our options? Torhen hummed. Tsubaki. He called to the girl. At her glance, he waved the smith over to join them. We were just discussing enchantments. Since you'll be making Gareth's new armor, I figured you'd want to be part of this conversation. Damn right I would. Tsubaki grinned as she sat down. First things first is materials, Torhen said, addressing the group. I need magic stones to produce enchantments. The more powerful the stone, the more powerful the enchantment. The best I have on hand, save for a few special ones left over from before I came to the city, are a few Minotaur stones I bought from a merchant. I have a Goliath stone, but I don't know how boss stones react to the process, so I'm hesitant to use it. Wait, you killed Goliath? Finn cut in, grinning at Torhen's nod. Well, that will make our ascent easier. Go on. Right, so what I need you to do is choose the monster stone you want me to use. He continued. If you can provide two, it will let me experiment first to work out the kinks, before I actually enchant your gear. What about Valgang dragon stones? Gareth asked. They are monsters from the 58th floor. We have quite a few. That will work just fine, Torhen said. You're all free to come and watch me work when I do it. As for the actual enchantments, you have several options. For armor, the enchantments are broken down into groups. There's elemental resistance, skill boost, stat boost, regeneration, and extra effect. Extra effect? Rivera asked, intrigued. Torhen took a swig as he explained. That would be similar to the bags I gave you. They have a lessen carry weight and expand storage enchantment. Those don't fall into the other categories, so they are called extra effects. A few other examples would be silent step or water breathing. Water breathing? Finn said, astonished. You can actually do that. Torhen nodded. Sure, it's really not that difficult. We can go over the specifics later. But in the end, I can only apply two effects to any single piece of armor or any one weapon. If it's a pair of items, like boots or gloves, then they are done together and share the enchantment. The silent step enchantment, for instance, will only work if it's applied to both boots. Speaking of weapons, Gareth said, smiling, would you be willing to enchant my X? Sure, Torhen agreed. But there is something you need to know about weapon enchantments. Unlike armor or jewelry enchantments, weapon enchants will eventually be depleted and need to be recharged. Recharged? Tsubaki asked. How does that work? Torhen pulled out his sword, which had been resting on the ground beside him. As an enchanted weapon is used, the magic slowly depletes itself. The stronger the enchantment, the the longer it takes. Once the magic is gone, the weapon is still viable, but the magic won't work until the energy is restored. He drew the sword, setting the scabbard on the ground. My sword, for instance, has a special enchantment. Every strike with the blade will cause electrical damage and drain part of the opponent's life force, essentially healing my wounds and restoring my stamina by weakening the opponent. In addition to this, it has a 50% chance to cause frost and or fire damage with every strike. Gareth whistled at the description while Tsubaki stared at the sword hungrily. Finn, however, was confused. That's the sword you used to spar with me and AIS though, he said. It didn't do any of that during our fight. That's because I left it uncharged, Torhen said, pulling out a magic stone. The blade still had a mostly full charge from his fight with Otter, but this would be a good demonstration. To charge an enchanted weapon, you simply need to use it to destroy a magic stone. It will absorb the energy and refill a part of the weapon's overall capacity. The stone used to create the enchantment determines the amount of magic energy the weapon will hold, but any stone can be used to recharge. If the stone is from a weaker monster, you will simply need to use more of them to fully restore the enchantment. Taking the magic stone, Torhen ran it up the blade. The edge created a crack, causing the energy to leave the stone and enter the blade. The magic stone shattered as the last of the energy was drained. Here, he handed the sword to Finn. Then, in a reckless move, though one he had done a few times before, he grabbed the blade and used it to cut his own hand. What the hell? Why would you do that? Oh, that feels really weird. A series of exclamations followed the action as Torhen hissed in pain. Turning his hand, he showed them the burned and blistered skin. Shock, fire, and drain, he said. Flexing the fingers on his other hand, he cast the fast healing spell. His hands glowed with a soft golden light as the wounds faded quickly. That has to be one of the stupidest things I have ever seen anyone do, Riveria said sternly. The fierce elf woman was glaring at him. It was the best way to demonstrate, Torhen said in his own defense. You felt the drain enchantment. He addressed Finn. I wish you hadn't done that, but yes. The Paolum replied. I could feel your energy draining into my hands. I must confess, I'm rather glad that this wasn't charged when you sparred with me. I wouldn't have used it if it was, Torhen said, taking the sword back. I'll just use a different weapon for any future spars, at least until this one is drained again. Could you do something like this for me? Gareth asked. Torhen nodded. This particular enchantment is tricky and there are others you may want to have more. If you really want it though, I can do it. We can discuss your options at my forge once we are all back on the surface. How beneficial are your enchantments for a mage? Riveria asked, curiously. As far as weapon enchantments go, not very. Torhen said. There are enchantments that drain magical energy from a target and give it to the wielder, but they wouldn't work on a staff. You'd need a different weapon for that. There are quite a few armor enchantments that are designed for mags though. I can make you new gear and enchant it, or you could bring me your gear after it's finished. Do you have a contract with someone? Riveria shook her head. No, she said. I made my last set myself with special fabrics. If I bring you similar materials, could you make something similar to my previous garments? Just slightly more durable. Torhen nodded, happily. No problem, he said. Bell was having a great time. He was sat directly next to Ms. AIS with Welf and Lily. On his other side, sitting with them were Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa, the three adventurers, who would be joining Bell's Familia soon. The two groups had been getting to know each other, and Bell was feeling even better about the three of them joining than he had before. They all seemed like very nice, dedicated people, and it was wonderful to see the Familia grow. Bell could also admit his excitement to be spending time with Ms. AIS again. She was just so amazing. Mikoto's voice pulled him back to reality. Forgive me, Bell, but aren't you the person who broke the record for fastest level up? She asked. Bell blushed. Yes, he replied. That's me. Ha, Welf let out. Our little rabbit foot is a celebrity. I am not. Bell insisted. He was proud of his achievement, of course, but he still had a long way to go. You deserve the recognition, Bell, Ms. AIS said. You've done something truly impressive. Bell blushed again. If you don't mind me asking, how did you do it? Uka asked. Bell hesitated. To be honest, he stammered, I'm not sure. I've been following Mr. Torhen's training since day one. I know my rate of improvement is faster than normal, but Mr. Torhen says that's just me growing into my potential. He was actually quite thrilled at the fact that his teacher thought he had so much potential. Torhen's training likely has a lot to do with it, Ms. AIS commented. His exceptionally powerful and an experienced teacher. He's even had an effect on me. Since I started working with him, I've been improving far faster than normal. Wait, you're training with Master Torhen, Ms. Wallenstein? Mikoto asked, astonished. Yes, Ms. AIS nodded. Before the expedition, I spent about a week helping Bell and Lily train. After they were finished, Torhen and I would spar. It's done wonders for my improvement. Finn says I've adjusted to being level 6 far faster than anyone he's ever met. I'm hoping he will agree to keep working with me now that the expedition is over. I'm sure he will, Ms. AIS Bell said. Mr. Torhen never said you couldn't come back. He was even hoping to spar more with Captain Finn and Mr. Gareth. True, Ms. AIS gave him a slight smile. I thought he was a mage of some kind, Chigusa said, quietly. He was using a bunch of spells on our way down here. He even used a powerful spell to kill Goliath in one attack. Torhen's kind of a jack of all trades, Welf replied. He's a warrior strong enough to beat the Sword Princess, plus Captain Finn and Gareth and not break a sweat. He's a powerful mage, an alchemist, and an investor. He's a master smith and enchanter as well. In fact, the whole reason I joined the Hestia Familia was to become his apprentice and learn how to enchant. Don't get me wrong, he said, hastily. I'm really loving being a member. It's been a blast. But that is why I joined, originally. He's quite the archer too, Lily added. I've learned a lot about using my crossbow. From him. You'll all be able to learn a lot from him, and Goddess Hestia is just about the best patron you could ever ask for. It is nice to know that we will be learning from such a master once we convert. Uka said. If he's a smith, will he be forging weapons or armor for us? Nah, Welf cut in. His stuff is way too advanced for any of us to use. He says using gear that's too advanced will just stunt your growth and, to be frank, he's got a point. Don't worry though. If you need anything made or want an upgrade, just ask me. He leaned back onto the ground, a smile on his face. I forged pretty much all of Bell and Lily's gear, aside from that black knife and the crossbow. I'm happy to make stuff for the three of you. I'll even enchant it. Torhen says I'm picking it up pretty quickly. While I am not certain about the enchantment just yet, I may take you up on that. Uka grinned. I've been wanting a new axe. Here, Bell Mizari's voice distracted him from the conversation going on between Welf and Uka. Turning, Bell saw her holding out a strange yellow fruit. Taking it, he asked, What's this? It's dungeon fruit. They grow here on the 18th floor. Wait, fruit grows down here. He had no idea. Taking a bite, Bell was suddenly filled with an overwhelming desire to spit it out. It was way too sweet. Ugh, he spat. Too sweet. Ms. AIS asked. They can be a bit much. Yeah, Bell said, roughly. Way too sweet for me. Welf yawned as he moved towards the tent he was sharing with Bell and Lily. The party was starting to break up, but the two of them were still there, getting to know the new members of the Familia. He would have stayed with them, but he was still feeling pretty worn out from the earlier events of the day. Even with healing potions, having your knee destroyed, and then being stabbed by crystal shards tended to wear a person out. He wasn't sure how. Bell was still so full of energy, but Lily was starting to look pretty tired when he excused himself. Sleep would have to wait, however, because when he opened the flap there was someone inside. Someone he knew. Tsubaki, he said, warily. Welf hadn't seen her since she left on the expedition. Before he left the Hephaestus Familia. How's it going, Welf? The half-dwarf asked. She was sitting on a crate near the front of the tent. It's all right, all things considered. He replied, sitting on the floor near her. Did you need something? Honestly, I wanted to know how you've been. She said. Welf was confused. Since when did Tsubaki care? Sure, she wasn't a jerk to him like some members of the Hephaestus Familia, but they hadn't exactly talked enough to become friends. I know you left the Familia to learn under Torhen, and I just wanted to check up on you. Has it been what you were hoping for? Welf brightened at the question. It's been even better than I had expected. It's only been a week and I've learned so much from him. Have you been able to produce an enchantment like his? She asked. Welf nodded. I have. I even got the enchanter skill. Sabaki whistled. I didn't even know there was a skill that went with it. Impressive. How has it all turned out? Are they very strong? No, Welf shook his head. They are nowhere near as strong as a magic sword like. We know them, but having the magic be stable is more than worth the drop in strength. Torhen did say my enchantments are stronger than a novice's should be though, so I guess my Crozo blood is shining through on that. How do you do it? She asked, excitedly. He's going to be enchanting some armor. I'm making for Gareth and said I get to watch. I'm sure Torhen will explain if he invited you to watch, and honestly it's not that hard to get started. It's becoming proficient and actually improving, that's the hard part. Your first enchantment will barely do anything. My first one was a fire enchantment on a dagger. And, while it worked, the charge was gone in just 3 strikes. Not worth it to sell at all. A fire dagger, hey? What else have you made? What's your favorite? Welf paused for a moment. He actually had something with him that he could show off. It wasn't great, but it was special. It's not the best thing I've made so far, but he walked to his bag and opened it. Tabbing through the storage, he pulled out a simple sword. This is pretty special to me. It's the first piece I made entirely alone. I smelted the ores. I killed the monsters whose drops and stones were used. I forged and enchanted this sword alone. Torhen wasn't even in the room. Sabaki reached out and took the sheathed blade. It was a simple arming sword, not flashy or impressive in any way. Something a mid-level 1 adventurer might use if it wasn't enchanted. The half-dwarf drew the sword, grinning as it glowed a faint blue. What does it do? She asked eagerly. In proper terms, it has a shock enchantment. Basically, every strike will be accompanied by tiny lightning bolts jumping off the blade. Ooh, vicious. Sabaki smiled. You're having fun, aren't you? Welf ginned back. I am. I'm having more fun than I think I've had in a long time. Good. Sabaki sheathed the sword and handed it back to him. When you're ready to return, I expect you to be so good I can consider you a rival. You got that? Welf nodded, a determined smile splitting his face. And don't think enchanting will help you, Sabaki added. I'm gonna do everything I can to pick things up. Even if I can't be Torhen's apprentice, I won't let you surpass me in anything. You got that? Challenge accepted, Welf chuckled. Torhen. The crystal ceiling had only just began to brighten, signifying the start of early morning when Torhen stepped out of his tent. The evening before had been filled with laughter, revelry, and traded stories. Something he hadn't experienced in years. The Loki. Familia reminded him greatly of the companions, so the evening had been a wondrous mix of fun and nostalgia. Given how late the party had run, it was no surprise that he was the only one up and about so early. He'd always been an early riser. It wasn't until he had retired that he hadn't actually been required to get up early for one reason or another. Even afterwards, he had kept up the habit simply because it was all he knew. Scratch that. He wasn't the only one. Out between the tents, Torhen had noticed a figure moving between the tents. Curious, he moved closer. As he approached, he realized it was Ryu. The elven waitress was something of an enigma to him. She was a retired adventurer and most definitely had secrets to hide. Some horror or tragedy in her past that she was still trying to live with. Even with all that, she had seemingly dropped everything to help rescue Belle once. Hermes asked, which meant one of 3 things. Hermes had info on her and had blackmailed her. She owed the god for something and he'd cashed it in, or she was fonder of Belle than he had realized. The boy had spoken of her fairly often since they'd met on the day Welf joined the Familia. For the past week, he and the others had stopped by the hostess for lunch every day, on their way back from the dungeon, but Torhen hadn't realized they had become good enough friends for her to come rescue him. Perhaps this was his chance to find out more about the girl. Silently, Torhen crept through the tents, following the girl. It wasn't long before she had left the camp and entered the woods. Child's play for Torhen. Literally. He'd grown up stalking the woods of Forkreath, so not even a dense forest could keep him from tracking a target. He followed her for quite some time. his silent footfalls not even rustling the leaves. As he moved from tree to tree, shadow to shadow, observing her as he went. He caught a glimpse of her face a few times as she moved through the woods. The young elf had a curious expression on her face, both happy and sorrowful. Torhen didn't understand until she had finally reached her destination. In the center of a clearing sat a large mound of earth. Sticking out of it, in a ring around the base, were several rusting weapons of various designs. Swords, staves, axes, even a bow. In the center of a mound was a large pole with a disintegrating cloth attached. A flag. This is a grave, Torhen realized as the girl moved towards the raised earth. He watched as she began to place flowers on the mound at the feet of the weapons driven into the earth. Moving from his position behind a tree, he deliberately allowed his foot to break a twig. At the sound of the snap, Ryu turned, half drawing her weapon. She paused when she caught sight of him. "Forgive me," he said, hands raised. "I saw you leave camp and was curious about where you were going." She turned away from him, silently staring at the grave once again. Torhen moved to stand beside her, folding his hands behind his back as he too observed the grave. He didn't have the faintest clue who it belonged to, but still paid his respects. No matter who they are or what they have done, he thought, remembering Kodlak's voice as they buried a group of the Silver Hand. Everyone deserves a proper burial. A grave is a sacred place. Treat it with respect. "Thank you," he said after several minutes of silence, "for coming down here. I don't know what Hermes did to convince you, but I am grateful that you came to help rescue Belle and the others." Even with his suspicions of her, he truly was grateful that she was willing to help. "I would have come down soon enough," she said. "Mia lets me come down here every month or so to bring them flowers. However, I do not deserve your thanks." She was almost whispering now, "Nor do I deserve Mr. Cranel's friendship." "Why not?" Torhen asked, curious. The blonde elf gestured to the grave mound before them. "This is the grave of the Astria Familia. My Familia. 5 years ago, we were led into a trap on the lower floors by a rival Familia. During the fighting they somehow summoned a truly horrific monster." The poor girl was almost shaking as she spoke. "It tore through us like a scythe through wheat. Nearly half of us had been killed before we could even blink. In a desperate attempt to stop the beast, my captain and 2 others sacrificed their lives to buy me time to cast an incantation. The beast killed Lyra and Kagaya, but our captain, Elise, was able to break its armor and hold it in place. For a moment, I thought the spell had worked, but when the dust cleared, all that was left was my captain's body. The beast had gotten away, and my friends had died for nothing." "Ah," Torhen muttered, sorrowfully. The loss of one's family, their team, was a pain. He knew all too well. "What did you do?" "I knew that the rival Familia, Rudra, was responsible, and all I could feel was hate. I needed revenge, so I begged Lady Astria to leave the city. I did not want her to see me like that. She is a goddess of justice, and all I cared for then was vengeance. Once she was gone, I hunted down every last person who had anything to do with the Rudra Familia or Evlius, the organization they belonged to." "You killed them all?" Ryu nodded. "I hunted them all without mercy, but I think part of me was hoping to fail, to die and rejoin my sisters. One night, after I had finally wiped them out, I collapsed in an alley. I was ready to die, but SYR stumbled upon me. She brought me into the hostess and nursed me back to health. Over time, she helped me live again. She convinced Mia to hire me for my crimes. However, I was blacklisted by the guild. There are very few who know that I was once the Gale, but there is still a bounty on my head." She turned to face him, her face sorrowful. "You see, Master Torhen, I abandoned the ideals my friends championed in pursuit of vengeance. I am a murderer and a criminal. I am not deserving of thanks or praise, and Mr. Cranel is a fool for trusting me." "Bullshit," Torhen said with finality. "What?" Shock was written across the elf's face. "No matter your crimes, no matter your mistakes, your past doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what you choose to do now. In the present, who you were and what you have done will shape you, but what matters most is who you choose to become." He turned to face her and sighed. "You and I have not spoken much, but I know Belle is quite fond of you. He has no doubt mentioned me a few times. Based on what he has told you, How would you describe me? She stared at him, confused. Kind and wise. She said, unsure. From what I have seen, you are a powerful and righteous man who cares deeply for his friends and students. Torhen nodded. A very simplistic, but fairly accurate description of the person I try to be today. Would it surprise you to learn, however, that your crimes cannot even compare to my own? What? She gasped. Torhen sighed. He'd explained his past to the members of his Familia, as a show of trust, but hadn't gone into explicit detail. Perhaps his story would help this girl realize that her crimes did not define her. I did not learn of it or meet my father until I was an adult, but the circumstances of my birth are complicated. Still, you can be assured that my upbringing was not what my father intended for me. As an infant, I was left on the steps of a temple to be raised by the priests inside. However, the first person to find me was not a priest, but a dark elven woman, Gabriella. Instead of leaving me for the clergy to find, Gabriella took me to the home of her Familia, though that is certainly not what they called themselves. Nevertheless, I was raised in the service of a god, just not the one my father intended. The organization to which Gabriella belonged was pledged to the service of Sithis, a god of death and the infinite void. Ryu's eyes went wide. You see, the reason she chose not to leave me for the clergy is because there were none left alive to find me. Gabriella had murdered them all. Ryu gasped, staring at him in horror. I had been taken in by a group calling themselves the Dark Brotherhood. I was raised by a guild of assassins. Ryu could only continue to gape at him, horrified. You can imagine that being raised by assassins, seeing one as your mother, did not lend itself to giving me much of a moral compass as I grew. I killed my first animal before I was 11, my first man by 16. Torhen was pacing now, while Ryu continued to stare in a sort of dark fascination. Despite the fact that I was raised by evil people, it was not a loveless environment. The Brotherhood was so named because we were a family. Gabriella was my mother. Festus the grumpy grandpa. Armjorn the gruff uncle. Nazir and Vizara were my brothers. Babette was all at once the loving older sister and the annoying younger one. Our leader was Astrid, and in truth, I'm not sure what to call her. She could be distant, and she wasn't all that thrilled that Gabriella had brought me there in the beginning. Still, I spent the first 22 years of my life among them, and as our leader, Astrid had my loyalty. Even now, I look back on those days with fondness. Not because I miss being an assassin or because of the countless innocents I killed, but because I loved my family. I miss them. What happened? Ryu asked, hesitantly. Torhen sighed. Everything began to change when I was given my first big contract. A young boy had escaped an orphanage run by a cruel matron and was performing the Black Sacrament, a ritual designed to summon a member of the Brotherhood. Astrid chose me to carry out the mission alone. My first big solo contract. My target, Grelid, was a truly cruel woman, and I will never regret her death. But it's what happened on the way back that was so important. I was passing by a farm when I came across a strange man in a jester costume trying to fix a cart with a coffin inside. He was clearly deranged and screaming about his poor mother and moving her to a proper site. Ryu almost looked amused as his description of Cicero. I convinced the farmer to help him fix his wheel and sent the man on his way while I hurried back to the sanctuary. Astrid immediately sent me off with another contract, so I was only there for a few days. The contract giver was a young woman named Muri who had been duped by a former lover. He turned out to be a notorious bandit who used her affections to get close to her adopted family and rob them blind. Her family was convinced that she had been in on it and banished her, so she wanted him dead. Ryu grimaced, clearly disturbed by Muri's treatment by her family and former lover. I finished the contract easily, but it was Muri herself who truly affected me. Even after I had accomplished my task, I spent several days in the city just getting to know her. She was fascinating, breathtaking. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay with her, even though I wanted to. That was what planted the first doubt. For the first time, I contemplated a life outside the Brotherhood. Ryu smiled at him. Still, I had to return to the sanctuary. When I did, I discovered that the jester I had helped was actually a member of the Brotherhood from a different sanctuary. The mother he was speaking of was the Night Mother. Who is the Night Mother? she asked, fascination overcoming horror as she listened. To his story, she was the vessel of Sithis who could not truly appear in person. It was through her that we received our contracts. When a client performed the Black Sacrament, she would hear their prayer and relay the information to the listener. The problem was, her last listener had been killed years before and her sanctuary destroyed. Her keeper, Cicero, had been searching for a new sanctuary and a new listener for years. Torhen sighed again. Thus began a chain of events that led to the destruction of my family. I was named the new listener and we were immediately hired to kill the emperor, the man who ruled our whole nation. The arrival of Cicero and the Night Mother had made Astrid paranoid. She was convinced that they would take over, that her family would betray her, and with my being chosen, she even became suspicious of me. Eventually, Astrid betrayed us. She informed the captain of the Emperor's Guard of what would happen, trying to get me killed. Ryu gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Unfortunately for us all, her plan backfired. I survived the ambush, but the captain had sent his guards to our sanctuary to wipe us out. By the time the fighting was done, only I, Nazir, and Babette had survived. Astrid, too, but she was badly burned. She named me the leader of the Brotherhood and begged me to kill her, as penance for what she had done. She gave me her knife to do the job. He drew the blade of woe. This very knife here. I was furious that she had betrayed us, that she had murdered our family. Still, I did what she asked and I led what remained of my family to a new home. Torhen sighed and sat on the ground. I helped rebuild, but my heart just wasn't in it. I eventually left the Brotherhood in Nazir's hands and went out into the world. I had never forgotten Muri and resolved to become a better person, one who might be worthy of her. Ryu smiled as she sat beside him. What did you do? I became a thief. Heh. She stared, dumbfounded. Torhen chuckled. It was a long journey to becoming who I am today, to leave a life of crime behind. It was years before I saw Muri again, and when I did, I told her everything. Every murder I had ever committed, every piece of property I had ever stolen. I told her all that I had done, all that I was trying to do, and you know what she did? What? She kissed me, told me she didn't care how evil a man I had been, so long as I became a good one. It was a long and difficult road, and I never truly left a great deal of my past behind me, but, considering she married me, I guess I succeeded. Where is she now? Ryu asked, quietly. Torhen smiled, sadly. Dead. She died over 50 years ago. Of old age. Ryu looked up at him, startled. 50 years. You don't look a day over 60. Torhen laughed at her expression. You remember Hermes asking if I was Dovahkian? She nodded. He was right. I'm not completely human. Depending on the situation, those of my blood can have a much longer lifespan than that of a normal human. Muri, on the other hand, was fully human, as were our adopted daughters. How old are you? She asked, curiously. 132, and I have at least 2 centuries left to go. Likely. More, he replied, amused by her shocked expression. I have told you this, Ryu, because I want you to see that your crimes do not dictate the person you can become. You may feel as though you have abandoned the principles your familia stood for, but that does not mean you cannot atone for it. It does not mean you cannot strive to take up those principles once again. You just need to make sure you don't abandon them a second time. Ryu sat in silent contemplation for a moment, staring at her hands. Even if I tried, I do not think I could face Lady Astrio again. I don't even know where she is. Not to mention the fact that I have been blacklisted. Your blacklisting can always be revoked. You just need to find out how. As for Astria, do you wish to see her again? To earn her forgiveness? Ryu nodded, tears forming in the corner of her eyes. Then that is what you must do. Even if you don't leave the city for now, you need to find out where she is. Once you have, you should go see her. Speak to her. That is the only way for you to heal. To earn the forgiveness you seek, both from her and from yourself. Torhen was unsure how long the two sat there as he offered silent comfort to the crying girl. He hoped she would learn from his story, that she would accept his advice and try to find a way to forgive herself and move on with her life. Within Babel, Uranus mused as the floor rumbled slightly. With all that has happened in recent years and the Loki familia's battle with the Demispirit, the dungeon is at its limit. Is there anything you can do to stop it? The eerie, cloaked figure asked. No. It no longer hears my voice. I can only guess that another god has entered its halls. If they are found, if even the slightest spark of divinity is felt, I will not be able to contain the dungeon's reaction. Chapter end notes. AON, what do you think? You like it? I know I'm taking liberties with the Skyrim timeline, but I wanted to actually fit Torhen into the story as if it was a real world, not a game where everything takes place in less than a year. Let me know if you want me to go more in depth on how I've worked out the timeline of Torhen's life. Any suggestions for enchantments for the Loki Familia? It looks like there will be one more chapter before things go crazy. It might start in the next chapter, we'll see. We'll take a look at Rivera in the next one, and Hermes will try to get Belle caught up in things. As I mentioned in the last chapter, the incident on the 18th floor is gonna be different. How different will not be revealed until I write it, but I hope you like what I have planned. Translations: Dova, Dragons, Dovakian, Dragonborn. Answers to questions. On FFN. Christam, wow. Thank you, both for the super long reviews, which are always a blast to read, and for the super detailed OCs. I'll try to include them, even if it's just in the background. They seem like they'd work for the Hestia Familia once they start recruiting. The Sky Kitsune, good point. Toladiri, I don't think it would affect gods in quite the same way, but it would affect them. I mean, it is supposed to make the target experience mortality, so it would make sense for it to work on gods. We'll see if I get a chance to have Torhen use it on a god. On AO3. Loghead 101, Torhen and company Blitzkrieg thought the dungeon, so I'd say it reflects more on their speed. As for Torhen at Tsubaki, you see in this chapter a bit of what happened with his wife. I don't think he'd be all right with getting in another relationship where he'd outlive his spouse or kids again. You're right though. Tsubaki doesn't get enough love, which is why I want to have her show up more. Any suggestions for a pairing with her? Not Welf. His Hephaestus. Black Horse 8986. Thank you for the suggestions. As for Torhen's sneak, if I was using the game mechanics for this, he would have 100 in every stat. He is also Nocturnal's former agent of stealth, but since he's a master illusion mage, he doesn't exactly need an invisibility power. Cybergoblin, I love the Shezarine theory, but it won't work within this world, so I'm not using it. Chapter 21. Chapter Summary. Rivera and Hermes gets in trouble. Hearthfire. Chapter 21. Bell. Welcome, comrades, Bell read aloud from the sign over his head. This is Rivera, the town within the dungeon. Ms. Ais said, standing just to his right. Gathered with them were Welf, Lily, Mikoto, Uka, Chigusa, Ms. Asfi, Lord Hermes, MS. Tiona, and Ms. Tyon. They had come to Rivera hoping to explore the town, so the members of the Loki Familia had offered to serve as tour guides. Honestly, for a town that was built piecemeal like this, it doesn't look too bad. Welf commented as they walked through the gate. According to the stories, it has been rebuilt 344 times because of monster attacks. Ms. Tiona said, skipping along beside them. And because it's in the dungeon and the guild's laws don't apply here, everything is ridiculously expensive. Ms. Tyon added. The group continued on through the town with the twins and Ms. Ais pointing out important buildings or shops. Holy crap! Welf exclaimed a few minutes later, staring at a whetstone one of the stalls was selling. 13,000 valis for this shitty whetstone. That's robbery. If you don't like it, you can shop someplace else. The grubby shopkeeper said from his chair. You weren't kidding about everything being expensive. Mikoto said as she examined a simple sword that was priced at V70,000. The inns are even worse. Ms. Tiona grumbled, her hands behind her head. That's why we're camping in the woods. It'd bankrupt us if we tried to have everybody stay in the town. I see, Bell muttered, still looking around at the makeshift buildings. He couldn't believe that there was really a town in the dungeon. He had known it existed, of course. It had come up in his studies, but to see it in person, it was incredible. Oh. He turned around. Where did Lord Hermes go? Ms. Ais looked around. I'm not sure. He and Andromeda must have slipped away, she said, using Ms. Esfi's last name. Bell was still turning, looking around for Lord Hermes when he accidentally bumped into someone. "Oh, excuse me," he said, apologizing to the man. The person he bumped into was a large, brawny man who looked to be around 30 or 40, with a scarred face and beat-up armor. He looked more like a bandit than an adventurer. There were two other people behind him. A brown-haired man with a nose ring and a blonde man with face paint and a large shield on his back. "Huh," he growled angrily. "Well, if it isn't the rabbit foot, Orario's new super rookie," Mr. Nosering said. "Him," the first man demanded. "What are you doing this deep, you shitty newbie?" The man grabbed Belle's face angrily. Belle struggled to break loose, but the man's grip was surprisingly strong. "Oi, Maud," the blonde man said, pointing behind Belle. The now-named Maud looked up and paled. "You know the Sword Princess?" he asked, nervously releasing Belle's face. "Let's go," he said to his friends and walked away as fast as he could. "What's with those thugs?" Ms. Tyon asked. "So lame." Ms. Tiona grumbled. "Are you all right, Belle?" Ms. Ais asked. "I'm fine," Belle replied, rubbing his chin where the man had grabbed him. "But what was that about?" "Probably jealous over your quick level up," Ms. Tyon hypothesized. "They look like people who capped it too. They won't get any stronger and get really jealous of people who do. The rough and tumble types are pretty common around here," a large man with an eye patch said as he walked up. "You should watch your step, rabbit foot." "Oh, Boz," Ms. Tyon said, happily greeting the man. "Everybody, this is Boz. He's about as close to a mayor as this place has." "Mayor?" Ms. Tiona cut in. "More like a mob boss." "Gahaha. You're not far off, Amazon." The now-named Boz laughed. "Still, I'm surprised to see so many new faces in town. Who are all these people?" "I'm Bell Cranell," Bell said, quickly introducing himself. Whatever his supposed title was, if this was the man in charge, he didn't want to make a bad impression. "I'm from the Hestia. Familia, as are my friends, Welf and Lily." He gestured to the two, who greeted the man. Bell then proceeded to introduce the group from the Takamikazuchi Familia. "Well," Mr. Boz grinned after the introductions were through, "you're all welcome in Rivera. Congrats on making it this far. Just remember the rules and keep out of trouble, and you'll always be welcome here." "Rules?" Welf asked. "What rules?" "Absolutely no fighting on this floor," Mr. Boz answered, ticking off rules on his fingers. "No monsters in town, even tamed. Obviously, no murder or thievery. All prices are final. Take it or leave it. Oh, and the town is a neutral zone. Whether it's personal or a familiar problem, grudges and vendettas stay outside. No starting shit in town. You want to start something on 17 or 19. Go ahead, but 18 is a safe zone. So, basically no fighting, no stealing, and no murder." Uka asked. It sounded like simple enough instructions to Bell. "Yup." Mr. Boz nodded. "Now come on, I'll help show you around." They continued on the tour for several more hours, before finally winding back up at the front gate. Bell stared out into the woods, contemplating. He knew that Mr. Torhen had wandered off into the woods that morning, though not why, and was rather curious about them himself. He wanted to go exploring. "I'm thinking about exploring the woods before I head back," he said. "Do any of you want to join me?" "I might join you in a bit," Welf said. "I want to poke around town a bit more." "Same here." Uka nodded. "We'll be headed back to camp." Ms. Tiona grinned. "Gonna get some stuff done before we take the girls on a little excursion." "Excursion?" Mikoto asked, confused. "There's a set of springs and pools near to our camp," Ms. Tyon said. "It's a wonderful place to take a bath. We were thinking about going this evening and were hoping you might join us." "That sounds great." Lily smiled. Suddenly she turned towards Belle and the other guys. "No, boys allowed," she yelled. "I would never," Belle shouted indignantly. He pointedly ignored the disappointed expressions on Welf and Uka's faces, as well as the fact that Mikoto and Chigusa were now bright red. He definitely tried to ignore the fact that Ms. Ais was blushing lightly. Belle could not allow his mind to go where it wanted to go. That way lay madness. Soon enough, the group separated, with Welf and Uka staying in town and the girls headed back to camp while Belle headed off into the woods. Having grown up in a remote mountain village, he'd been playing in forests since he was a kid. He loved walking through the trees, It wasn't long, perhaps half an hour, when he wandered out onto an outcropping near a large crystal. He sat on the edge of the cliff, staring out at the woods and crystal structures stretched out before him. It was so peaceful, he almost wanted to fall asleep. Bell sat there, on the edge of the cliff for some time. He had even begun to nod off when the sound of breaking twigs caught his attention. Turning, he saw the bandit-looking man, Maud, and perhaps a dozen others coming out of the woods behind him. Bell stood, nervously. He was boxed in. The only ways out of his current predicament were over the cliff or through the group of likely level 2 adventurers. Don't even think about it, rookie. Maud growled. What do you want? Bell asked, trying to keep his voice from wavering. Simple, the bandit-looking man said. You got here in what, a month? It took the rest of us years to make it this far. You've had it easy, so it's our job to show you that being an adventurer isn't all fun and games. Not to worry, he gestured to the men behind him. They are not going to join in on this. This fight's just gonna be between you and me. A duel. A duel. Bell muttered. He'd never been in a duel before. He'd never even met any of these people before that day. Even their reasons didn't make sense. Sure, he'd been doing well, but that didn't mean he thought adventuring was a game. Maybe when he'd started he hadn't taken things seriously, but after training with Mr. Torhen and all the times he and his friends had nearly died, Bell was well aware of just how dangerous being an adventurer could be. He'd seen the effects of being around horrible people had done to Lily. Heard Naza describe the horror she went through when her arm was eaten by a monster right in front of her. AIS had gone into great detail about how her team had been badly injured and nearly killed. On the 59th floor, Bell himself had been badly injured and nearly killed multiple times. He'd only gotten to the 18th floor because a group of adventurers had left him and his friends to die. Just a duel, Maud continued. Simple, right? The winner gets to order the loser to do whatever he wants. If I win, you give me everything you own. He drew his sword. Bell snarled at the man. Thankfully, he had no other clothes besides his beat-up bodysuit and his armor because it meant Bell was fully armed and armored for a fight, even if he hadn't been expecting one. Mr. Torhen would never have forgiven him for wandering around without a weapon. If I win, you leave immediately, Bell demanded. If this was going to happen, he would make sure they never tried something like this ever again. You'll apologize and never approach me or a member of my familia ever again. The crowd behind Maud laughed. Oh, I like your spirit, the man said. But you misunderstand, you shitty rookie. This duel is about tormenting you to death. He smashed a crystal on the ground, throwing the shards towards Bell's face. Bell quickly covered his eyes, but when he opened them again the man was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Out of nowhere, a fist collided with Bell's cheek, sending him sprawling. Hummies. That's amazing. He really is invisible. Get him, Maud. Cut off that cocky rookie's nose. Magic item. Hade's head. Hummies said, as he watched the fight below. It's quite a sight. Isn't it, Asfi? The cheering coming from the crowd of brutes below was easily carrying up to his vantage point on a cliff overlooking the battlefield. The god adjusted his cloak, making sure it was properly fastened. Visually, it was more of a cape than a cloak, but it wasn't the aesthetics that mattered. For a god to be in the dungeon, they had to suppress their divine aura or the dungeon would react badly. That was where the cloak came in handy. It was a special item that concealed his godly aura without him having to focus. So long as he did not take it off, the dungeon would never know he was there. More than any other being, the dungeon despised gods. Having one within its halls would cause it to react violently. Hummies could, of course, suppress his aura without the use of an item like his cloak, but that would require him to constantly focus. The slightest dip in concentration might allow some of his aura to leak out. Likely not enough for the dungeon to notice, but better safe than sorry. Even for you, this is seriously perverse, Asfi said. Asfi would never disobey him, but she didn't always agree with his methods. The item the brute, Maud, was using was one Asfi herself had made. After seeing the confrontation between the man and Bell, the god had seen an opportunity to test the boy. Hummies had given the Hade's head, a helm of invisibility, to the brute and casually mentioned that the young Cranel had wandered into he woods alone. Do you have something against Bel Cranel? No, Hummies shook his head. In truth, this may be how I show my love for him. Young. Bel doesn't seem to have encountered much of humanity's dark side. I don't know if it's my perverse tastes as you called them, but I want him to experience that darkness. To confront that side of human nature. He chuckled. I won't deny that I've been getting some amusement from this. And what if this breaks him? She asked. Then it just means that he doesn't have what it takes. Hummies replied, simply. Oh. Something had caught his attention. Making their way through the woods were the young Welf and Uka, both armed. Not far behind them were the Paolum, Lily, and the girls of the Takamikazuchi Familia. They must have seen the group leave town and gone to get help. He mused. Hummies watched as Chigusa opened fire with her bow, catching the attention of the crowd of brutes. As one they turned, catching sight of young Bel's reinforcements. You cowards! Uka shouted. Don't let them interfere. One of the brutes called to the others. As one, they drew their weapons and charged. It was fascinating to see just how well talent could shine, even in the inexperienced. While most of the brutes had years of experience under their belts, the small group of Bel's comrades had talent and, in the case of the young Welf and Lily, the training of a true master to fall back on. Despite being outnumbered and with most of their group being a level behind, the team of 5 was seriously holding their own. Unfortunately for them, the boost their talent gave them simply meant that they were evenly matched, not getting the upper hand. Still, the surprises kept coming. Little Lily was about to take a bad blow from behind when a figure bashed her attacker away. Standing in his place was Ryu, the elven woman from the Astria Familia. If nothing else, Hummies mused as he watched the fighting. Young Bel has some very good friends. Bel rolled, trying desperately to get away from his assailant long enough to regain his footing. So far, all he had been able to do was scramble away. The invisible assault had been relentless. He got his chance when the sound of shouting at combat rose up from behind him. What? He heard the voice of his attacker shout. Scrambling to his feet, Bel rushed away from the area the voice had come from. The group of thugs who had been watching were no longer standing nearby. Bel's friends had come to help him. They were engaged in a struggle with the thugs, trying to reach him. Right. Bel thought. Time to finish this. Of the many lessons Mr. Torhen had been slowly teaching Bel, one of the strangest had been fighting blind. In the dungeon, there were more than a few areas where the light level was extremely low. There was also the chance of an attack or some environmental effect, rendering an adventurer temporarily blind. With this in mind, Mr. Torhen would occasionally have Bel spar blindfolded as a way to improve his danger sense, allowing him to detect threats he could not see. Now that he had been given a moment to compose himself, Bel drew on that training. When the next blow came, Bel could sense the direction it was coming from. Rolling away, Bel kicked out, hearing a muttered curse as his foot lightly brushed against something solid. You can see me. He heard the brute's voice. Bel closed his eyes, letting his training and his senses take over. Damn you. Maud was charging again. Fluidly, Bel moved his body away from the oncoming blow. Again and again, he dodged the relentless attacks. He could hear the man's breathing, becoming labored. I'll cut you in half, you bastard. Maud panted. Bel could almost see him charge. Slipping to the side, Bel raised his hand and brought the hilt of the Hestia knife down on where his senses told him Maud's head would be. The man crashed to the ground, the shards of a strange black helm scattering around his head. Damn you, he growled, moving to rise. Bel readied his knives, prepared for a proper battle. Enough. A powerful voice carried through the air. Standing just outside the tree line was Captain Finn. Beside him were Mr. Torhen, Ms. Ais, and the twins. As Bel watched, Bors and several other adventurers from Rivera emerged from the woods. Braver, Maud cursed, using Captain Finn's alias. You will stand down. Captain Finn shouted. Do not resist. Hummies. Well, I guess that's it. Hummies sighed. He had been quite impressed by young Bel's performance. He'd done better than the god was expecting. We should get out of here before we're caught. Motioning to Asfi, the god made his way back into the woods. It would not do at all for anyone to catch them there, especially not Torhen, who was looking particularly grumpy. Thankfully, He had disguised himself when speaking with Maud and his brutes, so they had no clue who had actually directed them towards the young Cranel. Hermes and Asfi made their way back to the Loki Familia camp as stealthily as they could. Pretending like they had no clue what was going on, it was easy to slip back into the camp. Perhaps an hour or two later, as the crystal ceiling began to dim, the group who had been involved in the fighting made their way back. Keeping up the facade of not knowing what had happened, Hermes learned that Maud and his compatriots had been fined heavily, with most of it being paid to Bel, and that they were lucky not to be worse off. Torhen had apparently been on a warpath, and it was only young Cranel himself who kept his mentor from demanding the right to punish them himself. Luckily for Maud, Bel was able to convince his teacher to let Bors handle the punishment. He was the man in charge of the 18th floor after all. It was better to let him handle any troublemakers. To Hermes' relief, it did not appear that anyone was aware of his involvement. Since the serious situation had been resolved, and he hadn't been caught, Hermes allowed himself to relax. Especially when he overheard the Amazon twins of the Loki Familia ask his Asfi if she wanted to join them at the springs for a bath. Amongst the gods, the only person Hermes had met who was more proudly perverted than himself was Zeus. The two had spent many an enjoyable day peeping on goddesses and female mortals alike. To observe beautiful women was his duty as a man. To have a harem was the true dream of every man. Hermes would allow nothing to convince him otherwise. At first, he contemplated roping the young Bel into joining him, letting him see the pleasurable side of human nature after his encounter with its dark side. The issue was, the boy was rather beaten up and being healed by Torhen. Hermes didn't want to get anywhere near the Dragonborn if he was remotely angry. If Nocturnal was to be believed, an angry Dragonborn was not something even a god wanted to deal with. Hermes and the Daedric prince had history. Like most of the Daedric princes, Nocturnal did not have a true gender, but chose to appear as a female nearly all of the time. She even referred to herself as female multiple times, with her preferred form being a very curvaceous woman. Since they shared patronage over thieves and Nocturnal was pleasing to the eye, Hermes had spent many a pleasurable day in her company. With her being a patron of stealth and clandestine activities, she didn't even have a problem with him peeping. Giggling perversely to himself, Hermes stealthily followed the girls towards the pools. Finding a good vantage point, Hermes lifted himself into the trees. As quietly as he could, he crept out onto one of the branches that hung over the pools. Covered by other branches and leaves, he had a perfect view, yet could not be seen from the ground. He giggled quietly to himself as he watched the girls in the pool. So distracted was he by the beautiful sight, he failed to notice that the branch he had chosen was partially rotted. His added weight, slight as it may have been, was too much for it. With a loud crack the branch snapped and Hermes plunged into the water below. Desperately righting himself, Hermes tried to stand but slipped, plunging face first into something soft. The next thing he heard was a terrified "Wah" coming from young Lefier as her hand came up. Striking Hermes in the face with surprising force, he was sent flying out of the water and into a tree. It took a moment for the god to come back to his senses and stand. As he rose, he became aware of a multitude of terrifyingly angry glares being directed at him by the women in the pond. "Eh," he stammered, nervously. What a coincidence." Before Hermes could attempt to talk his way out of a beating and punishment by the angry women, the earth began to rumble. Losing his balance, the god seized the tree he had been thrown against. Looking down, he saw his cloak crumpled on the ground where he had lain, the fastenings having been knocked loose by his fall into the water and impact with the tree. Oh no! Hermes stared up at the ceiling as the 18th floor was plunged into darkness. "Uranus, what about your prayer? What happened?" The crystal ceiling of the dungeon shattered, and with a mighty roar, two massive figures emerged, crashing into the ground. The 18th floor. The earth rumbled as the crystal ceiling of the floor went dark. The snarls and howls of angry monsters filled the air, with crashing sounds coming from the stairs to the 17th floor. The sounds of the commotion were enough to draw Torhen and the many members of the Loki Familia from their tents. In the town of Rivera, the locals rushed into the street, trying to figure out what was happening. They emerged just in time to see the crystal ceiling shatter. Falling to the ground, surrounded by boulders and crystal shards, were two massive figures. Out of the woods near the Loki Familia camp, the girls who had been bathing were rushing towards their tents, half-dressed and searching for weapons. Within the camp, Torhen, who was frantically pulling on his sword belt, came to a rest next to Finn with Ryu not far behind. "No way," Finn muttered. "This isn't possible." "Goliath," Ryu muttered, staring at one of the figures. It was different from the normal Goliath. Instead of having a natural human skin tone and black hair, the skin of this Goliath was as black as night, its hair as white as snow. As for the other figure, "An Eudeus," Finn muttered, staring at the massive horned skeleton. It too was different from the normal booze, which was supposed to spawn only on the 37th floor. While the normal Eudeus had glowing red eyes and crystals at each of its joints, this version's were glowing an eerie white. The ribcage, which normally showed the monster Rex's floating crystal, was covered in a layer of rotting flesh as black as the bones that made up its skeleton. In its hands, the monster carried a massive sword. The abnormal Goliath let out a bellowing roar, causing a sonic blast that destroyed a swath of forest. Screams of fear and pain filled the air as the adventurers who had been camping in that area were hit by the blast. Eudeus swung its sword, carving a massive trench in the ground below. "The stairs have caved in," Gareth shouted, running towards Finn and Torhen. "There's no way back up." "Then we have no choice but to fight," Torhen said. He turned to Finn. "If you can distract one, I can take out the other." "These are not normal, Torhen." Finn cut him off. "We don't know how strong they are." "Andromeda," he called to the blue-haired girl as she ran towards them. "Round up the adventurers from Rivera. We've been cut off from the surface. Fighting is our only option and we need more people." "On it," she called, touching her boots and lifting off into the air. Finn turned back to Torhen. "We need as many hands as possible dealing with both the Rexes and the monsters on the ground. If you can." A strange ringing roar filled the air, followed by pained screams. Ryu Lion went pale. Just below the two hulking floor bosses, another figure could be seen. A huge, black, lizard-like skeleton with glowing white eyes, tall enough to reach Goliath's knee, was rushing through the woods faster than any monster Finn or any of the Loki Familia had ever seen. "No," Ryu muttered. No. "Ryu, snap out of it," Torhen shouted, shaking the girl. "That's it," she whispered. "That's the thing that killed my Familia." Torhen's eyes widened. "Right, new plan," he said, snapping to Finn. He pointed to the skeletal lizard. "That thing is wicked fast. Just one of those is responsible for the eradication of the Astria Familia." Finn and Gareth's eyes went wide. The Astria Familia had been well regarded for their strength and dedication. Being made up entirely of level 3 and 4 adventurers, even the Loki Familia would have thought twice about going against them in an all-out war. Torhen continued. "Ryu and I are going to handle the skeletal lizard alone." The elf girl's head whipped around, a terrified expression on her face. It should be reasonable to assume that the Eudeus is still stronger than the Goliath. "Split your forces. Have our highest-level members deal with Eudeus," Finn cut in, picking up on his thoughts. "Let the guys from Rivera handle Goliath, reinforced by our lower members. They kill Goliath regularly. They should know how to handle him, even in a regular version. They can also handle the smaller monsters on the ground. Once either of our groups defeats their target, they join whoever is struggling worst." Torhen finished. "Done." Finn nodded. "Good luck. You too." The two shook hands and took off, Ryu following Torhen and Gareth following Finn. As he passed by the members of his Familia, Torhen called to them. "We're splitting up," he shouted. "Half the Loki Familia will deal with Eudeus. The other half will reinforce the group from Rivera. That's where I want you. Back them up, but be careful." "Right." They agreed, scrambling for weapons and gear. "Where will you be?" Bell asked. "Ryu and I will deal with that huge skeletal lizard," Torhen said. "We'll join you once it's dead." With that, the Dragonborn took off, Ryu hot on his heels. Barely a few seconds later, the Hestia and Takemikazuchi Familia members were sprinting towards the gathering crowd of adventurers from Rivera. Within Babel, Hermes has been found. Uranus rumbled as the ground shook. "The dungeon is angry. What has it unleashed?" the eerie voice asked. "Two irregular Rexes and worse," What could be worse than that? An irregular juggernaut. Chapter 22. Chapter Summary. The Battle of the 18th Floor. Chapter Notes. AON. The Battle of the 18th Floor has begun. This was ridiculously hard to write, so I really hope you like it. Most of my fights are over pretty quick, so having an entire chapter dedicated to what turned out to be a mini-war was nerve-wracking. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so let's get into it. I appreciate all your comments and reviews, and I encourage anybody who wants to. Please leave a comment letting me know what you think or to ask any questions you may have. Warning, every chapter before this has been in third-person limited, told from the perspective and thoughts of a single character per segment. This chapter is entirely third-person omniscient. I've tried to keep it consistent, but you will see thoughts from multiple characters in each segment. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 22. 18th Floor. Torhen sprinted through the camp, practically diving into his tent and seizing his pack. Outside he could hear the sounds of people screaming, monsters howling, and combat. In the distance, two irregular floor bosses had appeared on the 18th floor, a place that was supposed to be a safe haven for adventurers and monsters alike. To make matters worse, there were countless other monsters in the forest, with more making their way up from the 19th floor. The worst was a large, black, skeletal lizard. It was half the size of the monster Rex's. Wicked fast and, according to the only survivor of its last appearance, had been enough to wipe out an entire familia of level 3 and 4 adventurers. "What are you doing?" Ryu asked, barreling into the tent behind him. "I need armor," Torhen replied, pulling out his gear. "Neither of those bosses is normal. It is highly possible that the lizard monster is far stronger than the one your familia encountered. Did you notice anything different?" While modesty was not a concern at the present moment, he was rather glad that his armor did not require him to change out of the tunic and breeches he had been wearing before the chaos had begun. Ryu thought for a moment. "From a distance it looks larger than the one we fought." And, she hesitated, its eyes were different. The one we encountered had glowing red eyes. This one's eyes are white. Torhen paused. Eudeus is supposed to have red eyes, and the crystals at its joints are supposed to be red, but on the one out there, they are all white. The irregular Goliath's skin is completely black and its hair has turned white, just like the eyes of Eudeus and the lizard. The color change is a good enough indication that this one is likely stronger than the one you faced. That just meant grabbing his armor was a good idea. There was no telling how strong that thing could be. The Dragonborn began frantically putting on his armor. Unlike the travel armor he had been wearing since he had arrived in Genkai, this was his battle armor. The armor he wore when he faced off against his most dangerous foes, Alduin, Mirak, and Harkin. It was the armor he had worn when leading the armies of the Empire to victory against the Aldemari Dominion. Made of carved dragon bones and coated in an alloy of quicksilver and ebony, it almost glowed with a dark silvery sheen. The cuirass was attached to a dark dragon scale gambeson that covered his upper body, with sleeves going down to his wrists and two tassets going below his waist to protect his thighs. The rear braces on his upper arms were made of interlocking plates, as were the vambraces leading down to the gauntlets. His greaves and boots were much the same, completely covering his lower legs in interlocking armor plates. The neck was lined with wolf fur, while the helmet was carved in the shape of a roaring dragon. Like all helmets and armor of Nordic design, it did not have any true faceplate. The snarling jaws of the dragon protected Torhen's cheeks and forehead, but left his face exposed to allow maximum visibility. Every inch of the armor was covered in carved designs. Words in Dovizul and Nordic imagery were carved over every inch, with other designs and symbols interwoven across them. What made the armor truly impressive were the enchantments. Every inch of the coated dragon bone was covered in powerful magics. The gloves in particular were special, as they were not enchanted. The metal gauntlets that covered the back of Torhen's hands were, but the gloves were not. Instead, they had special, extremely thin silver rings sewn into them, at the middle of the lowest joint on each finger, save the thumbs. Each ring, deliberately made thin so as not to interfere with Torhen's grip, had been heavily enchanted before being sewn into the glove, meaning that as a pair, they granted Torhen 16 enchantments on his hands alone. As he belted his sword back on, with his helmet sitting on a table beside him and his round shield strapped to his back, The flap of the tent was thrown open, revealing a panting Hummies. Torhen. He shouted. Something weird is going on. I can see that. Torhen growled, wondering if the god had anything to do with it. No, he shook his head. You don't understand. This is not normal. Calm down and explain. Torhen shouted at the god. There was an incident earlier. Hermes hesitated, not wanting to piss off the already rushed Dragonborn. My cloak, the one that conceals my aura, came off. He gestured to the cape around his neck. Then this is your doing? Torhen demanded. It shouldn't be. Hermes countered. I didn't mean for it to happen, and the amount of aura let out was minuscule. I'm telling you, the dungeon shouldn't even have reacted. That it did, and so wildly, is an indicator that something is wrong. Neither of those Rexes, nor that Juggernaut should have spawned. Juggernaut. Ryu cut in. Hermes nodded. The lizard monster. I heard about them from Uranus. It's the dungeon's defense mechanism for when it takes too much damage. The problem is, the dungeon hasn't been damaged at all. Even with all that, I didn't let out enough aura for the dungeon to even notice. Its reaction is way above normal. Well, we don't exactly have the time to worry about that now. Torhen stated. We have to stop those things. You're not listening. Hermes said. You're Dragonborn. I'm very aware of my own nature, Hermes. That makes you a demigod. If you let out any of your divinity during the fighting, you could make things worse. Ryu's eyes widened as her mind processed what the Hermes had said. Torhen was a demigod. She remembered what he had told her that morning, about how the circumstances of his birth were complicated, how he had not met his father until he was an adult. Could that be because his father was a god? Torhen paused as he considered Hermes' words. Fair point, he sighed. I only have one skill that releases any of my divine energy. It's my trump card, but if I don't use it, there should be no problems. Good, Hermes sighed in relief. While I am grateful for the warning, this does not let you off the hook for starting all this. Torhen said. I know, the god nodded. I did not want or mean for any of this to happen, and I swear I will take full responsibility once it's over. He meant it too. While he had wanted to test young Bel, the grandson of Zeus, he never meant for anything this catastrophic to occur. I'll hold you to that. Torhen got in the god's face. If you don't, I'll punish you. Myself. Understand me? Hermes gulped and nodded, intimidated by the angry demigod but not intending to argue. Let's go, Ryu. Torhen called to her, grabbing his helmet and leaving the tent. As they moved through the camp, he said, I will explain later, but I would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut about what you just learned. The blonde elf nodded. I don't think anybody would believe me, even if I told them. You'd be surprised. Torhen muttered. The two quickly emerged from the camp, looking out on the forest that made up the 18th floor. In the distance, they could see Goliath and Eudeus rampaging while the Loki Familia and adventurers from Rivera gathered. Advanced teams from both groups, as well as the random adventurers who had been camping in the forest, were on the ground, fighting off the smaller monsters and desperately trying to avoid the giant floor bosses. Throughout the chaos, the Juggernaut was zooming and zipping around the forest, taking out adventurers left and right. Here's the plan, Torhen said, catching Ryu's attention. I'm going to draw that thing over there. He pointed to an empty stretch of woodland some distance from the fighting. I can't fight it and deal with the other monsters. I need you to keep them off of me. But I know you want to avenge your familia, Torhen cut her off, but that thing is far more powerful than the one you faced. I'm not saying you can't help. If you get a shot, take it, but I need you to focus on keeping the other monsters off of me while I deal with it. Ryu nodded, satisfied that at least she could help. She knew the man was right. She had barely been able to do anything against the one that had destroyed her family, and this one was both larger and likely stronger. Let's go, Torhen said, putting on his helmet and leaping off the cliff into the forest below. Loki Familia rally point. Listen up. Finn, the captain of the Loki Familia, shouted from his position. All around were the gathering members of the Loki and Hephaestus familias who had been in camp. Beside him stood Riveria and Gareth with Tsubaki and the other executives nearby, save for AIS and Beat, who were already on the ground trying to keep Eudeus contained. The monster Rex itself had buried its lower half in the ground, allowing it to reach out and send spikes of bone and earth through the forest floor, just like it did in its own boss room. All around were a myriad of monsters from the 19th floor and, as with the normal Eudeus, it had summoned or spawned a number of Sparto, a type of skeletal warrior from the 37th floor, to serve as a distraction. We have a plan. Finn continued. We're splitting our forces. The adventurers from Rivera will deal with Goliath while we handle Eudeus. All members below level 4 will make their way towards Rivera to assist them. Everyone else, including the second string and the executives, will do our best to hold off or defeat Eudeus. Lefia, he called to the elf girl. She had proven herself time and again on the expedition, and Finn believed she was ready for the assignment he had for her. As the only second string under level 4, I'm putting you in charge of the detachment headed for Rivera. All those joining the detachment will follow her direction. As for the rest of us, leave Eudeus to the level 6s. Rivera, I want you and your mags up on that ridge. He pointed to an outcropping not far from the boss. Once your spells are ready, send up a warning and let them fly. AIS, Gareth, and I will handle Eudeus directly. Everyone else is to keep the Sparto and other monsters off us. Healers, I want every potion we have left prepped and ready. Set up an aid station here and send runners into the forest to collect the wounded. Lefia, the healers in your group are to do the same near Rivera. The slightly overwhelmed elf nodded. Lefia had not been expecting to be given command of a detachment. She'd never been in charge of a party, let alone what amounted to over half their expedition forces. Still, after the events of the 58th and 59th floors, she was feeling far more confident than she ever had before. Let's move, people. Finn shouted, jumping off his platform and racing for the forest, headed directly at the massive Eudeus. Come on. Lefia called over the heads of the crowd. You heard the captain. We're make for Rivera. She too rushed off, headed in the direction of the town with a massive contingent of level 2 and 3 adventurers behind her. Rivera. Let's go, people. Up and at 'em. We're under attack. Bors shouted as he moved through the town. Bors. Asfi called to him as she flew down. Andromeda. What the hell is going on? We have an irregular Goliath headed right for the town, and the passage to the 17th floor is blocked. The Loki Familia is sending a detachment to help, but we need every adventurer in town up and fighting. What are the rest of the Loki Familia doing? They are going to try and handle the irregular Eudeus while another squad handles that huge lizard thing. Bors growled. Never, in all his years, had he even heard of something like this happening. All right, boys and girls, he shouted through the town. Our way out is blocked. Grab every weapon in town and get out into the forest. If we want to survive, we have to take those things out. Anybody who turns coward now will never be welcomed in Rivera again. The Loki Familia is sending us reinforcements while they deal with Eudeus. Goliath is our priority. Asfi shouted as well. Ms. Asfi. Bel Cranel shouted as he led his group towards the blue-haired girl. Mr. Torhen sent us to join you. Good. She replied. Do you have any potions or medical supplies? I know Torhen packed some for the trip down here, just in case you were injured. We do, Mikoto answered. Our packs are full of potions and other relief supplies. We just need a place to put them. Over there. Asfi directed them to where the healers and shopkeepers were setting up an aid Garmy station. Leave the potions and then get into the forest. We need people on the ground dealing with monsters and distracting Goliath. The mags are going to gather up on a ridge to try and wipe it out with one spell. You and the other physical combat. Adventurers need to buy us as much time as you can. Done. Bell nodded. Let's go. He and his team rushed towards the aid station. Juggernaut fight. Shit. Torhen cursed as he ducked under one of the Juggernaut's massive claws. This thing is faster than Harkin. It had been very easy to get the massive creature's attention. As they had neared it, the Juggernaut had seemingly locked in on him and wouldn't let up. All Torhen had to do then was lead it on a wild chase through the woods, trying to get it as far away from the other adventurers as possible. He would occasionally catch glimpses of Ryu through the trees as she desperately tried to keep up. Torhen continued to lead the Juggernaut on a merry chase until he came to the far end of a large clearing. Skidding to a halt and whirling around, he shouted, Woodnak Kest. Faster than even the juggernaut could react, Torhen flew across the clearing, propelled by his shout. With a grunt of effort, he rammed his sword into Monster's side. The juggernaut screamed and thrashed with pain as sparks of lighting and fire danced across the blade. Withdrawing his sword, Torhen hacked at one of the threshing limbs, severing it. The juggernaut spun, its massive tail whipping through the air. Gah! Torhen caught the blow on his shield, but the force was enough to send him flying backwards. Regaining his footing, Torhen watched in horror as the juggernaut swiftly regenerated the limb he had severed. "Oh, that's just cheating," he murmured under his breath. He caught a glimpse of Ryu through the trees easily fighting off a group of lizard men. She was chanting, "Look for an opening." He called to her, charging the juggernaut again. Torhen lamented the fact that he could not use dragon aspect. The speed boost it provided him might have been enough to match the speed of the juggernaut. As it stood, Torhen was stronger than the beast, but it was far faster. Releasing his shield, which remained held to his arm by a strap, Torhen unleashed a massive thunderbolt. The expert destruction spell flew by, just missing the juggernaut as it drew in close. Using the opportunity, Torhen released the Unbound Flames spell, searing the monster's flesh as he dodged past it. From behind, one of its legs struck Torhen, flinging him away, crashing into a tree. Torhen was momentarily dazed. Looking up, he saw the juggernaut charging. Fuse Ro Dah. Instinct helped him throw the unrelenting force shout, which crashed into the juggernaut. The creature screamed, its ringing roar echoing through the forest as it was sent flying, crashing into a tree. At that moment, Ryu saw her chance and burst into the clearing. Luminous wind. YOL to a shul. The emerald stardust of the spell mixed with the blazing inferno of the fire breath. Shout impacted the creature, causing it to cry out once more. Ryu backed away quickly, knowing that it was not enough to kill the beast. Sure enough, when the light and smoke cleared, the juggernaut was already regenerating. It was badly burned and its strange monster. Blood was leaking from several cuts, but the wounds were rapidly receding. "We need help," Ryu shouted to Torhen as she dove back into the forest, trying to make sure he kept the juggernaut's attention while she focused on the other monsters. That monster was far faster than the one the Astria Familia had encountered, and Ryu was certain that it would kill her in an instant if it focused on her. Torhen couldn't deny that she was right. Without dragon aspect, that thing was too fast and regenerated too quickly for him to fight properly. The problem was none of the others were strong enough to help him. Not only did they have their own battles to worry about, but the only reason Ryu hadn't been killed immediately was because Torhen had been keeping the juggernaut focused on him. It would be the same for the others. Not even Finn or Gareth was strong or fast enough to fight this thing with him. Torhen needed someone of a similar power to himself. That was it. "I really hope this works," he muttered to himself. With the juggernaut still regenerating, Torhen shouted once more. "Hun Kol Zor." An ethereal portal bloomed before him as the power of the shout left his lungs. The juggernaut screamed in rage as three ghostly figures emerged. The leader was an older man, with long braided hair, a beard, and Nordic war paint just under one eye. He was dressed in the woven armor of the companions and carrying a massive skyforged steel warhammer. The second figure was a woman, appearing in the prime of life rather than the aged appearance she had worn when she died. The spirits of Sovgard could choose to look however they wished, most simply chose to keep the appearance they died with. Dressed in a Nordic-style armor, her ghostly hair, once a dirty blonde, was done up in a series of braids. In her hands rested a huge Stalrim greatsword. The final figure, also appearing as a young woman, was dressed differently to the others. She wore the robes of an archmage, accentuated with pieces of steel plate and an armored hood covering her once brown hair. In one hand, she carried a slim ebony blade, while the other was alight with ghostly flame. Kodlak Whitemanere, who, in life, had been the closest thing Torhen had to a positive father figure, now stood in the clearing beside Lucia and Sophie, Torhen's adopted daughters. Kodlak grinned at the sight of the angry juggernaut. "Well met, shield brother," he shouted, dodging a strike from the beast. "You called to Sovgard, and even in this strange world, Shia has seen fit to answer that call. You've gotten yourself into quite the mess, father," Sophie said, releasing a blast of flame that seared the monster's side. "Ah, shut up, sister." Lucia let out a feral grin. It's good to see you, Papa. Even better, to be fighting at your side once more. She charged forward, her icy blade scoring a long gash along the Juggernaut's side. With Torhen having held both posts, together we four represent 3 generations of harbingers and 2 archmages, Kodlak commented. Not even this strange beast could ever stand against such a force. Already I can hear the song of this battle being written in the halls of Sovgard. Then we must not disappoint the composers. Sophie stood beside her father, sword at her side and hands alight with ghostly flame. She glanced at him, a cheeky smile on her face. Shall we? Torhen stared at his children and surrogate father, smiling, having no control over who she is sent to answer his call. He truly had not thought to see them when he had used the shout. He raised his blade, eager to battle a strong foe with his family at his side once more. For victory or Sovgard. He charged. Goliath fight. Maud Latro could not believe how badly this day had gone. First, he'd seen that blasted rookie in town, where he had no right to be. Then, when he tried to teach the kid a lesson, he'd been beaten. The Loki Familia had then shown up and Boars had forced him to pay the brat. Now, the whole damn 18th floor was under siege and he was about to be killed by a bugbear. Fortunately or not for Maud, Bel Cranel had chosen that moment to put aside his dislike for the man that had tried to kill him and decapitated the bugbear before it had a chance to gut the brute. Not even sparing Maud a glance, the boy raced off to deal with yet another monster. Bel and his team had been on the ground dealing with monsters from the moment they had dropped off their potions with the healers. They and the dozens of other adventurers had streamed into the forest, picking off monsters where they could and, if the opportunity arose, taking shots at the Goliath. Their goal was to keep the massive monster focused on the ground so as to buy time for the mags to cast their spells. To that end, anybody who was near the giant's feet would hack and slash at its ankles and run for their lives if it tried to perform a stump attack. With Goliath not having reachable eyes or vulnerable areas, the archers in the trees focused on taking out the monsters on the ground, giving the melee fighters the opportunity to attack the floor boss. Bel's team had split into 2 units more out of muscle memory than anything else. Bel, Welf, and Lily were used to working together and had naturally fallen into the formations they had been using in the dungeon. Likewise, Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa had fallen into their own formations or were fighting nearby. The 2 groups would occasionally join together in the chaos of the battle, but in an ever-changing war zone, it was a miracle there. Teams had managed to stay together at all. Bel jumped and spun, his knives flashing out and skewering a battle boar before he came down to rest back to back with Welf. Lily soon joined them, taking potshots at monsters with her crossbow. This is insane. Welf shouted over the confusion. We noticed. Lily shouted back. On your left. Bel's voice cut across them. Lily spun, a bolt from her crossbow embedding itself in the eye of a Ligafang. Above them, Goliath roared and brought his fist down on the forest. Pained and fearful, screams were heard over the crashing boom as the giant fist made contact. As the arm rose into the air, Bel spotted 2 familiar figures holding on for dear life. Mikoto and Uka had taken the opportunity to attack the colossal monster's arms when its fist made contact but had not gotten their weapons out in time. As Goliath rose, the 2 members of the Takemikazuchi Familia clung desperately to the handles of their weapons, the blades still stuck in the monster's skin. Below them, Chigusa was frantically trying to follow their path from the ground. The floor boss roared and raised a foot. Before Bel or his team could react, the giant appendage slammed into the ground, sending them flying. As Mikoto and Uka were knocked loose, Bel was thrown into the air. Spying an opportunity, he tried to angle his body so as to come down onto the giant. As he fell, Bel reached out with his daggers and stabbed them into Goliath's back. The giant roared as Bel descended, leaving bloody furrows down its right leg. Get out of there! Asfi's voice shouted from above. She was using her flying boots to bombard the Goliath with explosive potions, distracting it. Grab any wounded you can and get them to the aid station. Our reinforcements have arrived. Bel nodded and raced off, his team not far behind him. At the aid station, the Loki Familia detachment led by Lefia were beginning to supplement the flagging strength of the healers from Rivera. Save the stronger potions for the worst wounded. Lefia shouted. We need more people on triage. Melee fighters, Get into the forest to relieve the teams from Rivera. Be careful and watch out for each other. Mags, follow me. We're going to join the bombardment team. The members of the Loki Familia scrambled to obey their commander's orders as Lefia led her team to join the Mags on a high ridge overlooking the battle. Standing before them was a wall of men carrying huge shields. Their presence was a good thing as, not long after Lefia and her Mags joined the line and began their chants, Goliath's mouth opened, and it unleashed some kind of blast attack directly at the gathering of Mags. The blast knocked several of the shield bearers away, including Boars who had taken charge of their brigade. However, the presence of the shield wall had protected the Mags as intended, allowing them to continue chanting unimpeded. Back on the ground, Bel and Uka's teams had reunited. Catch! Welf shouted, throwing the enchanted sword he'd shown Tsubaki the night before to Uka. One for you too. He handed a slimmer fire enchanted blade to Mikoto. They are enchanted, but I doubt the power will last long. If it stops working, snag a magic stone from the forest floor and break it on the blade. That should recharge them. They were the only enchanted weapons he had in his pack, but it was worth it to arm his comrades, whose weapons were still stuck in Goliath's massive arm. Thanks, Uka shouted as his team formed up with Bells. Heads up. Asfi's voice rang over their heads. The Mags are about to open fire. Sure enough, only a moment later a series of shouted attack names were heard, carrying over the forest as multiple spells crashed into Goliath's face. The monster roared in agony and even started to stumble. It regained its footing quickly as the smoke cleared. Where had once been a huge, gaunt face was now a cracked and smoking skull. A cheer rose up from the surrounding adventurers that soon turned to shouts of disbelief and horror as the skin began to regenerate. Goliath grinned and roared, raising both arms up above its head before bringing them down on the trees below. A massive shockwave picked up, throwing dozens of adventurers into the air, including Bell and his friends. Uka slammed heavily into a tree while Chigusa and Welf were sent tumbling, crashing into each other and the ground as they landed. Lily, hiding behind a fallen stump, was not thrown but had been showered with debris. Bell landed in the branches of a nearby tree while Mikoto had managed to avoid the worst of it by ducking behind a trunk. On the Mage Ridge, the assembled group stared in horror as the massive monster recovered and delivered its devastating attack. They could not believe their eyes. All those spells and all that damage, and it didn't do a damn thing. Just as many were about to give into despair, something caught their attention. In the last week, Lefia of the Loki Familia had already experienced 2 hopeless situations and come out on top. She was determined to make it 3 for 3. Pulling out a special potion, she pulled the cork out with her teeth and downed it. During their testing in the dungeon, Lefia and Riveria had discovered that one did not need to know Tamrielic spells to be boosted by the Fortify Destruction or Restoration potions. Destruction potions would amplify any attack spell, while Restoration ones would amplify healing and shields, regardless of whether or not they were Tamrielic. Throwing the empty Fortify Destruction vial away, Lefia set her shoulders and began another, longer chant. If that bombardment hadn't worked, then they needed stronger spells. The other Mags around her, seeing her determination, raised their staffs and wands. Their chants joined hers, the magic around them beginning to build once more. Udia's fight. As Lefia and her team arrived at the Rivera rally point and Torhen entered the clearing with the Juggernaut, the executives of the Loki Familia were clashing with Udias. Having faced the monster before, they had a basic plan in place that they all knew. Mags would hang back and chant while the melee teams would split into 2 groups. One would focus on the Spartor and, in this case, the other monsters. The other team would focus on Udias itself. The second team would focus on breaking Udia's skeletal limbs to keep it contained. And, once the Mags had fired their spells, they would rush back in to finish off whatever parts of the boss had survived. At first, this plan seemed to be working. In the forest beat, Tsubaki and the twins were leading the second strings, a rank of the Loki Familia denoting the members just below the executives, against the Spartor and other monsters. On the nearby ridge, Riveria had erected her shield while she and the other Mags prepared chants. Finn, Ais, and Gareth were clashing with Udias itself. Gareth was armorless but had been given a large shield by Tsubaki that allowed him to continue his role as the front-line tank, while Ais and Finn dashed around him, looking for An opening and dealing minor strikes or damage to the boss, Gareth kept its attention. The skeletal creature's massive sword swung through the air, causing everyone but Gareth to scramble. Gah! Gareth held, catching part of the blow on his shield, trying to mitigate or eliminate the shockwave that came from Eudeus swinging its sword. As the wave passed, Finn and AIS rushed back in, looking for an opportunity. They had been at it for quite some time, following the same pattern, when AIS finally found an opening. Using her wind spell, she repeated a move she'd used the last time she faced off against Eudeus. Not long before meeting Torhen and Bell properly, AIS had been frustrated by her lack of progress as a level 5, so, with Reveria as a chaperone, she faced off against the regular Eudeus alone. It had been a harrowing fight, but she had won and earned her level up. Now she tried a move against this irregular monster that had worked on the original. Flying high into the air, she came down on Eudeus' left shoulder joint. Her sword, desperate, cracked the bone and shattered the joint. The massive arm came loose and crashed to the forest floor, leading to cheers coming from her comrades and causing a small smile to appear on Ai's face when she came to a landing on the ground. Their joy was not to last. However, as Eudeus' ground spikes rose up and surrounded the severed limb, dragging it into the earth. Only a few seconds later, a new arm re-emerged from the destroyed joint. What? That's bullshit. You have got to be kidding me. Cries of dismay and anger rose up from the members of the Loki Familia as Eudeus swung its sword again, capitalizing on the distraction caused by its regenerating limb. Eudeus slammed the colossal sword into the ground. Monsters and adventurers alike were sent flying, including the Amazon twins. Tyon was lucky enough to catch herself on a tree, but Tiona bounced off the ground, crashing into a flying Spartai. The monster's skeletal claws raked across her side, causing the girl to cry out in pain before she was able to regain her footing and kill the monster. Get to the healers. Tiona's sister called to her from her vantage point in the tree. I can still fight. She shouted back, clenching her side in pain. No, you can't, Dopeason. Beat shouted angrily from nearby. Go get a potion and then get your ass back here. Reluctantly, Tiona nodded and made her way to the healers. Goliath fight. The aftermath of Goliath's gigantic smash attack left the majority of the ground force dazed or incapacitated, including the few members of his own team that were still standing. Bell could only see perhaps 10 or 15 other adventurers still moving. Only 2 of Bell's group were still up and able to fight. Uka had taken a hard blow when crashing into a tree and was unconscious. Welf had broken his arm during his crashing tumble across the ground, but was able to walk. Chigusa and Lily, the least injured of their downed members, had helped Welf pick up Uka and dragged him off towards the aid station. They might have been the lucky ones, although most of the monsters in the nearby area had been killed by the massive shockwave that just meant they had to focus all their efforts on Goliath. Asfi was still up and flying, throwing everything she had at the boss, but they needed something else. A distraction that would keep Goliath occupied long enough for the dazed fighters to get up or reinforcements to come from the aid station. Thinking wildly, Bell came to a sudden realization. I have an idea. He shouted to Mikoto, running towards the giant. What kind of idea? She called back, chasing after him. A stupid one. Give me a boost. As they rounded the back of the hulking figure, Bell jumped. Seeing his intention, Mikoto caught him on her shoulders and jumped as well. The extra boost gave him the height he needed to get up and stab his daggers into Goliath's calf. Bracing himself on the massive leg, Bell used the knives like climbing hooks, stabbing them into the skin sideways to keep the blades from sliding down. Goliath roared in pain and agony as Bell scrambled up its leg, over its butt, and onto its back. It tried to reach around and swat at him, but the boy was smart. He moved as close as he could to the giant's spine, making it as difficult as possible for the colossus to reach him. Seeing a chance, Mikoto charged forward as well, her fire-imbued blade scoring cauterized wounds in the monster's thick hide as she ran around its feet and ankles. You're insane. Asfi shouted to Bell as she flew past him. Bell ignored her and continued to climb. As he pulled himself up onto the giant's shoulder, he knew he would only have a few precious seconds. Calling upon his magic, the boy's hands lit up with flame. Jumping, he took aim as quickly as he could. With a scream, Bell released the firebolt spells directly into Goliath's ear and down the ear canal. Smoke billowed from the ere as the floor boss roared in agony. It swung its arms wildly as Bell began to fall. "I've got you," Esfi said as she caught him. "Look out." One of Goliath's flailing hands slammed into the pair, sending them rocketing towards the ground. They landed heavily, crashing and rolling through the felled trees and monster dust. Bell tried desperately to stand, pain shooting across his body. "Master Bell," Lily's voice shouted. She, Welf, and Chigusa had been patched up quickly at the aid station and were running back. In Lily's hands was something special. After AIS Wallenstein had successfully killed the normal Udius alone, the floor boss had dropped its sword. Not knowing what to do with it, AIS had left it with Boz. Not one to waste a resource, Boz had turned it into a weapon. The very same weapon Lily was carrying. "Use this," she panted. "Your Argonaut skill. It might work." Bell's eyes widened. "Buy me as much time as you can," he shouted to the others. "Will do," Esfi groaned as she rose. The others nodded and rushed off while Bell began the slow charge of his Argonaut skill. Lily pulled out a very small quiver of enchanted bolts that were designed to explode. Torhen had given them to her as a last resort, at least until more could be made. Welf charged in, wielding the shock sword he had lent Uka earlier. He'd lost his own great sword during the confusion after the shockwave. Asfi rose back into the air, using what bombs she had left to get Goliath's attention. The explosive blasts from Lily's bolts and Asfi's bombs combined with the stinging and burning sensations at its feet caused by Welf's sword had Goliath roaring again. It was easily distracted long enough for Mikoto to finish her rather short chant. The only spell in her repertoire was extremely powerful but also very difficult to maintain. Still, she was able to complete her chant quickly and cast the spell. Her interlocked fingers separated, a glowing orb appearing between them as Mikoto shouted the name of her spell, Futsuno Mitama. A luminous purple disk sprang to life over Goliath's head and began to descend, forming a glowing purple sword. The moment the tip touched the ground, it formed a massive magic circle. The circle expanded, forming a cylinder of purple energy that encased the giant. Mikoto grunted as the power of her gravity spell took hold. Slowly, the cylinder began to constrict, collapsing the ground beneath it and forming a crater. She continued to struggle as Goliath roared, desperately fighting to hold the spell as long as she could. "It's breaking," she shouted. Only a moment later, the cylinder of energy shattered, releasing Goliath as Mikoto crashed to the ground. For a moment, she despaired. Then she heard a sound, the soft ringing gong of a bell. There Bell stood, his entire body glowing white. A mere heartbeat later, he was charging towards the colossal figure. At that same moment, as the bright star that was Bell Cranel streaked towards Goliath, Lefia, who was still stood on the Mage Ridge, finished her long chant. Not far behind her were her fellows, the men and women her determination had inspired. Together, they unleashed their spells just as Bell reached Goliath. Frostlight surge. Holy storm. A dozen others were shouted, but Lefia's voice and power rose up above them all. Fusillade Phalarica. Gra! Bell cried out as he swung the Udo's blade. The myriad of attacks converged, creating a cacophony of heat, light and noise. Those on the ground were forced to dig in and hold on as the force of the detonation washed over them. When the smoke cleared, the group were thrilled to see that Goliath was gone. Just a crystal, sticking out of the crater Mikoto's spell had made. Once again, however, their joy was short-lived. From the sides of the crystal, flesh began to form. Even as just a crystal, the irregular Goliath was regenerating. Bell was having none of it though. He charged towards the edge of the crater and leaped as high as he could. As he passed the crystal on his way down, he rammed the Hestia knife in as deep as it would go, and carved a crack all the way down it. A heartbeat passed. Then the crystal shattered into dust. The irregular Goliath was dead. Cheers and cries of joy rang out over the forest as the adventurers celebrated. Once again, though, they were silenced. Not by a monster, but by an angry, shouting voice. Climbing out of the crater was Bell, and it was his voice that rang out. "No, not yet." He was shouting. "This isn't over." He gestured into the distance where the giant Udius could be seen fighting the Loki Familia executives. "They need help. Everybody who can stand, regroup at the aid station. We need to get over there as fast as possible." The entire forest, everyone who could hear him, sat silent for a moment, until one voice spoke up, followed by a dozen others. You heard the man. Let's get moving. Follow the rabbit foot. As one, the ground forces began picking up their wounded and moved to drop them off at the aid station before following their newfound commander towards one last battle. Back at the Mag's Ridge, a similar scene was playing out. Let's move. Lefia was shouting as she led her mags and the shield wall off the ridge. Captain Finn and the others need help, and we still have magic to burn. As the two groups converged at the aid station, the two commanders immediately came. Together, without even batting an eye, they began to organize their people and move them towards the battle with Eudeus. The executives and the second string are handling the monsters and Spartor on the ground. Lefia said as she and Bell observed the battle. I'll bring all our available ground forces to join them. He responded. The boy was exhausted, overwhelmed, and out of his comfort zone at suddenly being deferred to, but he was determined to do everything he could to help. We should be able to handle the weaker monsters at least. That should free up some of your executives to help with the boss. Lefia nodded. I'll bring every person and all the supplies this aid station can spare to the one set up near the camp. Then I'll take the mage contingent up to join Lady Riveria. Right. Bell nodded. Then he turned to face the group behind them. Let's move people. Melee fighters, we're reinforcing the teams on the ground. Healers and mags follow me. Lefia added. We'll drop supplies at their aid station and then join the mags led by Lady Riveria. As one, the disparate band of adventurers moved out towards one last battle. Juggernaut fight. Luminous wind. Ryu cast her spell again, causing the Juggernaut to roar and swing wildly for her. Ryu felt a hand grip her cloak and pull her back. Said hand belonged to a ghostly woman dressed in a kind of carved armor. Watch that tail, elf. The ghostly woman shouted. Ryu didn't even have time to process much of what she had seen and learned that day. So, what if Torhen was a demigod? Who cared if he had apparently summoned the ghosts of his dead children and some old guy she didn't recognize to help fight? There was a giant monster trying to kill them, one almost identical to the one that had murdered Ryu's entire Familia, taking away every friend she had and causing her to abandon their principles and go hunting for revenge. Ryu was not okay. Mid-Vu Arshan. Ryu felt great. She was suddenly moving much faster. She was keeping up with her spectral allies. Her mind felt clearer too. Not panicking or questioning reality. Just a calm battle. Focus. Torhen's voice cut over the Juggernaut's roars and sounds of combat. That feeling won't last forever, Ryu. Use it. She nodded and rejoined the fray. With all the surrounding monsters dead, Ryu had joined Torhen and his spectral summons in surrounding and trying to kill the Juggernaut. Torhen, the old man, and the woman with the great sword were surrounding the beast, attacking randomly and trying to divide its attention. The other woman was further back, throwing spell after spell at the Juggernaut. The creature may have regenerated from the wounds, but if its cries of pain were any indication, those spells hurt. Ryu herself was making use of its divided attention to duck in and get off whatever blows she could. Torhen was well settled into his battle focus as he ducked and weaved around the Juggernaut's wild attacks. With its attention divided, the powerful monster's speed didn't matter nearly as much. Since the ghosts of Kodlak and the girls could hurt the Juggernaut but it couldn't hurt them, it kept fruitlessly swinging at where they were striking, only for its attacks to go right through them. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. A way to defeat the beast. Kodlak. Girls. Nahagliev. Their eyes went wide as they understood. Nahagliev was a dragon that had terrorized the town of Rorikstead while Kodlak was still the harbinger of the companions. When Torhen set out to kill it, as part of his duty and training, as the Dragonborn, his shield brothers and sisters had chosen to accompany him. This was before Torhen had learned Dragonrend, the shout to knock a dragon from the sky, so when the Dova landed, trying to eat them, the group had rushed in, stabbing the dragon from all sides. They had managed to pin it to the ground, allowing Torhen to make the finishing blow. Kodlak had been there, and the girls had heard the story countless times growing up. Krilunaus. The marked for death shout crashed into the Juggernaut, sending it sprawling. Torhen charged, driving his sword into the beast's torso and into the ground. Kodlak and the girls did as well, driving their blades in as deep as they would go around the creature's body. Ryu, catching on, used her daggers, to pin the juggernaut's tail to the ground. Girls. Ice. Eyes at Slenenus. Torhen and his daughters shouted as one. The combined shouts slammed into the juggernaut, freezing it solid. Ryu almost collapsed on the ground. Is it over? She asked. Not yet, Torhen said. One more, girls. Lucia and Sophie grinned at their father. Fuse Row DAH. The triple blast of unrelenting force rippled across the clearing and collided with the frozen juggernaut. With a concussive blast and the sound of cracking ice, the frozen beast shattered into millions of tiny fragments that slowly disintegrated into dust. Now it's over, Torhen told Ryu. The girl promptly collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Truly a battle worthy of song, shield brother. Kodlak said as he approached. Torhen smiled at the old man. It was good to see you, Kodlak. And you? He nodded. She lets us watch you, sometimes. Lucia added as she too walked over. I'm glad you finally left that mountain. As am I. Sophie nodded. Mother was rather pleased when we told her. You spoke to your mother. Torhen gasped, shocked. All the time. Lucia shrugged. The Edric afterlives are all connected, father. Sophie said. We don't get to speak all the time, but often enough. She can't see you as well as we do, but we tell her what we can. You've got a long life ahead of you, Papa. I'm glad you're not wasting it on that mountain. Lucia hugged him, her spectral arms draping over his form. The girls have the right of it, brother. Kodlak said with a grin. Mother did have a message for us to give you, if we were ever summoned. Sophie added as the three began to fade. She said not to let her hold you back. If it feels right, then you should go for it. Torhen let out a sad laugh. That sounds like her. I doubt it will happen, but you can tell her. I understand. I love you. All of you. He said the last words as they faded out of existence. A loud boom filled the air. Looking off into the distance, Torhen could see Eudeus on a rampage. To his surprise and delight, the irregular Goliath is nowhere to be seen. Still, he ought to help Finn and his crew. Come on, Ryu, he said, kneeling by the girl and pulling a potion out of his pouch. We've still got one more fight to win. Eudeus fight. Reveria her team unleashed a massive bombardment of spells towards the colossal skeleton. Eudeus raised its sword in an attempt to block it, but the combined force of all those spells cracked and shattered the blade. A huge cheer went up when, not only did the blade shatter, but it did not reform either. It's unarmed. Finn shouted. Hit it hard. He, AIS, and Gareth continued their assault on the floor boss as it swung its skeletal arms. As far as anyone was aware, the current incident was only the second time Eudeus had spawned with a sword, which meant it was more than capable of fighting without it. Up on the ridge where Reveria and her mags were stationed, the elven mage was shocked to see her protégé, Lefia, leading a party of exhausted-looking mags toward her. What are you doing here? She demanded. Goliath is dead. Lefia answered. We came to help. The girl turned to her followers. Fan out and start chanting. Nothing wide area if you can avoid it. Single shot or beam. Attacks only. Reveria stared at her student, unmasked pride in her eyes. She turned back to the battle. It's not going well, she said as her own mags began letting spells off around them. We're managed to destroy its sword, but Eudeus keeps regenerating every time we remove a limb or crack its bones. Goliath was the same. Lefia told her. It took overwhelming force for us to expose the crystal. It may work here as well. Rhea Levitine. Lefia nodded. That's probably best, if we can clear everyone together. Reveria said. As one, they turned and began their chants. Down on the ground beat, Tsubaki, and the twins were still in combat with the summoned Sparto. Most of the other monsters had been eradicated, so now the executives led the second string against what seemed like a never-ending sea of small skeletal warriors. Every once in a while, Eudeus would cause Bone Spike to rise from the ground, catching them by surprise and causing more than a few injuries. Beat was in the middle of dealing with a particularly annoying Spartoy when just such an attack happened. Bone Spikes exploded from the ground behind him, spearing him through the leg. Gah! The werewolf cried out, clutching his thigh where the spike was jutting out. The Sparto he had been fighting raised its bone sword. Beat was about to lash out when the Sparto exploded into dust. Standing behind it, his dagger clearly having been plunged into The skeleton's crystal heart was Tomato Kid. Taj, Bell shouted. He had led his group from the site of the Goliath battle and now they would do everything they could to relieve the exhausted Loki Familia. The Sparto were level 4 monsters and the average level of Bell's forces was about 2, so they had divided up into groups to ensure their safety. What the hell are you doing here? Beat demanded. Bell recognized him as the drunken werewolf who had insulted him after his first encounter with a minotaur. Still, he didn't have time to think about that. Hold still, Bell told him. Raising his dagger, he brought it down on the spikes that were jutting out of Beat's leg. Smashing them, the werewolf collapsed to the ground, holding in a groan. He didn't want the Tomato Kid to see him in pain. Can you get to the aid station? Bell asked. What do I look like, an invalid? Beat demanded, struggling to his feet. He hobbled off in the direction of the medics, hoping to get healed as quickly as possible and get back into the fight. Suddenly, Eudeus let out a piercing screech and swung its massive arms wildly. Catching AIS and Gareth off guard, the massive boss sent them both flying through the air. Its arms continued up, clearly intending to perform a ground slam when a figure crashed into it from behind. Eudeus pitched forward, losing all momentum for its attack as the figure fell to the ground. Finn! Torhen shouted as he landed. He'd thrown himself at the colossal skeleton using whirlwind sprint when he'd seen it winding up for a big attack. Torhen, it's good to see you. Finn panted. The battle had not been going well, but for the most part his group were unharmed. Want me to crack that thing open? Torhen asked, eyeing Eudeus as it righted itself. Before Finn could answer, a shout came from on high. Clear the area. Above them, a gigantic magic circle could be seen swirling around the mags. In its center stood Reveria and Lefia, both chanting rapidly. Move, people. Finn shouted as the surrounding adventurers scrambled to escape the blast zone. And don't you dare, Torhen. That thing is mine. The surrounding adventurers had barely made it out of the blast zone when the twin voices of Reveria and Lefia rose up. Rhea Levitine. The floor boss let out a screeching roar as flame and lave spewed forth, burying Eudeus. Massive skeleton. When they cleared, the strange rotting flesh and bones that had covered the beast's ribcage had been melted away. Its arms were still intact though, hanging on by a thread. Before their eyes, the bones and flesh began to regenerate once again. Oh no you don't. Finn shouted. He charged forward, followed closely behind by AIS and Gareth. The 3 level 6 adventurers leapt into the air. AIS came down hard on the left shoulder, using the same technique she had before. Gareth copied her, his axe destroying the right shoulder bones and shattering the half-melted arm. Finn went right up the middle, his spear embedding itself into the crystal halfway up the shaft. For a moment, every adventurer on the floor held their breath. Then, with a colossal boom, the irregular Eudeus exploded in a shower of dust. As one, all across the 18th floor, the adventurers cheered. Chapter end notes. AON, well, what do you think? Did the perspective changes work? I'll be going back to normal for the next chapter. This was so challenging to write. I loved it, but now I'm anxious to hear if I did well. I've left a few clarifying things down below for anybody who is curious. For those curious about the casualty count, it will be revealed in the next chapter. I am aware that the Call of Valor usually only summons one hero, but this is a Dragonborn, who has been alive for over a century. His shouts are gonna be a bit more powerful. Torhen's battle armor is a cross between the dragon-carved armor and the Noric. This would be all for today. Next part coming soon. Please like and subscribe to get informed as soon as the next part drops.